and talks about the size of other men's dicks. Are you a homosexual, son?
It's already dipped out.
Oh,
Got their
okay.
smarty pants saying and bailed.
I don't mind.
Have you noticed, Nathan, you've been around a fair while, have you noticed the more degenerate people...
And what measurements would be used? I mean, they're using sea level, altitude, elevation angles, they're using theodolite sextants, bubble sextants. And I think, especially the last few weeks, I'm noticing more the psychological dilemma these guys are in is getting worse. I mean, they don't know what to do now. Now it's come down to the measurements. I mean, they don't know how to handle this situation, and they are losing their minds, literally.
Well, the reason why is because Nathan stays on the measurement, and then they will eventually get caught up in a lie, like with Brenda the other day, or McToon.
Yep. Yeah. Stick with the measurements, and they lose control. They'll try and tear you away from the measurements as quickly as they can, skip over the fact that they're using a horizontal plane themselves to measure Earth, and skip to somewhere else. But if you keep them on that measurement, on the flat plane, on the horizontal level plane, they will lose their minds. That's all we're talking about, measurements. It's as simple as that. It's come down to a simple measurement. There's nothing special or difficult about this.
Right. The only way you can have a knowledge of something is by measuring it, right?
I never lied.
Nathan caught you in a lie yesterday, I believe it was. I could be wrong because I've been working.
I never lied.
We take the measurement from the centre of Earth. Then when you were called out on the fact that you'd said that we meant measure from the centre of Earth, and I pointed out we couldn't do that, you then lied and said, I did not say that you had to take the measurement from the centre of Earth.
That's correct.
If you want to deny this lie, can I just get unimpeded clarity while you say, no, I didn't do that, that I can trim all of it together and explicitly use you, Brenda, as an example of a complete lying scumbag? Go ahead now, with clear air, tell me that you didn't say those words.
Right. I never implied that you had to go to the center of the Earth to take the measurement.
You said it verbatim. You said, and I quote, you have to measure this from the center of Earth, end quote. That was verbatim.
Correct.
Pure chance broadcast yesterday. That's why Neil's talking about it. So I know exactly what the words you were. Brenda is a liar.
So just so that we're perfectly clear, the one statement doesn't imply the other.
You denied saying that. You've just done it 25 seconds ago.
That's right. I for clarity.
So you're a liar.
Yeah.
So
no,
you lied.
Clarity,
so you lied about Brenda. I don't want to have this back and forth with you, right? You are a proven, demonstrable liar. There is absolutely no way of you weaseling out of the fact that you said something and then denied saying it, got called a liar for it, and now you've doubled down on it. You are just a liar. Ain't no mistake about this.
I want total clarity. Yes, I said those words, but no, that does not make you a liar.
You deny saying them, it does. That's what you did.
No. I don't agree that's what they are.
I don't want to converse with liars where we end up with this back and forth about whether or not they've lied. I think we've got it pretty concisely on the record today when she denied saying it and now has just admitted saying it. So we now know she's a liar without having to go to any extraneous sources. She is a liar. I don't want to talk to her anymore. I hate liars because you can't trust them. Once they're proven, they'll double down on it like she's already done. I don't like that. It's not reasonable behaviour. It's unreasonable behaviour. Why should anybody have to deal with complete scumbag liars? Notice how it very quickly followed that I was asked, you ever noticed how the people that suggest they oppose us, they don't, they use flat earth measurements too. Have you ever noticed how they're complete scum? I went, yeah, I have noticed that. And then someone pops on that's complete liar, denies what they've said, has it quoted back to them verbatim, and then goes, just for clarity, I did actually say that. Yes, scum, liars, all of them.
But when she was going to the centre of the Earth, she was using an equatorial plane to measure the angle. They will need a plane of some sort, whether it's a tangent or the centre of Earth.
Yes, the angles we measure Earth with are described, if you're going to suggest they work with a ball, inside a ball. You can't measure inside a ball. We just measure with respect to a plane. The fact that the globe believers have to use it inside a ball on the equatorial plane doesn't change that we measure those angles like this on screen now. From a plane, they're elevation angles, altitude angles. From a plane. That's why they get transposed inside a ball, so that they can somehow function with the extended equatorial and celestial planes. That's how they work.
For it to be a measurement, it must have a reference. To be a reference, you have to be able to reference it, experience it. Nobody's at the center of friggin' Earth.
That's correct. It has to be flat where you're taking the measurements from. Otherwise, you don't have no angles.
Well, we've got one master reference, which is sea level. Sorry, I mean mean sea level. That was just level to start with. It's, you know, as far as we know from time beginning, it's a level plane of reference. That's what we use for all measurements, and it's level. That's the master reference. Mapping, navigation. Yep, and it's level.
I'm going to do a quick
Now,
plug.
if you're going to come to a point with somebody in a conversation where they'll say, well, it's going to come to a point where they're going to tell you level's not level. I mean, at that point, you should disengage with that person because they've got mental health issues, probably.
Let me just do a quick plug. So there's a few more people now watching in the live stream. So today we are in the politics Discord server, specifically the 24/7 Flat Earth section of politics. Hopefully one of my mods will drop a link in the live stream chat so you can also join this very well moderated politics Discord server. So check it out. One link will be hopefully placed in the live stream chat and you can come along and participate in the discussions that take place. It's not just Flat Earth. There are a hell of a lot of different subjects that are actually in this particular server. So pick your poison and join in with the discussion there. Also, please share the show. So if you've just joined us live, smash that share button. It takes a couple of clicks and you can put it on your favourite social media outlet, be it Bebo, MySpace, Skype, whatever it is you're using. But please share the show via whatever link that it is you regularly use.
I wonder if anybody knows how to calibrate a square.
Calibrate a square? I did see someone do this. They bought a cheap set square and then they used an expensive set square to number one, verify its squareness and then make an alteration. I saw like a little shorts video, like a proper workman, like a proper blue collar dude. He was saying, this is what you do if you buy an AliExpress square and it isn't square. And as soon as he said, and it isn't square, I'm like, okay, so you can buy a set square that's not square then? And the answer is yes, definitely, if it's cheap.
Yep.
I think John was talking about this yesterday, and I think in the early days, before we had the technology we've got now, they used to use a plumb bob and the horizon.
Or any water, standing water will do, because water finds its own level, and that's your horizontal plane of reference. Ain't that interesting?
The other thing that surprised me from yesterday was I mentioned in passing that I'd said that called heliocentrism a religion, and someone asked why it was a religion. I explained that it came from the Roman Catholic Church. I got challenged, and for whatever reason, I was like, do these guys actually know the origins of their own religion? And the answer was no. So it was a little bit shocking that people who were in the discussion forum hadn't checked on the origin of the subject matter itself, like the origins of globe Earth. Wish them were unaware. It did surprise me.
You asked the guy where did he get his radial value from, and he didn't know.
Yeah, radius being a flat Earth prerequisite in terms of its linear distance value that's ascribed after measuring Earth flat with the same altitude angles that get put inside a ball. Again, nobody's inside a ball measuring angles, but we do measure a flat Earth to achieve them. Some angles that we derive distances from, that's elevation angles, can transpose into certain global systems like the equatorial plane, values derived by a radial extrapolation after measuring Earth flat with angles. Like I say, most people are completely and blissfully unaware of this when it comes to their own religion. It's just like, it's a ball and he said so, or it's a ball, I see it in the movies, or it's a ball, NASA say so, or I don't know, their standards aren't the same as mine. Like, nobody's doing primary source research on religion. It's just taken as read to be the case.
Hold on a second. We were in Gem Pansies yesterday, and that's pro baller. It's debate flat earth, but they're pro baller. And they did not know the origins of heliocentrism.
Certainly nobody piped up. I mean, maybe some of them did, and they just weren't. They were AFK. I don't know, but no one responded. Well, yeah, I definitely know the origins of my globe religion.
We're not really talking about that anymore. We'll be talking about geography, the geometry of Earth, sea level measurements, latitude, heights, mapping, map scales, miles being linear, everything being in reference to a plane of any type of measurement that is taken on Earth, navigating purposes and engineering. So that's what we're talking about now. That's all that matters.
I'll put that to the Discord in a way that will hopefully generate a little bit of controversy. So, in terms of how flat Earth gets phrased to the public, it's phrased as though it's a science category, like the science of the globe is being challenged by people who say Earth's not a globe. They call themselves flat earthers and ask questions like, where's the curvature? Now, I say that that's a psyop version of flat Earth, because flat Earth is just the measurements that we utilize in geography. My question to the Discord server is, were any of you aware that there's a category error when describing Earth's topography or Earth's measurements, when it's suggested to be in a category of science as opposed to the flat measurements of Earth's flat surface in the geography category? Where the politics server we're currently frequenting, where there's a category error from science to geography when it comes to this subject?
Yes, there's a few of us that are aware of it, but they're all the FE guys. Most of the Globers have got no idea. Normally the following question will be something along the lines of, which field of science deals with shapes? And that's just us playing with them.
Perfect question. Yeah, how is this science? Sending up rockets, which can be categorized as technology, suddenly has the ticket to whether or not we've got a ball beneath our feet. Meanwhile, the measurements that they actually utilize in all circumstances and without exception are altitude from a plane, like verticality with respect to sea level. And they describe altitudes for travel to a place that doesn't exist akin to Narnia that they call space. The reality is, flat Earth is just measurements. Like a kid was asking earlier. It might have been a boy. I don't know. It was hard to tell because he was prepubescent. He sounded it. It's just Earth measurements, right? Geography.
Well, yeah, I think his voice was getting ready to start squeaking any minute. But that's part of the trick, though, And usually we invite it by asking them how and why questions.
Yep.
Like, why do we see too far? It's a good example.
I hate that.
Yeah, I do.
That's to invite. Oh, sorry.
It was just me expressing my disdain towards the suggestion that there should automatically be Earth curve in the way, and when we see something, we see too far. I cover this in my book, Measured Flat, in the subject on Earth curve, or the chapter on Earth curve, sorry, where I'm specifically detailing this with a little cartoon example. So there's two guys looking at a clock. The one guy says to the other, "Check it out, I can almost read the clock. It's almost 10 miles away." The guy next to him goes, "No, that's not a clock. It's a slightly looming, non-standard refraction hyena holographic projection of a clock from behind the geometric sphere edge horizon we measure from a flat plane at a distance that suggests the clock shouldn't be there, but we can see it. Therefore, it's a mirage. What are you, some kind of flat earther?" And the guy responds, "Well, I just see a clock."
Right, but that all comes from that question, because how and why questions are elucidated by the scientific method. That's what it's for in the natural world. So when you ask a how or why question like that, you're kind of asking for them to give you their pseudoscience.
Sure. So just seeing something can suddenly be turned into a phenomena. Well, that shouldn't be there. Therefore, this is a phenomena. Something's happening. Well, I'm just looking at a clock. No, it shouldn't be there, and is. So we need to do some experiments to find out why it's there. Like, it's there because I've got a set of freaking eyeballs and I can just look at it. No, it's supposed to be behind Earth curve. And so it begins. You've begged the question of a distance that you should see. Like, what's dictating the distance? The Rayleigh criteria, the aperture of your eyeball, diffraction limit. Those are all visual descriptions with respect to a flat Earth, I might add. Suddenly we're asking why we see a clock like it's a phenomena. Like, no, just seeing things isn't a phenomena. You can't call it a phenomena if you blink either. Like, you blink, oh, there it is again. Something's happened. Not science. If you want to suggest there's a distance to it, and that's geography, you're just measuring a distance to a clock.
But it's really useful if you're going to trick a bunch of people, or if you're going to trick yourself even, to put it into that category. Then you feel like you have empirical evidence supporting your claim.
Right. If you take the value to the clock and suggest that when you've garnered a value, you can suggest, by way of a begging the question, proof of nothing perspective hijacking Earth curve calculator that assumes veracity from the outset, the distance based on your altitude perpendicular to a flat Earth, that's verticality measured with respect to horizontality, gives you a distance to a geometric sphere edge that boats fall over at 1.22 times the square root of your measured height off a flat Earth, with a flat Earth distance ascribed to it. Therefore, there should be a ball Earth in the air, in the view. There isn't. Therefore, it's a refracted value. All right, what's refraction? Well, it's how much the light deviates in the vertical with respect to the horizontal measured flat Earth distance. I see. So there's quite a few flat Earth measurements that are used in this crazy bonkers world of having sphere edges that we don't see, claim to be phenomena after running them through mathematics that uses flat Earth measurements of distance and height. Crazy world we live in, eh?
Well, since we're talking about words that annoy us, there's another word that annoys me, and it's the word argument.
It's because there isn't one. If you're going to use a flat Earth measurement of distance and a flat Earth altitude from sea level to suggest there's an Earth curve to argue about, you're using flat Earth measurements to infer your religious belief is true. Well, once you've got flat Earth measurements, we don't need to concern ourselves with how you assert these flat Earth measurements mean that there's a ball. No, there isn't. You've got flat Earth measurements. So is everybody. Just didn't notice for about 10 years. We were all arguing about whether or not it was a ball, using flat Earth measurements to do it. Crazy world.
Yep, looking for the curve. Every one of us missing all the flat Earths sine qua non.
Yeah, so now it's, where's the curve? Well, it's a flat Earth distance away. That's how far. Well, no, it isn't. All right, feel free to deny your linear miles required for this drop over distance. Like refraction, if you're going to suggest curve, what is curve? Well, if you're measuring something like a hill with a curve, then it's the deviation in the vertical, sound familiar, with respect to the horizontal. A bit like refraction, curving is described with a horizontal distance measurement.
That's absolutely correct. 100%.
So there's no argument, as you put
On
it.
some level, they recognize the. Yeah, and on some level, they have to recognize that too, because I've heard more than once. What do you say is physically blocking the object in the distance? You're flat Earth, right? They always got to throw that in there because that's what they're using. They're using a flat plane to describe that blockage. They know that. They have to.
We had that
Do
yesterday
they?
as well.
Because, John, if we missed it, is it possible that they're missing it?
But they're also using it. So,
Just kidding.
subconsciously
I'm kidding.
or otherwise,
Sorry.
whether or not they realise it is irrelevant. In terms of the discussion, if you don't want to call it a debate moving forward, which is perfectly fine, there's no argument here. The discussion now is more basic. Let's say, like, take an example that's quite complex, like modus tollens we used to call the black swan and utilize to demonstrate the lack of sphericity, right? The biggest glorified we see too farther is it's a suggestion that if the Earth was a sphere, that's a begging the question fallacy, then every distance, that's a flat Earth measurement, to horizon can be no more than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. The observer's height in feet is a flat Earth measurement perpendicular to sea level. And you say the distance to these oil rigs, that's a flat Earth measurement of linear horizontal distance, is beyond the geometric assertion of an Earth curve edge horizon, derived with a radius value measured off a flat Earth also. Therefore, the Earth doesn't have a radius of 3959. That's a linear, extracted, flat Earth, linear mile measurement distance that's been extracted into a radius for a globe Earth. That's quite complicated. After it being in existence for about 6 years, a lot of people around us have gone, right, I finally understand the complexities that is this modus tollens so-called argument that uses distance and height. Well, if you can understand modus tollens, even if you've whistled straight past the prerequisite measurements of Earth, that's height and distance, and you break it down in the most basic possible way that there is to break it down, you've got a height, perpendicular to sea level, and a distance, linear measurement in the horizontal. So you don't need any of it. And the most basic bit is contained within the so-called argument. Therefore, it doesn't require a greater degree of mental capacity to understand how the measurements in the so-called argument were all flat all along. So they were, and always will be.
Also, the horizon is where sea level appears to meet the sky. So you have sea level being a horizontal line in your view. This could be problematic if you think you live on a ball.
Yeah, we had a similar thing with the sun yesterday. Somebody saying sunrises and sunsets debunk a flat Earth. Like a sun that rises is a description that can only ever be detailed planar. Like you're rising, you're describing verticality increase when you say something's rising. If you say setting, it's the same verticality, but just in the opposite direction as a vector. So what is rising or setting? Well, it's verticality with respect to horizontality. It's a planar description. They've hijacked all of these flat Earth measurements and flat Earth terminologies because they go without saying. It goes without saying that to rise is to describe a vector perpendicular to a plane. But if nobody says, well, that's perpendicular to a flat Earth, then you can use it to say that it's with respect to a ball that's turning. Like, no, you're describing verticality. The aspect that you describe the sun with, same as the angles measured for time and longitude, are flat Earth measurements. If no one says it, then everyone's fair game to use it to suggest sphericity. No, they're still flat Earth measurements. That's the most basic bit. The fact that nobody said it, or to put it another way, it went without saying, doesn't change how flat those measurements are. They always were flat. Earth was always being measured flat. It's being measured flat today when people argue for a ball, and it will be measured flat tomorrow. The upside to that is nobody loses anything. There's a perception in this arena that if you recognise how flat Earth is measured, suddenly a loser because society sees you as a less than intellectual because you've said Earth's flat. No, they've separated it into geography so that everybody can still use the flat Earth measurements. Just put the anti-globers in a different category and call them flat earthers when they say, where's the curvature? Meanwhile, geographers get on with measuring Earth flat all day. That's how we survey it, map it, fly over it, sail on it, find directions with respect to it, measure distances. That's how everything's dealt with when we measure Earth flat. In all circumstances and without exception. It always was. Moving forward, there'll be people who go, yeah, I always knew it was flat. I've used a map. Yeah, I always knew it was flat. I know how directionality with a compass works. Azimuth. Yeah, I knew it was flat. The sea level. Yeah, I knew it was flat. You fly parallel with the surface level when you're in flight level. Most people are of the understanding that it's flat. It's just going without saying. Then the religion, that's using the same flat Earth measurements, says it's a ball. That's incongruent with the Earth measurements. It's a religion.
Well, Jen Panda said the other day that he asked me to name anybody that made a map and said that it's flat. I'm like, what are you talking about? If they measured, they created a map, that goes without say.
Let's look at the scale.
Exactly.
Just look at the map itself. All maps are flat. Like, who's gone out and made one of these flat maps that we use flat on map tables with flat azimuth and flat direction and said, after they made the flat map and measured the Earth flat with horizontal distance, who stood up and said, this here's flat? Well, it goes without saying they're all flat. Like, just got to look at the thing.
It's like freaking making ice cream and then shouting, this is ice cream.
That's exactly my point. It goes without saying. Anybody who's ever used a map knows they're flat. They know that they level their compass. And then they find their direction. Oh, which way's north? That's north. Horizontal. Yeah, when they look at the scale on the map and recognise the distance is an as the crow flies Euclidean measurement for the map to be accurate. They understand implicitly, albeit subconsciously, that that is flat. Not because it needs to be proven, it just is. That's how it's measured. So it goes without saying. Then you can hijack it.
What about that guy? Nathan, just saying you're right though. Until the people just measure the flat and navigate it flat, and that's what they're doing subconsciously. They know it's flat because that's what they're doing. It's like that guy. What was he called? Dwayne Huntingham. He was just getting on with measuring things, wasn't he, and doing mapping. I was laughing at that before, and until he was like a few things was pointed out to the guy, you know, about how we use compasses horizontally, parallel to surface level. You know, the horizontal directions, north, south, east, west, and Dwayne did not like it, did he? You know,
I'm going to have to give context now to the politics server. So there's a fictional character in my book called Measured Flat in the chapter called Molten Iron Core. And that particular character utilizes something called the wrong direction fallacy, where he ascribes azimuth, that's horizontality for directionality, to verticality, that's altitude. So the system is azimuth, horizontal directions from north, and altitude, angles in the vertical from a plane. That's the system. Well, if you ascribe the verticality, altitude, north, that has a fallacy named after it. It's called the wrong direction fallacy. So this fictional character called Dwayne Huntingham is this character where he utilizes this fallacy, the wrong direction fallacy. North is not up. At the top of some tractor that you guys think you live in, if you think you're on a ball, actually inside it to describe this particular system with the verticality of altitude inside a ball that you have the degrees of things like latitude labelled on it. That's a protractor that you'd be in, again, back to the equatorial plane where Brenda lied about measuring from within it, which you definitely cannot do. But on a plane, or the azimuth in the horizontal, that's degrees from north in the horizontal, ascribed to altitude. North's not up. That's not north. That's north. It's a flat earth only measurement. So in the chapter, like I say, called Molten Iron Core, that's where this particular character comes in to give the example of the wrong direction fallacy. Check it out. Measured Flat. Available in the info box below this video if you're watching live.
Yeah, nice super
good chapter that. A good chapter that. Finished that earlier on. I really did enjoy that chapter because it goes into some detail about, you know, the housekeeping question regarding the Molten Iron Core and how that came about and what come up with to justify this. Really good chapter. So yes, well, I'm really enjoying the book, Nathan. So anybody who's not purchased it, I'd recommend go and get a copy, and it's really, really good.
This has literally been
funny in parts.
It's been downloaded by literally thousands of people now. If you haven't already checked out Measured Flat, I'm reliably informed that it's had thousands of downloads. I'm delighted that it's just generated such a massive response. Check it out. If you haven't already bought a copy of Measured Flat, it's generated all sorts of controversy at all sorts of levels. So obviously I expect my panel to address it at the highest level, which is exactly what Wandek's done. Like Eleanor Roosevelt, you know, the small minds talk about people, average minds talk about events, great minds talk about ideas and concepts. That's not a verbatim quote, but it's the general gist of what we're addressing here. When we talk about the ideas that are being conveyed within it, that's molten iron core, derivations of wrong direction fallacy. These are concepts and ideas, the highest level that you can address the book at. But for the people who might not necessarily find enjoyment at the highest level, mentally speaking, there's also talk about people. Obviously, there's been various interactions with people over my 12 years in this particular subject matter. And those anecdotal descriptions in the book, them ascribed with pseudonyms, are what some people might find more interesting. Yeah? Amusing and entertaining that they are. The book appeals to people on multiple levels.
Yeah, it's not just a textbook to look things up for a so-called argument. It's a story of you and your journey with the characters along the way that you've met, and how the journey's progressed and up till now, which is, I think, at the tip of the spear at the moment. The way that we're bringing these Globers down on the knees, just talking about the measurements that they offer us, which are flat, horizontal, and planar.
Thank you, Retro Bill, for hitting the super chat. Yeah. Thank you very much indeed. Really appreciate the support. He says, great show. Happy to be back. Hope everyone's doing well. Definitely. I published a book over the weekend. I'm elated. It's already doing really well, generating a huge amount of discussion at all sorts of different levels. Some about the events that have taken place, some about the people involved in the book, and some at the highest level talking about the concepts of Earth being measured flat, which is what the book's really all about. Check it out. As I say, plug, in the info box below this video.
Don't forget the spelling. Very important.
Yeah, there's going to be a couple of spelling errors in there, and I've addressed them. So if you've already downloaded a copy of the book, you can get it updated. Just go back onto the website you downloaded it from, and it'll update it automatically. So yes, there's been a couple of errors. So far, I've spelt weather with a W-H instead of a W-E. I spelt Carmen line incorrectly. So Carmen was spelt with a C. Again, when I was reviewing the book, what I'd do is I'd put it into a text-to-speech and then listen to it back. And as soon as you hear an error, you go, that's wrong. And then you address it and make a note of it and pass it on to my wife and pass it on to the publisher, make the amendments, and on you go. Whereas with things like weather and Carmen line, you can probably see, or I'll explain why, gather why these errors have slipped through the net. Because when you hear it read back from the voice to text, Carmen, spelt with a C, you go, that doesn't raise any flags when I'm listening to it. I'm not necessarily holding the iPad looking at it as it goes past, which I probably should have done. But there we go, such is life. But there's a couple of errors in there. So there was a comma in the wrong place right early on. Weather, Carmen line. I think that's about it so far. But maybe a few others.
I still struggle with banana, dude. I'm like, shouldn't there be more N's and restaurants? So don't even worry about it.
Be more what, sorry?
Yeah, there's no errors. Sorry,
no, those were genuine errors. So weather was whether or not, as opposed to the weather above your head. So again, like I say, I didn't catch that one. And same with Carmen. It sounded right when it was read out to me. Yeah, I mean, if there's more errors to come, I don't mind. I'll eat every single one of them and go, yeah, I'm not infallible, just a human being when it comes to making...
Are there any mistakes with the measurements and what's being detailed? I do not think so.
That's just matter of fact when it comes to the measurements. So with that particular instance, when somebody was critiquing yesterday going, how does the Carmen line, and then he spelled C-A-R-M-E-N, and I'm like, what's he talking about? He said, what's the C-A-R-M-E-N line? I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. He's like, you've misspelled it in your book. And I was like, oh, thank you. Really grateful. And obviously the idea is to discredit me as an individual when pointing out that I've got a spelling error. It's not actually called a spelling error when you do that. Someone did give me the correct terminology. I think it was Surf Daddy. There's a specific term. If you use weather, the WH instead of WE, and that's not a spelling error because it's still spelt correctly. It's just contextually wrong. Same with this. It's just... I can't remember the term. Someone will remind me. But regardless, when these errors come up, I'll just eat them and go, yeah, I've made a mistake.
Okay, fine. But I don't need to hear things like, yeah, it's a book about measurements, but there are no measurements in the book. That is just absolute foolishness.
That's just a lie. That's complete nonsense. Nobody's going to name their book Measured Flat if it's got no measurements in there. There we go. We've already detailed some. In the Molten Iron Core chapter, I'm specifically detailing the measurement of azimuth and the measurement of altitude. Those are measurements, right? Off the top of the discussion that's just taken place. I'm going to be referencing the measurements in the book when I talk about things like the Molten Iron Core chapter and the measurement of azimuth and altitude. It's like, oh, that's not a measurement. Like, no, it's not a globe measurement. It's just a flat plane that we measure in the horizontal for directions, like when we negotiate the Earth's surface with directions. Yeah, we measure to do that. Now, the fact that our opponents don't like any of these measurements and subsequently want to reject them is good, because they're globe Earth belief is foundationally based on these measurements. So they simultaneously have to relinquish their own claims, which is fine. I don't care.
Where can we find this book? I googled it.
Someone will post it now that you've asked. I couldn't do it without the hint from you. Thank you so much. Someone will post it in the Discord server so you can buy a copy from the website known as Books
posted.
Online.
Just scroll through the chat. It's up there. Somebody, Divergent Droid will post it again.
I'm glad you've asked.
Yeah, keep posted.
Glad you've asked because I can plug it. So yeah, it's available for $14.97. It's available as an ebook, downloadable now. Check it out. You can also become an affiliate if you happen to be a videographer and you want to make the same off the book as I make off it, which is 30%. Then you can become an affiliate, and then you can put the link to the book below your video if you're making them, and then you can make money from it too. Dead easy. You just put your bank details after getting verified by the publisher. Takes about 24 hours to get verified after you put your email address in as an affiliate. It's really easy. There's loads of people that I'm slightly aghast at how many people have signed up as affiliates. It's like easily a dozen already that have gone, yeah, I'll sell the book. You're like, wow.
Nice.
Yeah, amazing. Measured Flat, it's called, by Nathan Oakley.
And it's just an ebook, correct?
Yeah, currently it's an ebook. So the next thing on the list will be translations, then an audio version. A lot quieter here in politics than it is typically.
Is there any ball? I figured politics, there'd be a few ballers in here.
When you say ball, you mean them people who didn't live in a globe flat Earth measurements?
Go ahead, protect hate speech.
Yeah, I heard you saying that science didn't have anything to say about the I guess the shape of the Earth, but what about all the technology that's been produced, by the scientific method that that uses the shape of the Earth, like satellites or logistics, like all the logistics, the worldwide logistics, just in time logistics. I mean, if the Earth was flat and wasn't a ball, would all that stuff still work, or how do you deal with that?
They do work with respect to a flat plane. If you're talking about satellites, and their altitude is described perpendicular to a plane of reference called sea level, logistics is done with surveying. So if you're going to assess network distances for logistics, and the network distance is calculated with Euclidean straight line distance for measurements of the surface. That's how you calculate network distance for logistics with a flat plane. Miles are linear, like on the maps, on the scales. When you say would logistics, I don't know how it's a category error. That's got nothing to do with statistics. Logistics and altitudes of satellites, technology. Those aren't scientific. Category error. They're flat anyway. Altitude, that's flat, that's from sea level. Logistics, that's network distance, directly tied to Euclidean straight line distance, measured flat.
Yeah, I mean, altitude doesn't have anything to do, with the shape of the Earth, but the claim that
Don't interrupt him, Neil.
the satellites, they're orbiting though, right? I mean, we can watch them move in the sky.
Orbit is a derived calculation from flat plane measurements also. So on screen now is the equatorial and extended celestial plane. You describe orbital motion, you're describing it from within a ball being a glorified protractor. When you've got a suggestion of a sphere Earth that people think that they're on because they've reified this mathematics, and what is being described above my head now for my live audience is the projection from within a ball with degrees that you'd measure, derive orbital motion. So orbital mechanics starts by deriving a radial value. This is the Roman Catholic mathematics when you say orbital motion. Right, that's Kepler, Copernicus, and Huygens. So the Roman Catholic Church needed to better explain the light movements. They derived this system which puts you inside a ball, the degrees that you derive from angle measurements off a flat plane to things like Polaris, to give you a Polaris-centric system that you can then put in motion with respect to derived radial values. Those scales that also give you the distances in orbital mechanics were also derived from flat plane measurements that derive equatorial minimums for radial values to be transposed by Huygens onto Venus. The entire system is reliant foundationally on flat Earth measurements of distance and altitude angles to derive radial values and orbital motions with. Furthermore, the scale, as I said, derived by Christian Huygens, is also utilising a flat Earth measurement of radius to superimpose onto Venus, give you that scale. Orbital motion, if you like the mathematics that the Church derived to explain the movements of the lights, would mean that you would be inside a ball. Describe that motion. Nobody's inside a ball, but those out-of-the-box Roman Catholic mathematics is one way of describing how the lights move. Flat Earth by prerequisite. Measurements, that is.
So you're saying satellites were first described using a flat plane?
No, satellites were first described in fiction books. Arthur C. Clarke.
Like planets and stars and stuff.
Planetary motion is Kepler. So to describe these motions is to take what was originally utilised with things called epicycles, describe them with something called planetary motion. The planetary motion, that's solar system-based derived radial values that were acquired and measured with respect to a plane with altitude angles off a plane, distances that are linear with respect to a plane, and radial values that put you inside a ball. You haven't acknowledged what I've said in that regard. So do you appreciate that to have an orbital motion, you can only describe it from within a ball? You understand that?
No. Can you... So to understand orbital mechanics, you'd have to, from your perspective, the way it's described, you'd be inside of a ball. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, that's how it is described. So it's diagrammatically exampled on screen for my live audience now. This angle that's described from the center point is the equatorial and extended celestial plane. So you have you at a center point with a ball wrapped around you and the celestial sphere wrapped around that, with the degrees of latitude being marked around your position like a protractor. That's the markings of latitude on a globe Earth. Those markings are the angles, barocentric, from within the center point of a ball. It's called the equatorial plane, inside a ball. The motion that you describe with orbits bifurcates center point of that ball. So you've got like a hamburger around a plane, with you at its center point. That's what the motion, as orbits, is described with. Plane, inside a ball. That plane, called equatorial plane, describes the angles that you'd measure to the stars. And number one, nobody's inside a ball. Number two, the measurement is still from a plane. They're angles to stars. Like the degrees, those degrees are from a plane. We measure Earth flat for orbital motion. You can read all about this in a chapter called The Molten Iron Core in my book Measured Flat, where I describe and unpack the Copernican, Kepler and Huygens system of orbital motion with respect to the planar measurements that were originally measured, describe better epicycles with orbital elliptical motion scaled by Huygens. Check it out. It's in my book Measured Flat. It's very expansive. It helps both sides. The people who believe that they're on a ball can have a better understanding of where their ball came from and the flat Earth measurements that were used to create it. It's well worth buying even if you don't necessarily like the idea of being a flat earther. Hopefully, like with the explanations in yesterday's server visit, you can understand that it doesn't actually affect you. There's nothing to lose by understanding how flat Earth gets measured for orbits. You don't suddenly lose. Now, understanding it also doesn't make you a winner. You don't suddenly get a boat. There's no Brucey bonus for knowing how flat Earth gets measured to create orbital motion in this instance. You don't win anything either.
All right.
I said this the other day, Nathan, if you remember.
Hold on, I'm talking to a guy in Discord.
Sorry, Nick.
Are there visual representations of what you're saying in this book, or I think you were saying there was like a visual for your live audience? How do I find that? Where's that at?
I'm glad you asked. My channel's called Nathan Oakley 1980. That's where this is going out live now. So the live audience, I just happened to pause it because when you were asking about it, just by pure chance, it's on my slideshow on a revolving reel with all sorts of different screenshots. But just by pure chance, what you were asking about happened to be on screen. So if you go to Nathan Oakley 1980, you can join the the 70 odd people, I can't get to it quick enough, that are currently watching live, and you can see it on there. But yeah, it's just like I say, we call it the globe burger, but it's a bifurcation at the equatorial plane and extended celestial plane that you have to be within to describe the motion with respect to the center point. The line of the globe would move around in that motion, mathematically only. So it's a mathematical construct. It's not a reality. Don't get me wrong, I appreciate that you are, as a heliocentrist, presumably sold this as being your reality. It isn't. It's a mathematical construct. Can't be in a ball. It can be on a plane. That's how it's measured. The equatorial plane that this functions with is a representation of the plane you measure the angles from. Just not in a ball moving around the sun. That's not a possibility. You can lie about it, when you describe it having been led to how the Earth measurements function in this ball-shaped way. You can say, yes, you get the measurements from the centre of a ball, end quote Brenda, and then spend the rest of your time with me lying about the fact that you haven't said it, because you understand how Earth must be measured to function from within a ball, end quote Brenda. Then, like I say, that's uncomfortable because you want to believe that you're on a ball rather than in a ball, and saying that you're in a ball measuring angles is kind of stupid to have you moving around the sun. That is just how it works. That's what the Roman Catholic Church did to better explain epicycles, retrograde motion. That's orbital mechanics. If that helps. Well done. Everyone in G+, talking to a guy in Discord, just let him acknowledge. We'll move on to someone else, or you guys have to just give him a chance.
All right, yeah, that made sense. I'll look more into that. So appreciate it.
You can read all about it in my book Measured Flat for only $14.97. Pick up a copy today. Thousands of downloads have already taken place. Lots of people are talking. It's the talk of the town. Generated quite a stir, a lot of controversy.
Great price too. I was just going to say, all measurements come from the surface.
Well, Earth measurements.
I was going to say.
Ed, one day.
I was just going to point out, Nathan, that, sorry to interrupt, I thought the guy was sort of done. Sorry, mate, about that. Yeah, the book, that's why some of these topics and discussions in the book and the chapters, like you've just been going over, can be difficult for people on both sides, let's say. And when you're talking about that on the show, quite just, rolling off the tongue, if nobody's aware of this is how they've come about to create the globe from inside a ball on an equatorial plane, from as a protractor view. It does sound ridiculous, and thinking, what's he talking about? The good thing about the book is you go through that like you've just said in the chapter. You can pause and go at your own pace and then read it back until you get a full understanding of it. So it's all in the book, and you can go over it at that pace, which is great. I think I've done that already on a chapter or two. So yeah, it's brilliant. Really enjoying it.
I'm pleased to hear it. We've done our full hour in politics already. Time flies when you're having fun. Was there any other questions anybody from the politics server wanted to ask? Because if not, we're going to toddle away, having had probably the most relaxed visit ever.
The Catholic Church never affirmed the flat Earth.
Again?
The Catholic Church never claimed the Earth was flat.
Okay. What's the origin of the radial value?
No, I'm talking about Catholic Church always affirmed geocentrism, right? It was never a conflict.
Where is it measured?
So when you said the Catholic Church was against heliocentrism, that was because they were geocentrists. That's a glober.
Where does the radius value come from? It's globe Earth, you're now assuming.
I'll take your silence as a concession. Thank you.
On the contrary, you can read all about the Roman Catholic-derived heliocentric religion in my book Measured Flat. However, if we're going to discuss Earth having sphericity, that requires a radial value. If you want to suggest this is a debate, my question for the third time to you is, where's the radial value derived?
I take that as a concession that the Catholic Church was geocentrist.
You win.
Yes,
you win. Well done.
Thank you.
You see that on Instagram, somebody had taken the clip of you the last time I said you win because you took a completely hollow false victory and published it to an Instagram audience that's now had 60,000 views. Did you see that? people recognizing what a dumbass you are, Brenda, when I was saying sarcastically, well done, you win. Yeah, there's 50,000 people who've now seen you described as a globe-believing retard, suggesting that you'd won because I say, okay, you not answering my question is you winning. Well done. I'll try again for a fifth time. Where does your radial value come from? Where does it come from? How is it measured? Go.
I've won every debate with you, Nathan.
It's not an answer to my question. I don't want to talk to this person anymore. Politics Discord server. I've asked her 5 times in response. Now, if you want to read about the heliocentric derivation from the Roman Catholic Church, buy my book. It's called Measured Flat. If you want to suggest there's a debate about a sphericity you've automatically assumed, then I'm going to ask you where it comes from 6 times without response. If you say, well, I've won every debate against you, no, definitely not. Far from it. What you've done is lied about measuring Earth from the centre, which nobody can do, and then denied those exact words that you suggested you hadn't said when you lied about them. So that's not winning. That's being a scumbag, a complete liar. Furthermore, what, not answering where you measure your R value, you think that's winning? Yeah, well done. Take the win. Yeah, you managed to obfuscate the R value that you require to beg the question of sphericity. Let's not concern ourselves with where the Roman Catholic Church derived orbital motion. You're now claiming it. So where did you get your R value from? I always win debates is the response. Crap response.
When you mute people, that's
isn't my server.
The debate.
Isn't my server. I've asked you 5 times. You haven't answered me. So presumably someone's going to get irritated with you and shut you up because you're not playing ball. I said already to this server, I don't want to talk to you because you're a liar. And that's been demonstrated literally here today when you denied saying Earth's measured from the centre. And then when I verbatim quoted you, you went, okay, to be clear, I did say that. We know you liar. That's why I've said I don't want to engage with you. But someone in the server's decided that you can now take part. And after 5 repetitions of where do you measure your R value, you're telling me that you win debates against me. Complete non sequitur.
Yeah, I just did. You conceded. You conceded. You conceded that you lost. You conceded.
Okay, so I lose because I've asked where you get your R value you're assuming from and you won't give it me. You've told me you've won debates. Good win. Well done.
Thank you.
My pleasure. I don't want to talk to this person anymore. They're not cooperating with the actual back and forth discussion when asked questions.
This is sad. They'll take that as a victory and be happy with it.
You can have it.
Very sad.
5 years ago, I'd have cared. Like, there's nothing to win. I tried to explain this to Guy yesterday. He's just got too triggered when I tried to get to the point where you don't lose anything either. Understanding derived radial values, that's equatorial minimums. And like for the equatorial plane, that's where you get a radial value. When you derive that minimum elevation angle to Polaris, so it can back engineer from the flat Earth acquired angles off a planar surface into an equatorial plane inside a ball. That's how we derive this value. So when it's, well, how do we do this? Well, that's how you do it. You measure Earth flat and derive an extracted radial linear value in miles. You need a flat Earth to measure a radius. That's why I'm asking about it. Because we can get straight to the nitty gritty of how Earth must be measured flat to infer sphericity and radial values for orbital motion. That's orbital mechanics. And when you understand that, you can understand as an audience member or a participant in this Discord server where the value is measured from a plane. If you don't want to take part and you're like, well, I always win, it's like, that's not going to win you anything. You don't get a prize having a heliocentric belief. You don't get a prize for understanding how flat Earth is measured for radial values. There's no prize for understanding how elevation work with respect to a plane inside a ball called the equatorial plane or the plane surface of Earth that you measure for it. You don't win anything. Likewise, you don't lose anything either by recognizing these axiomatic flat Earth measurement facts. You don't lose anything. Who cares? This is moot.
I don't know. I'm going through all of these names. There's a lot of ballers in here. You got Steve Bauman in here. He was one time came in to contest. He's got nothing to say, huh? Measurements will silence everyone. I'll tell you that much.
Man, shut your bitch ass up, dude.
Shut your bitch ass up. What does that mean?
That doesn't sound like Steve Bauman.
Dragon Fruit, did you have something you wanted to ask? If not, I'm going to round out my live show shortly.
Are you talking to me?
That was you that said, shut your bitch ass up. And not you.
But that's what measurements will do. They'll make people jerk and scream and, like Tourette's.
I didn't say anything.
Is it Mage? No, no comments? I don't mind. If no one's got anything to add, I'll just plug my book again and then thank you for having me. Been really good.
Well, Neil
Other than
called me out, so I'll ask a question if you don't mind.
Yeah, of course. Go ahead. Be my guest.
Yeah. Yes. When you take a flat Earth elevation angle measurement to Polaris, does it obey the geometry you would need it to comport with reality?
I don't need it to do anything. I think you're confusing globe Earth acquisitions of equatorial planes with my claim that I need. I don't need this.
No, I was asking about the flat Earth elevation angle to Polaris, not a globe Earth. The flat Earth measurement.
I'll answer you again. Do you want to acknowledge what I've said this time? I do not need this for anything. The fact that it is used for globe Earth derivations doesn't mean I have to defend it.
I would think you would need it to back up your claim that the Earth is measured flat, right? No?
My friend, I haven't finished the sentence. I'm going to apologise for the middle of my sentence interrupting the start of yours. Meanwhile, you're asking about flat Earth elevation angle measurements. Regardless of what they're used for, in this case the equatorial plane, they're still flat Earth measurements. They're angles from a plane. Who cares? I don't need them, though.
Okay. Yeah, I understand they're flat Earth measurements, and they're your claim that that's how the Earth is measured. So I thought I was ask you if they obey geometry. I'm just asking about. I'm asking about your claim of the Earth being measured flat, not anything about the globe. I'm not asking about the globe.
You won't shut up. I heard you
I'm
twice.
sorry. Did the middle of my sentence interrupt the beginning of yours? Sorry.
I heard you. You're repeating yourself. I heard you all 3 times. Now that's
you
why
have to repeat yourself when you don't answer the question and you just keep talking through me. That's kind of what you got to do.
Audio chaos because he decided that the repetition of his question 3 times supersedes me answering it. 3rd time, I do not require this for anything. When you say it's your claim that what we measure latitude marked on a globe, we do definitely measure latitude. It is definitely required by ball believers to form their sphere belief. It isn't mine. I don't have to defend it. They are just flat Earth measurements from a plane that, while I point out, well, my opponent requires flat Earth measurements to create a ball to believe in, that doesn't mean I have to use them for anything. I don't care. If we ever measured Polaris ever again, I wouldn't care. I don't use them for anything. But they are just measurements from a plane. Quote you, yes, I understand they're flat Earth measurements. Yeah, they are. That's the end of my involvement. Yeah, we measure Earth flat with altitude angles. What's that? How do you use your Polaris-based system? I don't. Not my Polaris-based system. 3rd time.
Okay, so you say that people use flat Earth measurements to verify that they live on a ball. I'm just asking you, if you're claiming that they're flat Earth measurements, do they obey geometry? That's a simple question that you have not even come close to answering.
What does geometry mean?
I mean, it's pretty obvious that a flat Earth elevation angle measurement to Polaris actually forms a right angle triangle right between the observer, the GP, and the actual Polaris itself, right? Is that the claim? That you form a right angle triangle?
You're explaining how flat Earth is described with this measurement then. You with an angle, that's a vertex with 2 straight lines, a 90 degree at the GP, end quote you, that's ground position, 90 degrees to your position. So you've just detailed how flat this measurement is with respect to a plane. You have just detailed that admirably. Well done. You've described how flat Earth is measured with this 90 degree right angled triangle, with you at one point of the triangle and measuring an altitude angle to a star, in this case Polaris. Yes, that's how you measure Earth flat. But you're asking me to justify the measurement you've just admirably described as being only capable of being derived from a flat plane with a flat baseline to have 90 degrees at the ground position of the star. That is, ipso facto, just a flat Earth measurement. It doesn't need any justification from me. 4th time, I'm not using it for anything.
Correct. You're not
That's
using it for anything. And you just perfectly described a flat Earth measurement to Polaris, creating a right angle triangle. Now I'm asking, does that right angle triangle obey the basic geometry of how you calculate the sides and angles of a triangle?
Calculate the sides of a geometry. What does geometry mean?
Of a triangle. You heard me correct myself. Don't be like that.
I asked you a question in response. What does geo? That means Earth. Metric, as in measurement. So does it obey the Earth measurement? Yes. We are measuring on Earth, with respect to a plane, a 90-degree point along the surface. This is part of a process called celestial navigation. You measure altitude angles to start.
I'm not talking about celestial navigation. I was talking about measuring an angle, creating a triangle, and figuring out the sides of a triangle. That's the geometry I'm talking about. It's very basic. It's the first thing you learn about triangles. That's it.
For what purpose? What purpose?
To comport with reality. When you create a triangle, if you have two sides and a length, you can calculate the rest of it. If that's how you comport with reality to truly verify that something is measuring a triangle.
Right. I wouldn't do that. Yeah. I would use the process for celestial navigation to find my position on the ground. As you said,
need to talk about celestial navigation to measure one angle to one celestial body and create a right angle triangle that you claim exists. It doesn't exist.
Either talking through the top of me is going to make you a winner. No, my friend, you are talking about celestial navigation. Quote you, GP at, quote you. That's the celestial navigation terminology. So either you're now lying because you need to burn a little straw man about the altitude of the star, I'm guessing, but I wouldn't use it to calculate an actual altitude because that's not what this is used for. In terms of the altitude when used in this process, you're measuring a star with respect to something called the celestial sphere from within a ball, if you're a ball believer. Not that anybody's measuring any angles to stars off a flat plane in a ball on an equatorial plane with a giant globe Earth wrapped around us. That's an impossibility. But when you do, you're not measuring for the actual altitude from sea level, a flat Earth perpendicular vertical measurement of altitude. That's not what you're doing it for when you measure for, quote, GP. Now, I appreciate that globe believers like to burn a straw man where they detail explicitly how flat Earth is measured with a triangle with a 90 degree to your position, celestial navigation on the ground, and then want to ask me about whether or not we can calculate the height of the star. Then when I ask you what the purpose would be, I don't seem to get a response because according to you, it's not for navigating. I mean, why would we be doing it then? Are you trying to figure out the heights of stars with elevation angles? That suggests to me that you don't understand the ascribed infinite distance that the celestial sphere, when using this methodology, has got, because you think there's heights. Furthermore, the heights that are ascribed if you are a globe believer aren't derived by altitude angles. They're derived by extracted radial values with Copernicus, Kepler and Huygens, as I detailed quite admirably earlier. That is what scales your heliocentric worldview when you think you are in a ball measuring these flat Earth angles from an equatorial plane with a ball wrapped around you. Nobody's in a ball. We do measure altitude angles with 90 degrees to your position for celestial navigation with respect to the infinitely claimed to be distant. That means it doesn't have a height of the celestial sphere. Meanwhile, the altitude angle is from a plane. That's the measurement of a flat Earth planar for an angle. I don't need this, by the way. Me admirably detailing how heliocentric this system is, with planar measurements equatorial in nature, does not make this mine, in case you suddenly decide that this is now my claim. No, it's me understanding how flat Earth is measured for your religion of your ball you believe in when you think you're in the middle of a ball, measuring a plane called the equatorial plane to the celestial sphere with its infinite distance that you obviously don't understand because you seem to be inferring that we can derive a height from an altitude angle. Now that makes you idiotic and ignorant of your own system, derived by Kepler, Copernicus and Huygens. You obviously don't understand this stuff if you think you can acquire the actual height off sea level, a flat Earth measurement, with this altitude angle. You're just ignorant of how this works, my friend. Hope that's clear.
I understand how it works perfectly clear. I also understand the fact that you can't Yet the height is exactly why the Earth is not measured flat. Now, when I talked about measuring the elevation angle, I'm not talking about doing it for celestial navigation. I'm just talking about verifying that flat Earth measurements to celestial bodies comport with reality, which they obviously don't because they don't obey geometry. It's that simple. All that other crap you threw in there just to throw everybody off really made no sense at all. We're just doing one thing to
When you're
verify
done,
reality.
G Plus won't interrupt me.
I'm done. That was it. That's all I'm doing. Don't need to throw all, and we don't have to talk about celestial navigation or any of that, or the celestial sphere.
He said he's done and he's carrying on talking. What he said is just waffle, is diagrammatically exampled above my head. That would be the center point from within a ball on the equatorial and extended celestial planes. Who's off mute? Refracted curvature, please can you mute? Inside a ball on the equatorial plane with an angle marked 40 degrees, labelled celestial equator, and a very clear designated centre of Earth. This is the angle this gentleman was just detailing. The angle comes from within, not on, a ball. The ball would be a glorified protractor that you'd be in to make this work heliocentric. And nobody's inside a ball, but we do absolutely unequivocally measure Earth flat for this 40 degree. The degree is from the baseline to the star you're measuring. Not for height. There's no height measurement ascribed to this. That's idiotic. You don't acquire the height of the star, you're trying to find your position on the ground. This is a mapping system. Finding your position on the ground. That's how it works. Nobody's using this to find height. I've already asked you, this will be the third time. Why are you doing this? Why would you want to measure an altitude angle? Is it that you think that you can acquire a height with it? That seems very stupid. Can you address how stupid it is to assume that you can acquire something that's ascribed in the system as being at an infinite distance? That's unascribable.
Oh, yeah, I understand exactly how stupid it is. That's why I'm talking about standing on the surface of Earth, measuring an angle, and verifying that you can create a right angle triangle that comports with reality. You can't because the Earth isn't flat. I don't know how many times I'm going to have to say that to you. It's not something I want to do about celestial navigation. I just want to measure the star, the angle. Do we create a right angle triangle? No, you don't, because the Earth isn't flat. It's that simple. I don't know why you don't get it.
That's not even that, but that's not even true. Like Nathan said, when you're measuring the altitude, stars, and things in degrees, it's not the same as, like, for example, when you do use a right angle triangle with planes and landing. Because you're saying that, like, it's the Earth. No, they use the Earth as flat then too.
Meanwhile, he's decried this system that's required to create a sphere with. The altitude angle is from the surface. It's not from a curved surface. It's not from the protractor you're measuring the angle with. That's what a globe Earth would be wrapped around you with degrees written on it. The angle is planar. We measure angles to stars from a plane. It's an altitude angle measurement. I don't know what an altitude angle is. That's a flat Earth measurement.
I understand we measure them from a plane. What is the plane?
There we go. So you understand that we measure these angles from a plane. So welcome to flat Earth.
Yeah,
that's
an
correct.
imaginary plane one that you can create with a level.
That's geometrically how we measure them. As we measure them, their angles from a plane, end quote you. So yes, for these angles, we measure Earth planar.
The plane is just a bubble level creates an imaginary plane, straight out, eye level. Has nothing to do with the shape of what you're standing on. It's the same plane that you would use if you're on a flat Earth, or if you're standing on a sphere, if you're standing on a octagon. It doesn't matter.
You're not standing on the surface of something curved to get a planar measurement with a GP at the end of it. The 90 degree is with respect to a ground.
We can verify that by applying geometry. See if we can figure out the.
Why are you chat skanking through me? You don't understand this stuff. You thought that you'd measure this angle.
Use a keyboard to chat skank. Use your terms correctly. But anyways,
You thought you could acquire the height with this measurement. That's not what it's for. It's for acquiring, end quote, ground positions. They're positions on the ground. You said GP. That was your quote. That's what you said. Now you're telling me that this planar measurement, now you understand how planar it is, has nothing to do with the ground. Now that's you being an idiot, because you've already asked me about it with respect to GP. That's ground positions, the whole purpose of measuring it. But you being a dimwit thought you were acquiring the star height? Well, what's height? Oh, it's how far it is from the ground that you're now denying, you complete dimwit. It's absolutely to do with the ground. That's what geometric means. And we're measuring Earth planar for this measurement of an angle with respect to the surface for the acquisition of GP, end quote, ground positions. As soon as we find out how flat we're measuring Earth for angles, that's you. Yes, we measured this angle planar. I understand that. But what? It's got nothing to do with the ground? Ground positions.
I don't know why you keep saying I need to know the height of the star. Hello?
You're a retard. Battery, get a freaking grip. You don't understand how flat Earth is measured until it's conceded that it's planar. Then it's not the ground.
Now you can't even let people talk. Now you just got to yell on over them.
Ground positions.
You don't even understand your basic triangle that you think you've created doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, it makes sense that it's for ground positions. You're now denying that it's anything to do with the ground, you stupid dumbass.
Jeez,
hello! You've denied that it has anything to do with the ground.
You've gone into mode of you got to scream every time somebody talks now because somebody makes a point that you don't understand your little magical right-hand triangles, and now you're going on.
GP, you say? And quote him. Yes, he did. He also denied
we've
that
reached the point of diminishing returns. We're done. That's enough.
What we
go ahead.
Go
back to your mantra. Go ahead.
The minute it's planar and conceded as such, suddenly it's nothing to do with the ground positions that he's also detailed.
Yeah, move on with your magical right-angle triangles that don't obey geometry, and just go ahead.
Dude, the measuring the world for this is a geo. That's ground. Geo means Earth. Metric, that means measurement. So when we measure from the ground altitude angles, altitude is directly tied to the geometry. It's altitude angle measurement. Hello, you stupid globe-believing cuck!
How many words do I have to say before you go ahead and just jump on me again?
Dickhead, you've told me this is nothing to do with the ground. Now I'm furious with you.
I told you that you are claiming a right-angle triangle that doesn't obey geometry. That's what I told you.
I'm going to shout at you and call you a retard.
Yeah, sure. I know you are, because that's how you roll. I get it. Good job.
You tell me that we're going to measure for ground positions, then you concede that it's planar, and then as soon as it's a planar measurement, it's got nothing to do with the ground. That makes you a double-speaking wanker.
Yeah, that's me doing the double speaking, not you, right?
Yeah.
That's funny.
Meaning ground position. At 90, end quote, you. Nothing to do with the ground, end quote, you. Yeah, that's double speak, you stupid dick.
I didn't say the GP has nothing to do with the ground. You just keep making things up. I mean, how many you make up enough BS and people forget what we're actually talking about? A simple geometric measurement is all we're talking about.
You were denying that it had anything to do with the ground. I listened to you. You double-speaking, lying, glurf clown shoes. Hello, double-speaking clown shoes.
Oh my God! Jeez, you done? What do you call it? Are you splurging? Is that your new word that you use for what you're doing to me right now?
About ground positions at 90. Yeah, those are geometric measurements of angles. I'm done talking to this double-speaking wanker.
Good, thank God. Jeez.
It's off. Double-speaking, lying, clown, glurf, clown shoes. Meanwhile, we measure Earth with angles from a flat plane. What flat plane? The one he detailed specifically and then denied it having anything to do with the ground he's asking about. It's got nothing to do with the ground.
How a level can create a flat plane, do you?
You don't understand what the word
oh my goodness, it's terrible.
altitude angle's what we're
Not very
measuring. It's been
bright.
on screen the entire time. Altitude means from surface. That's what altitude means. Same surface you're denying it having anything to do with. Why? Because you want to acquire the height. Oh, really?
Altitude from, you mean height above the surface? Is that what you're saying altitude is?
Stupid
Altitude
dumbass.
is height above the surface?
Is it just
Is that
me, or
what
has he
you-
said
is that what you just
conceded
said?
that he wouldn't take part anymore? I was praising Jesus for it, and now I can hear him talking through me. What a shock!
I was praising Jesus for you quitting talking, that's all.
Tree wanker, you're a double-speaking lying glurf, like all of you. The minute we measure Earth planar, end quote you, suddenly it's not the frickin' ground anymore. Meanwhile, to conclude, we do absolutely measure Earth planar for an altitude angle. That's what an altitude angle is. A measurement from the surface. That's what the word altitude means. You know what you got to do if you
create
find out
magical
that
right
you
angle
measure Earth
triangles that don't
angle?
obey geometry.
Lie.
Very nice.
You know who
Well
else
done.
used this exact same lie? McToon, who denied that an altitude, meaning from the surface, angle had, quote, anything to do with the surface, end quote. Yeah, when you find out how flat and planar we measure Earth, you glurf scum have to lie about it having anything to do with the ground, even though we're using it to navigate the frickin' ground with ground positions.
Maybe Buck could come in and contradict him too.
Yeah, maybe Buck can come in and tell us that this meets the surface at a point. So when you say it's got nothing to do with the ground, it's definitely meeting at the ground, like Buck Sodbuster humiliated Toon and demonstrated admirably what a massive liar he is also when he denies that altitude, that means from the ground, angles, that means one line that's straight along the base, have nothing to do with the ground when we measure for ground positions. Yeah, you gotta lie to glurf, and it infuriates me. That's why you get shouted at. It's just scum. You're double-speaking glurf scum.
No, we're steelmanning what a flat Earth elevation angle to Polaris would do.
Means from the ground you're denying, you stupid dick. What elevation means, you stupid retard?
I know what elevation means.
What's it mean?
It's an angle measured from an imaginary horizontal plane from my eye level to a celestial object in the sky.
Level,
and
then.
if you say it creates a right angle triangle like it would on a flat Earth, then you're wrong.
Eye level, parallel with surface
Can you steel man how they
can't
work
have
on a
eye level unless it's axiomatically tied to the surface level. That's what eye level means.
Show us you understand the subject.
How they use
Steelman and elevation angle from a globe and how it does match geometry.
You're a heliocentric believer when you're inside a ball. You think there's an eye level inside the globe?
You can't do that. No.
Wait, on screen now for my audience is how this works heliocentric. Inside a ball. That's what this altitude angle is described mathematically from within if you're heliocentric. My question, I'll repeat. Is there an eye level inside a ball? Second time I've asked.
I never claimed anything about being inside a ball. That's your claim, so you should answer that question, not me.
This is his model. His ball that is now appealing to a parallel eye level. There is no eye level in a ball for this altitude angle to work.
I'm not working off any representations that you have of what my model is, buddy. You have no idea what my model is. You don't even understand. You can't even steel man how it works from doing it from a sphere.
I've got 12 years of experience with your model that you think we're in.
Sad part. 12 years and you're still talking like
altitude being from surface. When you say eye level, that axiomatically requires a horizontal plane to be parallel with. My response when you use this flat Earth prerequisite is there eye level in a ball?
That's a goofy question that doesn't even dignify
the answer's no. The model fails the minute you need a parallel. That's eye level because you don't get it from the equatorial plane. There is no parallel eye level on an equatorial plane. Model fails. You don't have eye level inside this diagrammatical example. You say I don't understand. I absolutely understand your horseshit. Your heliocentric 500-year-old Roman Catholic-based maths. I absolutely understand it. Now, if you want this kind of ninja-level discipline when it comes to understanding the bullshit this man's appealing to, you can read my book called Measured Flat, where I detail explicitly how this works. This is shite that doesn't have an eye level. parallel with surface level. For a ground position, he's denied. Anybody else? No, it is schooling idiots about their ignorance about their own model that doesn't have an eye level inside a ball.
I think Refractor was
would
trying to
like
get
point
something.
out that
Ed.
I would like to point out that Bunk and Debunk did a video on the elevation to the star that he's talking about. That's exactly how I calculated the sphericity of my kitchen.
Yeah, you can convert the arc of the protractor wrapped around your position as though it's the arc of the surface that the protractor globe Earth wrapped around you at the equatorial plane is. If you suggest the arc of the protractor is the arc of the surface, then you can take any measurement of any angle to anything ever and suggest that the surface you've just measured the angle flat with curves in line with the protractor you measured the angle. Yeah, that's the trick of the globe Earth. Saying that the curve of the protractor for the degree is actually the surface you stood on. But if you use those conversional mathematics, you can curve your kitchen surface when you measure an angle to the light in it.
Were you able to figure out how high the ceiling in your kitchen was? Were you able to figure out how high on your ceiling in the kitchen was?
Wait, what does this have to do with Earth's surface again? Where's the eye level inside a ball? You appeal to eye level. I've got a diagrammatic.
It has to do with your magical right angle triangles that don't obey geometry. That's all.
Just when I humiliate you with your own crap that doesn't function correctly, you think that talking through me is going to get you a win. No, there's no eye level inside this diagram.
That's your job, buddy. That's your trick. Go ahead.
My trick to demonstrate with a diagrammatical example of an altitude angle with respect to the equatorial plane that does not have a, quote, you eye level. It's me what? Winning? Do I win a boat? Did I get a holiday for 2 in Ibiza? What did I win?
Oh, you won it all. You won, Nathan.
There's nothing to win. This is entirely moot. You do not have any arbitration over the nonsense global model derived from the Roman Catholic Church. You didn't measure the Earth flat for the altitude angles and place them inside a ball. You have absolutely no influence over this. You understanding how flat Earth is measured planar for altitude angles, plane that you quoted, the 90-degree GP that you quoted, you understanding how flat Earth is measured doesn't mean you lose either. There's nothing for you to lose. Earth was being measured flat by the Roman Catholic Church to create heliocentrism anyway. You understanding it doesn't change it. Don't win or lose anything here. Moot. We are inconsequential when it comes to Earth's flat measurements. Anybody else?
You lost that debate with him because
Shut up.
you
I don't want to talk
talked
to you.
over
You're
him.
a demonstrable
You
liar.
lost.
Why are you involved in this
You lost.
conversation,
You
liar?
forfeit. You
Don't
forfeit.
talk to me. You're a liar. I see you as
You
scum and I
lost.
don't want to interact with you. You're a
You
demonstrable
lost.
liar.
You're a loser.
Oh, wait.
You're a
Lie
loser.
to yourself. Lie to yourself about what you are. That's what you can do. Yeah? You think that because you can lie to yourself about what you are, you can lie to me about how we're inside a ball measuring, end quote, you? No, don't lie to me. I don't want to interact with you, you complete scum.
Steve Bauman beat you because you lost
Talk
because
to
you
me.
gave
You
up.
are a liar. Don't want to hear your voice.
You lost. You're a
You don't
loser.
get
You lose
privilege
every
of talking
debate.
to me when you're proven to be a liar. When you lie about
lose
saying you're
every
measuring
debate.
inside the globe, end quote, you, then you don't get to talk to me anymore when I prove you're a liar.
You lose every debate
I don't want
because
to
you're
talk to
bullied.
you, liar. That's what happens when you get proven a liar. Nobody wants to talk to you anymore.
Be quiet, bully boy. Be quiet, bully.
Oh, I'm running a live show. You are a nobody who lies to themselves on a daily basis. That's what you are. I'm not going to tolerate you lying to me. Go away and lie to yourself. Anybody else? I'm going to round out this live show and thank the Discord server, politics that it is, for having us. Any more for any more?
Oh, Steve Bauman hasn't changed. He did the same thing a year ago. So, yeah.
Just to round out, here's another different diagrammatical example of being inside a globe on an equatorial plane, with right ascension and declination being the description of azimuth and altitude. That's why it's got north, south, east, and west described planar, and altitude angle, that's right ascension, being described planar, with an angle from a plane to a star from a plane. That's how this works. In order for heliocentric motion, that's orbits, to function, you have to derive these angles from a plane. Now, when they say it's got nothing to do with the surface, what they really mean is it's got nothing to do with my belief in a global surface. Because the surface isn't where this functions if you're heliocentric. In a ball is something you can't derive anything from in reality. That's why when they say this has nothing to do with the surface, no, nothing to do with your globe, everything to do with the geometry of measuring angles from the surface. That's when we measure angles. We do it quite frequently to navigate the surface. The same surface when we navigate, they deny it having anything to do with. When they quote GP positions at 90 degrees to your position on a flat plane, they'll deny that it has anything to do with the surface because the surface is being measured flat. You can read all about it in my chapter called Earth Curve in my new book that's only been out for a weekend.
Hold on. Somebody's asking a question about your book, Nathan. It says in chat, I would like to buy magnetic and sticker labels linking the book with a QR code. Could I do that with an affiliate link?
Yes. When you join as an affiliate link with an affiliate link or to get an affiliate link, you can generate a QR code. So if you wanted to sell the book as an affiliate via a QR code, you can generate a QR code for the affiliate link to sell the book once you become an affiliate. Something I need to do really is get a QR code below the video so you can just scan it with a phone and then take you straight to the site so you can download a copy for $14.97, which I encourage you all do.
The question was from Cannabis, so you got your answer there.
Right, I think it's been a fairly pleasant visit. 77 people watching. Please share the show if you've not done so already. If you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering Streams, then stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow. Unfortunately, if you are watching this live, this is where we bid you farewell. So another massive thank you to all of you who liked, commented, shared, subscribed, joined as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, smashed the super chat, downloaded a copy of my book Measured Flat, became an affiliate, all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley and I will see you all in the next video.
Is my mic working?
Yes.
Yep, loud and clear.
Nice. It's actually a super cheap headset. So now that Big Bad Nathan's been in here, are you guys all tuckered out now? Or are you guys like, gotta do some editing?
Editing for what? We live stream everything as it is.
You guys don't make clips?
Yeah, some people take clips.
You're completely right about it, bro.
So I'm also gonna, the record, I'm gonna have to get Nathan's book. He wrote a book. I'm like, you loser. Now I'm gonna have to spend $14.99. That's horrible. How dare you make me do this? But that's alright. I think he's probably got some pretty good stuff in there. I wish it was like maybe a paperback or like a hardback, something solid, but an ebook. I'm like, damn it. I never bought an ebook. I don't buy stuff online. So like, I bought The Courtroom of Atheism by Johnny Haas, and it's an awesome book. And You Know What to Do by Arnie Gonzalez. Just other media dudes. But an ebook? Come on, bro. Let's start. I think we're gonna spend some money to print like at least 50 copies or something. Like, come on, ebook. I'd buy a hardcover or a paperback for sure, dude. I wouldn't even make him sign it. I'd just send it $15.99.
Man, if you turn off the camera, you will not robot. You know, you're roboting like hell.
How about that? Is that better? Or am I still
Yeah,
growing up?
yeah.
Okay, so I bought the boat, but it needs a lot more work than I thought. So I decided I'm just going to turn that one into a power trawler, skip the race around Antarctica or whatever for like the next 5 years, and then probably buy another little pocket yacht. I got this one for $1,000, so it was like I knew something was going to be wrong with it, but I was like, I'm just going to fill the hull with expanding foam anyway, right? So that's what I still plan on doing, but I'm not going to sail this one. I'm going to just put a motor on it. Probably run an electric motor if I can get a good decent one for under like $4,000, and then run a generator that runs on full load for 14 hours. That'd be sick. We'll get some flat earthing done, boys. Oh, hell yeah. So anybody worried about electric boat motors, you can build a cabin to submerge it in like mineral oils and stuff so it doesn't get salt water in it. or it's easily like noticeable and you can pump it out. So you gotta be knowing what you're doing, right? So if you're running an electric motor or a generator or whatever in unison, probably consider some cooling aspects here and consider the weather and salt water, how it acts on metals and stuff. Anyway,
There's no flares this year. Hello?
What's going on in here? Mage, are you bringing any magic? Yo, Mage. No magic tricks today, Mage.
Yeah, I mean, caustic so.
I just. Yo, Mage. You have an open mic. You have an open mic.
Let's do it. Let's see.
I guess it's like. Sleepwalking.
Debate we.
Debate you? About what? Magic?
This place is dead without Nathan.
Hey, shout out to Kembo Beats. Haven't seen you around in months. Welcome back, man. Good to see you. I did a cursory check through Buck Sodbuster's refutation of Nathan Oakley's book. He started circulating a PDF and I helped him post it. TLDR version is there's nothing in here that we haven't seen before. They're trying to double Uno reverse the burden of proof. They're leaning on consensus and mistaking maps for territory, which is to say model reification. And in the process, misrepresenting a lot of what happens out in the field too. So, yep, there you go. One of the re-emerging trends that I'm noticing is this over-reliance on abduction. And basically the popular argument lately has been, well, and you've heard this before, well, there's not just one particular piece of evidence that supports our globe. It's going to be a whole bunch of pieces of evidence that we have to put together. And so if you just examine each individual piece alone, it may not be enough, which is what you flirts are getting wrong. You have to take everything all at once and accept it all as one big gigantic ball of crap. You can't just pick it apart and look at the individual pieces and say, nope, nope, don't like this, don't like that. Which I find hilarious, right? Because if you have a chain of evidence and you've got breaks in the chain of custody of that evidence, then you don't have verifiable or reliable evidence presented. And that's exactly what we're critiquing here. Right? Because what I'm hearing with this is I'm hearing a variation of the special pleading bias or fallacy, right? It's in some cases they're going to be like, hey, just grant me this one special plea. If you grant me the radius of the Earth, then my entire cosmology makes sense as far as the distance to the moon, to the sun, different planets and their sizes and their masses and so on. Just grant me the radius and everything will work out. But in this case, it's like, okay, to prove the radius, just grant me the preponderance of people who believe this so much. And if you grant me the preponderance of evidence, then it will be true. Then you don't need to examine each individual piece of evidence alone. I just grant me the whole preponderance, the whole shebang together as one package, inseparable pieces. No, you cannot dissect it. Take it or leave it. Whole thing, baby and the bathwater together. It's like, no, I mean, on what ethical basis should I not examine and scrutinize individual pieces of evidence, especially evidence that is going to be linked, in which certain variables rely on the presence of other variables to exist. And if you can't determine that those variables are true or real, that those measurements hold up, then guess what? I mean, the whole thing comes down. So no, I'm not going to ignore the individual data points. I am going to scrutinize them. And no, I'm not going to grant you a special plea. We're not going to whistle past the graveyard on one point and grant that for the rest of your argument to make sense. We're going to hit on those pain points specifically. We're going to drive the screwdriver as hard as we can into these pain points, and we're going to keep twisting. I was looking again at one of their claims of reciprocal zenith angles proving the globe. Like in the case of Maine surveyor Jeff, who did an observation, two observations, only 1,250 feet apart. And he expects us to believe that the tilt of his theodolite over 1,250 feet, that the change in tilt of his theodolite was accurate enough to measure Earth curvature.
Yeah, I find that very doubtful.
Right, yeah, we're talking arc seconds, even sub-arc seconds of precision required to make that determination. Because let's say,
milliradians.
yeah, so suddenly if you're off by 1 milliradian, is it no longer a globe? So that's why we keep asking for the error margin here, right? I mean, if you determine it's a globe due to a downward tilt, you know, let's accept that for the sake of discussion. And then the follow-on question is, okay, well, how much if we bent the theodolite up by 1 arcsecond of degree? Over that distance, is that going to inflate the globe by like a factor of 2? I mean, over these distances, the answer is yes. That's kind of the problem we're working with, is if you're claiming arc second precision over such short distances, then what are the effects if you are off by an arc second? I mean, your globe mass is probably going to start inflating and deflating by orders of magnitude eventually.
And I bet they never heard about the Tamarack mine experiment where they hung some
Oh,
4,200 foot long plumb lines. And the plumb lines were also about 4,200 feet apart, and they diverged.
Yeah. So compare that with these claims of reciprocal zeniths, right? The claim here is that observation point A and observation point B separated by 1,250 feet. In this particular case, I was looking at my main surveyor. That this is subtending an angle to the center of a globe, which means observer A's plumb line extends down 3959 miles and meets observer B's plumb line. Like, oh my gosh, how accurate. And you're able to determine this with a theodolite, tearing it down, building it up at the second location and getting like arc second degree precision. Yeah, right, dude. You're telling me that your theodolite is going to be able to be plumbed to level over a distance of 3,959 miles. You're telling me you have that level of accuracy, and that you can determine positively that the Earth is in fact a globe of that radius using this. BS. Show me your error level.
Yeah. Like I said, the Tamarack mine experiment shows they couldn't even get accurate readings for 4,200 feet.
Yeah.
And they can get accurate readings for almost 4,000 miles.
Bonkers, right? You know, these globers have such a technological hubris, the belief that we're more advanced with our technology and methods and process than we actually are in the real world. It just tells me that the people making these claims and coming here and talking to us about this stuff don't actually deal with these problems in any form or fashion, not even close to it or related to it in their personal or professional lives. That they're a LARPer. Coming in here, they're just making stuff up.
Well, they read flatearth.ws website and they had it on there, that garbage, and they just absorbed that garbage. That's proof enough for them.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, dude, I was listening to this global called Pendulum last week, and he went through his entire explanation with that interruption that rarely happened. But he basically went through Foucault's pendulum and is like, we know that there are other possibilities that could affect the pendulum to, verify the latitude we're on. But we feel like this is the best explanation for why it does that. And so we think it's good evidence and therefore proof. That was the line of reasoning.
Yeah, like the guy yesterday I was talking to was trying to tell me what was and wasn't reasonable. Him being the arbiter of what is and isn't, and therefore determining what is true and not. Oh, Mage is asleep. Maybe we should mute him.
Yeah, you put him to sleep, Yoder.
All right, well, this Discord update with the square chunky buttons is not working out for me, so I can't put him on mute.
Hey, Yoder, I just want to say Peter did challenge me to make a potato float using electromagnetic energy. So I'm going to be working on that this weekend. Andrew, if you do get a minute, I'd like to ask a question again.
Hello. Hello. I can't even pretend to like. I can't even pretend to believe you people are like remotely respect you. See, I just joined and I started laughing because of how stupid you are.
Gonna be nice.
Okay, why did you ask about astral projection?
Oh, because I asked the guy a little while ago, 10 minutes ago,
Okay, I've
if
had
anybody
very
knew.
limited.
No, well, no, hold on, let me finish. I asked him if anybody knew what the boundaries of reality are, and then he went into some people did some ayahuasca studies
Oh
or
Lord.
something.
Yeah, I've done dimethyltryptamine and LSD and mushrooms, and dimethyltryptamine is definitely the most profound. But back to astral projection. Do you believe in stuff like that, or?
That you can do it? Yeah, certainly.
Back down into it, and I just laid there freaked out.
Yeah, have you ever
This,
tried
boys and
falling
girls, is
through the
why you
floor?
shouldn't do drugs.
Well, no, I wasn't doing this when I was on drugs. You can't do stuff like that when you're on drugs. You don't do stuff like that. Like you can't achieve things like that without being sober anyway.
When you did these events, did you find afterwards the next day that you were absolutely cooked and you'd run out of energy?
No, I didn't feel any different.
Interesting. But other people say that when they've done that next day that they are spent, like as if just flat batteries type worn out.
Well, the experience was so short and I snapped back into my body so fast that I don't think I expended any energy at all.
There you go.
Yeah. Things are never as it seems, I suppose.
No, I think they're exactly as they seem. People
Yeah.
are just. I think the things like the metaphysical parts of reality, I think they're pretty obvious, and people ignore them and try to pretend they don't exist because you can't put them in a jar or put them in a test tube or weigh them on a scale. So, but everybody sees it every day. They experience it their entire lives. I think it's pretty obvious. Everybody's had, I'm not gonna get into like the weird coincidences that people have, and I mean, you literally you have to actively ignore it to not see it, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. Yeah, astral
But that's just
projection isn't.
but that's a part of being alive. You know what I mean? That's just one part because we also are physical, and it's
Yeah.
the rub, right? The friction between those two things, which give life its its zest or whatever. I don't know how else to call it. Shit would be fucking boring if it was all physical, and it would be just as boring if we were just disembodied spirits.
Yeah, I like the idea of not being limited to my body. Like, I like to think that, for sure that, we're limited by our senses to an extent. Like, that's what causes our sufferings too. And then because we're so attached to what's going on in this body, the physical reality, and we have such a ego and all of these things that make us think things are impossible too. And then, uh,
Well,
yeah,
I
I'll
mean, you
stop
shouldn't
there.
neglect your body because there's a lot to be said with
Well, no, you shouldn't neglect
honing and
it.
training your body to do some particular thing just like extremely well. I mean,
Yeah.
like a sport, painting, art, all that stuff takes a supreme connection with your body. And like, I don't think I'm kind of like more holistic about the whole thing. I'm not like, well, it's this and not that. A lot of people are like, it's mystical or it's all physical, and no, it's all of it. And you can sit there and the thing is to harness all of it together. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah, that makes sense.
mind, body, and soul, right?
Exactly. Like I feel like people don't focus on all three all the time. You know, they're just like body, 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 or soul, 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 and not mixing it all together. So you would say that you believe in like the metaphysical. It's just a part of reality, that we've just given it the label of metaphysical as if it's some separate thing from the experience, but it's not, right?
Yeah, I mean, not everything can exist. It's easy to prove that not everything can exist in an empirical way that you could stick in a test tube, like human
Yeah.
rights. Everybody believes in human rights. Where do they exist? Can I weigh them can I weigh them? So we have these concepts and ideas, and they certainly exist. The laws of logic exist, certainly. The law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, the law of excluded middle. These logic exists. Where does that exist? Where does mathematics exist? I mean, these are like, these questions have been asked for 1,000 years. But they exist. But the people that are materialist atheists are like, all there is material matter, and that's it, and the laws of physics and energy, and that's all there is. There's nothing else. I don't think they actually believe that. I think they're just like rejecting. They're just afraid of things they can't understand or explain in that way, right? In the mechanistic, physical physics way. This happened because of this. Here's the equations and blah, blah, blah. I mean, what's the equation for serendipity? What's the equation for coincidence? What's the equation for all these human events that we have names for that happen to human beings all the time? There's no equations for them. There's no formulas. There's no laws of physics. There's none of those things, but they certainly happen.
Would you say that could be part of like the consciousness, maybe?
I'm
Have
sure
you?
an atheist would say, "Well, that didn't really happen that way. You just thought it."
Yeah.
I don't know. They try to come up with all sorts of things. You're
Well,
just
most
giving
people are
meaning
dumb.
to something that actually has no meaning. Yeah,
Yeah.
they'll say things like that. Like, okay, go with that. I mean, you can believe what you want, dude. Go with it's something that, doesn't have any meaning. I mean, if atheists really believed what they say they believe, there'd be no atheists because they'd, eat a shotgun, for lack of a better word. Why carry on if you're an atheist? There's no point.
Exactly. They're so cold and like nothing means nothing. Or damn it, I said that wrong. Like
Nothing. Yeah, but and can never mean anything, right? And like their
yeah.
atoms, they think their atoms and molecules are gonna freaking, when the sun blows up in 4.5 billion years, all traces of them are gonna be gone, right? So it'll be like they never existed. So whatever sequence of events that we experience, they're just the mechanistic processes. Even me right now talking about this, according to an atheist, these are just the preordained deterministic chemical reactions determined at the Big Bang.
Yeah.
They
That's
don't
what I
like
would say
that
too.
because
Oh,
then
I
it
agree
makes
with you there. I've never heard of it said that way, but I totally agree with you. Like we're just a result of like the expanding universe, and like it's not some well. But then some people will also argue, well, it's a miracle too. Like
yeah,
that
it's gonna be
that
one
we
free
even
miracle.
exist. Yeah.
I mean, and
What
that's
would
what
you
we
say?
battle in here.
We're not
I mean,
even. Huh?
that's what we battle in here. Basically the materialist atheists. I mean, of course, some people are Christian or Muslim or whatever and battle us, but it's really but they've adopted the materialist worldview where like there is no spiritual world, there is no metaphysical world, that everything is just like I said, like the mechanistic laws of physics, and that everything must like fit within um
A framework of
this is it's like
explainability.
so like
Explainability.
so when someone says, do you have any evidence for God? Well, you ask them, Well, what do you accept as evidence? And they'll instantly say, well, I need a photograph, or I need God to come over here and like write something down, or I mean, they need empirical evidence. That's what they actually want. They want something they can stick in a jar or a test tube, or they want to be able to videotape God or have God write something down, and they want to witness it, or you know what I mean. That's the only thing they're going to accept as evidence. So now that you know that they're only going to accept this empirical, this little box of evidence, these are the only things they're going to accept. You just excluded pretty much everything else, even though those things exist. Like I just said, like the laws of logic, they certainly exist, right? But you can't even prove that the laws of logic exist. The only reason we know the laws of logic exist is because to argue against them, you have to use logic. To argue the laws of logic don't exist, you have to use logic to make the argument in the first place. So it's like a performative. You're proving it by doing it, But I mean, that's not in a test tube. It's not in, Yeah, it's a messed up position for atheists to be in, but they'll just not on it to death.
Why do they feel so empowered to try to get out in the world and want to debate just for the sake of debate? Like, that's what annoys me, really. It's like if you really believe this, why are you fighting for it so hard when it's nothing to fight?
Yeah, why are you fighting for anything?
Yeah.
Like I
So they
said,
believe in atheism.
You should be finding a cliff to jump off of. Just doesn't even matter. Why suffer?
Yeah, because they're always going to be bitching and complaining anyway. Excuse my language.
Yeah, you got that right.
How many genocides are connected to atheism now?
Yeah, but what if somebody argued to you how many people died because of religion?
It's not that many. That's a blown
Really?
up number.
Yeah.
Compared to secular reasons, just think about all the abortions.
Yeah.
Just that alone is more people than died in any war. What is it? I think it's the number for abortions is something like 75 billion.
Oh God! Don't tell me that. That's kind of scary.
I have to look up the number. It's large.
That's a shame.
Well, think about it this way too. Like in the Bible tells you, don't take the Lord's name in vain. Don't do something in God's name that's actually evil. So a lot of times they'll say, "Oh, look at these wars that were started." Yeah, people taking the Lord's name in vain. They do this horrible thing in the name of somebody who would disagree. People say, "Oh, what does that mean?" Oh, it means just don't say, like, "Oh my God" or whatever. No, that's not what that's about. The about is people doing things wrong, but think they're doing it right because they're doing it in the name of.
Oh, I get it.
So it's not on, Christianity when somebody says they're doing something because of Christianity. That's on them. They're just dropping excuses for why they're doing something wicked.
Oh.
The current annual number is 73 million, but there's no way to say for certain how many. I'm talking about worldwide.
We'll do another arbitrary number of years and then see what that comes out to, because that's still a hella high number. Let's say go back to when abortion started becoming more accessible for people and start from like a year when,
Well, in the U.S., it's 63 million since 1973.
So that's how many years?
Yeah, just in the U.S., but that's just the U.S. Abortion was legal in the Soviet Union for a long time, and it's speculated that was hundreds of millions of people.
Wow.
Yeah, man.
And when
did
birth control become a thing?
Condoms were invented during the Civil War.
Well, yeah. Good point.
They weren't great. They're better than burning your dick.
I think there was an early version the French invented out of sheep intestines.
Oh god. Oh, they still got them as lamb skins.
I reckon it's better.
Yeah, for people who are allergic to latex, right?
And for people who want to actually feel what they're doing.
Ooh, I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah, it transfers body heat, so it feels more realistic.
What's it called again? Because
I think that's where the term Frenchie come from, right? Frenchies?
It doesn't. Yeah, probably. They don't. They only prevent pregnancy. They don't prevent venereal disease.
Okay.
Or no, is that the other way around? I can't remember. I haven't used that shit in a long time.
I don't know where you thought of all that stuff, but you're pretty smart, dude.
Yeah, they don't work against STIs. Yeah. Well, I mean, we got to keep our, we got to stay sharp in here, man. Like, cause we could go over Earthers. Like, it's been years. And they're always trying to come up with something new to trip us up. But we're ready for them. So we're way ahead of them.
Right. Chewing on this pizza real quick. Hold up.
Chow down.
A lot of us are just like life experienced and just have read and watched a lot of TV and stuff too. Like, you just pick up odd bits of trivia here and there, right? It's like you'd never think you'd want to talk about it again, but then it comes up in the future, right?
Yeah.
See, the fundamental premise of Flat Earth is so simple. We were just talking about it. What you see is what you get. It looks flat because it is flat. If you think that's wrong and you think that it looks flat because it's a ball, okay. First of all, that's crazy. Second of all, prove it. But we're Flat Earth is really in the superior position, just because we have what's called qualia of experience. We can go out and we can observe the Earth as being flat. They can't go out and observe the Earth as a ball. The only way they can observe the Earth as a ball is if they go to their couch or their computer desk and watch a screen. It's true. It's true. And Matrix was talking about that just a minute. He said they've been putting it to them, and it's tripping them up. It's tripping the going or a TV or their phone. Where have they ever seen the Earth as a ball? And it just lays them out.
A lot of them don't even care about the Earth being, flat or a globe. What they really care about is somehow something else in their worldview. This sort of like cosmic atheist nihilism. That is what they're really defending. They just need the Earth to be a ball for that. Because without that, they have a hard time maintaining this sort of cosmic nihilistic worldview that I suck, that Bill Nye I suck speech. That's how they view themselves.
For their religion.
Oh yeah, even better. That this religious worldview that it's just everything's just chaos, just utter inconsequential chaos. And I'm like, well, sure, if that's true, why are you in here every day arguing with flat earthers? If it doesn't matter, if it's just utter chaos, and you don't care, and everything's just completely random, why are you here at all then? Why do you care so much? And you see that they don't really care. They care in. They're upset that somebody disagrees with them. That's what they're
care in.
Yeah.
They care. Jesus.
That's so true. Yeah. Yeah, that's got to go on a T-shirt, man.
Oh shoot. I was gonna post the.
But Crit, what you said, I've always thought about, like, when I think about like most of the the people that really triggered Glovers that really hate us, that but they really don't know their own model, and right, the ones that are obviously they're atheists, right? I think but the thing I think they're fighting against is the outer space thing. I think outer space to them is analogous to going to heaven, in that they've invested a lot into this atheism on the promise that there is a atheist heaven in space, right? Go up there with Elon Musk where everything's going to be perfect and jolly, right? We're going to go to Mars. We're going to go to another planet. That's it's analogous to going to heaven.
Yeah, like everything gets solved. Like all the whole world's problems just vanish as soon as you get to outer space.
Exactly.
Hey, maybe that's true. Maybe they'd say like in some sort of Star Trek idea that once you leave Earth, you leave government and religion behind. But what they don't understand is like it's more likely going to be like Warhammer 40K, where you get some fundamental, bizarre religious, cult of humanity. The God Emperor and whatnot. Like that's really what's going to happen. When they think like aliens show up, all of a sudden humanity's going to be like, oh, look at there's aliens. That must be there's no God. What's really going to happen is all the religious leaders are going to be like, let's convert some aliens.
I think that when you've rejected any deity, God, and the promise of the afterlife has to happen here, has to happen like in physical reality. Your reward, or why go on? And their reward is gonna go to space. It's gonna be so beautiful. I mean, you ever seen like the ISS stream on YouTube? In the comments,
Oh yeah, the comments. I think a lot of those are
beautiful,
bots.
amazing. Oh, it's just I wish I could see. You know what I mean? Just
Yeah.
the fawning. It's. Oh my god, I'm gagging in my mouth just thinking about it. It's
I
disgusting.
think a lot of that's bots though, because it's like the same comment over and over again. It's like are these really not like honest reactions, or is this like just some sort of like looped like bot that just repeats different comments?
I know. I mean, it's the internet. There'll be trolls and they go like, "Look at
Has to
that."
be.
I'd never go there.
Yeah, it'd be some sort of comment that would be. Yeah, it's like, especially too, because when it's like a black screen, sometimes you see like a completely black screen, and it'll be like, someday I'm gonna be there and see that. Dude, they're showing like the camera's like facing into the void or something. Like your 24-hour live stream is showing a completely black screen. What are you talking about? Yeah, they got this like I used to joke around too. This romantic idea that they're gonna meet. A lot of them are just like sort of upper middle class white guys, but the sort of failure to launch. They don't really have any prospects for like a wife and children. They work some like menial middle management position, mostly from nepotism. But they fancy themselves as some kind of like an amazing thinker. Like they should be like running NASA or something like that. Like in their mind, they think this. So their next step is they're gonna find green alien chick. That's what they're really thinking. That idea like a Earth Girls Must Be Easy movie. And they're gonna be like the most like this alien chick is just gonna show all these other Earth girls just how stupid they were for not fawning over this like amazing specimen of humanity. So you tell them, oh, dude, there's no space, there's no orbit, there's no aliens, and then they freak out because that's the last thing that's keeping them from what you said earlier. What even a shotgun. Like that dude, I can't remember his name. It's like one of those streamers, and he would just get on this like video game. I just saw clips of it on these weird rants about how cool space is. And people are like, just shut up and play your game, dude. Like stream your game. Like let me laugh at monkey make noise while playing video game with purple hair or whatever. because like in his mind he's thinking he's the last starfighter. You know, if you remember the movie, like all these video games are just training simulators. I think to make fun of eggshells because eggshells will come in here and scream like Kerbal Space Program. Yeah, I tell him that there's a secret level that if you crack that, NASA calls you up and brings you there. Like, you know, a black helicopter just lands in your front yawn and say, "We need you."
did they buy it or what?
No, he kept saying like that's silly. Like, why do you keep saying that? And I'm like, do you know? Do you know for sure? Like, what if they did that? What if the whole shtick was? Because you just say that this program was developed by NASA engineers, this Kerbal Space Program, and they use it for training and stuff like that. I'm like, yeah. What if they're looking for that next the janitor movie, Good Will Hunting? He's a janitor who would just solve math problems on the chalkboard each night. They're looking for that really autistically retarded kid who can play video games but lacks any social skills to like navigate a college environment or how to even apply for student aid, how to register for classes. He can wipe the floor with that towel and like, you know, clean the floor, but like try to have him do like just interact with normal humanity. He can't. So what they did was how do we find and recruit these people? Let's put secret levels in video games.
Yeah, that kind of reminds me of Mercury Rising as well.
Oh yeah, that's another good example.
I was just thinking about that, man.
Yeah.
They did it in the public school system, though, man. It was called the AIM Gateway Program. You guys ever hear of it?
No, there's another one that NASA has too, but it's not called AIM. It's called I can't remember, like a 4F4 or something like that, or
4F? I thought that was like an agricultural.
oh no, let me find it with Google real quick.
Gateway Program. AIM. It was for gifted.
Oh, N3. It's called N3. A 5-year program that ended just recently is a focus on getting people who are neurodivergent scholarships that would be that would filter them into NASA.
And why would they do that?
Well, I mean, that's what they think, that somehow that they're the crack the code. Like, you know, how did all these amazing rocket scientists from the 50s and 60s do it? Well, they must have been all autistic or something.
I thought it was a bunch of black women.
Oh, that were given, that their work was stolen. That documentary on Netflix, like this group of black women.
Didn't they make like a regular movie about it?
Yeah, I
a
think
bunch
so.
of black women did actually did all the calculations or something.
Yeah. Yeah, and then like the bathroom was like only like white males or something. So she had like walk like 3 miles to go use the bathroom, where it was like, because that was during the era of Jim Crow.
Yeah. Anyone that believes that story that someone walked 3 miles to go to the bathroom, that's bull. No one would do that.
Right, not when there's a tree or some bushes over there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm a lady. I mean, this is back then, dude. Not even everybody had indoor plumbing. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, this is a deep south. Like, all this NASA shit happened in the deep, deep south. Dirty south. And they're talking about like, oh, look at these amazing people. what the fuck are you talking about? Right? Like,
Yeah, there's a lot of space stuff in the South. You got the Huntsville place, you got the Cape Canaveral, you got Houston, Texas.
it's like, is there some way of getting rid of that sort of ego-driven crap? That crap where they think like somehow we are part of the space program. They'll tell you we went to the moon or we done all these things. If you could get them out of that mindset.
Well, I already asked them when they say that. I go, who is we? Like, you're not one of those guys. They don't even know you. They probably wouldn't even talk to you.
Guess what? Like, it's funny too. Like, they have a network. Like, call them up. Be like when they stopped refilling the rocket yesterday. Well, yeah, 2 days ago, whatever. And they're like, oh yeah, Gunslinger was in here. I'm like, give him a call. You'll look over the data, look over the stuff, and figure it out. Give him a call. Tell him you know how. You really want Artemis 2 to happen. Tell them how to fix their fueling system.
I have a question though. For the people who are actually hosting this debate, aren't you guys afraid that you might be targeted or hacked or something bad might happen to you
No,
for trying to reveal the truth?
no.
No, that's like the people who are afraid of that. They're the ones who have the ability to challenge power. Voltaire said it best. It's very dangerous to be right when the systems of power and control are wrong. They've already done the controlled demolition of flat Earth. They think they've won. In their hubris has given us a blind spot. They're not looking this way right now. They're looking at other minority groups. So for right now, we're pretty safe. And really, they're more worried about maintaining their own illusion, like this Artemis program and the billions of dollars and decade of overruns. They're trying to keep the house of cards up. So they're not really that worried about this minority group who thinks the earth is flat.
They've been wildly successful in doing that too. I feel like this is kind of pointless.
Why would you feel that way?
But you see, most of the people are just so bugged. I mean, I'm talking about the people around me in real life, the people I meet. They're just so, they have their eyes open, but everything else is closed. They don't question, they never think. It's like I'm living among zombies.
You gotta call it the fluoride stare. They're more concerned about
They're
when
like goldfish.
Like, when's the next episode of the Kardashians on? That's reality TV.
You know, I see my dad, I see my mom on Facebook. They have memory like a goldfish. Alzheimer's, I feel like it's induced. And the fucking hospitals, man.
You gotta try to watch the
Fucking
language.
hospitals.
Yeah, homie,
I'm kind of emotional.
yeah, I know. It's not that big of a deal. I'm not going to mute you or kick you out or anything. I humbly request that you watch the language. That's it. But you can swear if you want to.
Sure.
If you're going to do it anyway, then do it. But if you would, thank you.
No, it's just my father was in the hospital and we were charged like a lot of money. That was, yeah, that financially crippled us. and to find out that it was all for nothing, that makes you swear. I mean, people don't even question like COVID-19. That's like that's ridiculous.
Is there any moderator
5
in this room?
years imprisonment, people putting like foreign substances in your body.
Yeah, brother, we're not going to talk about that particular topic. It's kind of off limits. So we try to keep it on the flat earth. I appreciate it.
Because what's
I
going
don't you
on
think
here?
it's related?
Yeah, I'll tell you how it's related. Because we were promised a bill of sale. They said, "Here we go. We do this. We go to the moon. It's going to be a giant leap forward for all mankind. It's going to be a new renaissance." Brian Cox wanted to reframe the calendar, kind of like you had before Christ and after Christ, before Apollo and after Apollo. That this was going to be a fundamental paradigm shift, a coming together of the whole world. But it wasn't. It was all about money, weapons, geopolitical positioning, and nothing changed at all. Still to this day, some 60 years later, ain't shit changed around here. So the space age abruptly dies in 1972. The information age replaces the space age, which is marked by disinformation. Government-controlled disinformation. Meanwhile, they tell you they can go back to the moon again, but this time get it right. And there's going to be a joint endeavor. Some 80-something countries have signed the Artemis Accords. But you know what's going to happen? Nothing. No change, no effect. No one's going to even care about it. Things will just keep moving. The committee who meets every year, nuclear scientists, they meet every year, and they talk about this doomsday clock, how close humanity is to extinction level, man-caused extinction level event. They moved it up a couple more seconds to midnight. The year they were supposed to go around the moon again. So it just kind of tells you, like, hey, why? What can you do with it now? Can you be pissed? Can you talk about how these systems of power and control screw you over, screw families over, drive you deeper into debt? Well, you can, but what you could do is find like-minded people, discuss a topic you enjoy, in the meanwhile, document the downfall. So I frame it this way. Find some things you enjoy doing with some people you can tolerate, and when you're not doing that, you can document the downfall. Try to enjoy life as best you got. That's how you win. You win by living a life well lived, despite everything they're doing to you, despite all these systems constantly with the boot on your neck, telling you 2 plus 2 is 5 because they said so. Persist and survive.
So is your suggestion also the same for people out of
Or you could do
USA?
like what your family does. They put a bag over their head and they just cope. They doom scroll through social media.
Yes, sir, I agree with you. Hello there, is anyone? Can you
Yep.
speak? Or,
Yeah, go ahead.
yes, actually, I am new here and I don't know how to use this app. And but I like your words when you was talking about social media, about the systems, about this impact on our life. Can you continue and tell me more?
Yeah, what else do you want to know?
Okay,
Mm.
I'm actually here.
It's just, I don't know if you missed the first part. The guy asked me, why does it matter? Why does this conversation matter at all?
Oh,
So that's why it matters. You rage against the dying of the light. You'll just like turn over and just, go tits up.
So, bro, I agree with what you say,
Or belly up. How about that? Don't go belly up.
but I
Hey,
still want to know.
is that the same security that I spoke to a few days ago, and your husband came on, and then you just
oh my
disappeared when
God.
we asked him about the curvature?
That was a while ago. That was like 2 weeks ago.
About 2 weeks ago. Wow, time flies. Because remember, your husband was like, "No, that's not the curve," and then we showed him the formulas, and then you just disappeared. What happened? Was he mad at the curvature?
Honestly, I don't really remember. I kind of feel bad because I misled you guys, but um, I was
Oh, you
trying to
can't
really
mislead us. We're flat
I was,
earthers.
huh?
You can't mislead us. We're flat earthers. We've overcome the
Oh,
misleading. Don't worry about that.
oh, duh, you know the truth.
We know the truth. So what were you back for? You got questions, comments?
Um,
You still falling for the globe?
I'm still falling for the. Damn it! I almost said Globers. I'm falling for the flat earthers. You know.
Hello?
All right.
What? What?
Okay.
Honestly,
What?
though, I was supposed to prepare a question. Now I just sound stupid.
Yeah, you got to come with something to the chat.
Hi.
Honestly, I feel like I just get up here to flirt with the dudes sometimes. I'm pretty naughty, but
How does your
I
husband
do.
feel about that? Must be raging.
Well, it's okay. It's okay to him because I'm never gonna meet his theory. I'm never gonna meet anybody on the internet. So, and that's true. I wouldn't do that. I'm
All
not
right, safe. Safe.
a bad person or anything. Like I wouldn't really like do anything.
All right. Well, that's fine. So you don't have anything about the Earth you want to talk about?
Yeah. What would you say is the most surprising thing that well, actually, I do have a different question. How long ago did you realize that the Earth was flat?
Um, what 7, 8 years ago or something now? I don't know. Lose track.
What
Time's flying, you know.
what turned you on to it? Like
I saw someone saying that the curvature of the Earth has never been measured, and that people are doing long distance observations and finding that they're seeing further than the globe would allow. And I thought,
okay.
that's interesting. I've never thought about that. And then I bought a high powered camera and started testing it myself and found out, oh, yeah, there's no curve. Interesting.
But did you ever think that
Also,
maybe it's because we can't see that far, like through our eyes? Is that, or do you?
Nah,
That's
because
what I'm
with like
thinking.
cameras and binoculars and stuff, you can see further than the globe says you should be able to see because of the curvature. There's no curve. Like where the globe says, oh, you'll only be able to see X amount of miles because the curvature, we see further than that. We see flat surface way beyond that point.
I have a good one. So every photo that is on the internet of the Earth is just VFX because
Yeah, I
it's
mean,
not
obviously,
overlaid steroid.
all the globe cartoons are just cartoons. NASA's faking all that shit. So, yeah, that's obvious.
What do they have to gain? What is the gain to fool the masses?
Control,
Everything.
power, money.
Well, if they really believed that it was flat like you guys, do you think that that would resolve any like other cultural issues?
I don't know. It would just stop people being such gullible statist cucks, hopefully.
Well,
Well, what about the science fiction? That's a huge market.
Yeah, people would start
Space
living in
stuff.
reality again because at the moment people are just living in a complete fantasy land given to them by the US government essentially.
have you
So of
heard of
course
Mount
people are
Near?
out to lunch. What's that?
Have you heard of Mount Meru?
Yes.
Okay. So you know about the lokas and that part of the Hindu whatever is pretty interesting. How
Yeah,
there's
yeah.
like layers of
Well, loads of cultures, I mean, you look into it, all the cultures in the past were flat earthers. They all had slightly different ideas about how it was laid out. In Hindu cosmology, you've got Mount Meru. In Norse cosmology, you've got Yggdrasil, the world tree. They all had something at the center, like something
yeah,
either a mountain or a tree. So yeah, I mean, it's interesting. All these different cultures and societies had basically the same understanding that we're in a flat, motionless, contained system, and there's something at the center of it. I mean, that's interesting because a lot of these groups had no contact with each other, but yet they all kind of had a similar idea about what the world was. But
exactly.
how you figure all that out and know whether it's true or not, I mean, you can't really because conveniently we're restricted from traveling to those kind of places on Earth.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's interesting looking at what old cultures said about the Earth. Probably more truth to that than what we're getting nowadays.
Well, yeah, I remember being in school and they showed us what they claimed to have been the old map, what ancient people viewed the Earth, and it was like the flat Earth. Like that's
Yeah, they were all flat earthers. I mean, this is like the history that school's not teaching us. They basically they
try
act
to
like
show.
everyone knew it was a globe because some Greek guy
Yeah.
2,000 years ago said so. But no, everyone, even the Greeks, knew it was flat.
So
But again,
so
the question
history was
comes.
written to in a way to suit uh, a
Yeah,
narrative.
all our history, the modern history that we've got now is totally globed up.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
So would you say that you only believe what your eyes can see? Is that another reason you believe that the
Well, no,
Earth is
belief
flat?
belief is a different thing. You got
Oh,
belief and you got knowledge. So if you're talking about knowledge, then yeah, that's what we can experience and test, observe, measure, detect. That's knowledge. Belief is a different thing. No, that's not necessarily what you can test and observe, but I would say you should try and arrive at it at least through logical reasoning.
yeah.
So no, I don't only have thoughts about things that I can see and experience, but if I'm going to make a claim to knowledge, then yeah, that should be something that you can experience and prove to yourself for sure. And if you can't,
Yeah.
you need to just be happy to say I don't know, which too many people
Is
are not happy to say.
yeah, like I don't know what happens after death, you know?
Yeah, that's the great adventure, the great mystery, isn't it? This world is full of mysteries, but nowadays they try. That's another way they've dumbed people down is by making people think that they do have knowledge that they don't have. Like, oh, I know how far away the sun is. I know what the sun is made of. No, you don't. You don't know shit.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Yeah, very true.
So you believe in science to a point, not all science, but certain things that
Well,
uh
science isn't really a matter of belief. Again, they don't teach science well at school. So many people we speak to don't know what science is. Science is a method which
yeah,
involves observing a natural phenomena and then creating an experiment to try and test what causes that phenomena. It's not
yeah,
about
so
belief. It's testable. That's science. If it's not testable and conductible in an experiment in reality, it's just not science. So I don't believe in science. I appreciate science and I like science. Belief is a different thing. But what they're giving us about the globe, that's all pseudoscience. That's not science.
I don't know how to beat that. Like I don't
You don't need to beat it. Why trying to beat it? Join it.
Accept it.
but the truth is I'm not knowledgeable enough in science or anything to make a really
Yeah,
informed.
like none of us were. You have to teach yourself. I mean, this is another thing that comes out of this, recognizing that we've all been given a shit education. It's not even an education, it's an indoctrination. And if you want to know, you need to teach yourself. You need to do the work.
Yeah.
I'll send you some resources in 2 secs.
Okay.
We've got this one. GG.
That guy got muted.
Right, join that server, and we've got a bunch of resources there.
Oh, the Flat Earth server?
Yep.
Yeah, I think
You
I'm in
seen
that
the
one.
resource? You seen the resource section there? So when you're in it, right, go on to the server. Tell me when you're on it.
Oh, it's in the chat. Oh,
I just sent it to you.
stop it, Molly.
What is the total area of the flat Earth?
I have a question though. For the people who are actually hosting this debate, aren't you guys afraid that you might be targeted or hacked or something bad might happen to you
No,
for trying to reveal the truth?
no.
No, that's like the people who are afraid of that. They're the ones who have the ability to challenge power. Voltaire said it best: "It's very dangerous to be right when the systems of power and control are wrong." They've already done the controlled demolition of flat Earth. They think they've won. In their hubris, has given us a blind spot. They're not looking this way right now. They're looking at other minority groups. So for right now, we're pretty safe. And really, they're more worried about maintaining their own illusion, like this Artemis program and the billions of dollars and decade of overruns. They're trying to keep the house of cards up. So they're not really that worried about this minority group who thinks the earth is flat.
They've been wildly successful in doing that too. I feel like this is kind of pointless.
Why would you feel that way?
But you see, most of the people are just so bugged. I mean, I'm talking about the people around me in real life, the people I meet. They're just so, they have their eyes open, but everything else is closed. They don't question, they never think. It's like I'm living among zombies.
You gotta call it the fluoride stare. They're more concerned about
They're
when the
like goldfish.
Kardashians, like when's the next episode of Kardashians on? Just reality TV.
You know, I see my dad, I see my mom on Facebook. They have memory like a goldfish. Alzheimer's, I feel like it's induced. And the fucking hospitals, man.
You gotta try to watch the
Fucking
language.
hospitals.
Yeah, homie,
I'm kind of emotional.
Yeah, I know. It's not that big of a deal. I'm not going to mute you or kick you out or anything. I humbly request that you watch the language. That's it. But you can swear if you want to.
Sure.
If you're going to do it anyway, then do it. But if you would, thank you.
No, it's just my father was in the hospital and we were charged like a lot of money. That was, yeah, that financially crippled us. And to find out that it was all for nothing, that makes you swear.
Well, I got a question
I
regarding
mean, people don't even question like COVID-19. That's ridiculous. 5 years imprisonment, people putting like foreign substances in your body.
Yeah, brother, we're not going to talk about that particular topic. It's kind of off limits. So we try to keep it on the flat earth. I appreciate it.
Because what's
I
going
don't you
on
think it's
here?
related?
Yeah, I'll tell you how it's related. Because we were promised a bill of sale. They said, "Here we go. We do this. We go to the moon. It's going to be a giant leap forward for all mankind. It's going to be a new renaissance." Brian Cox wanted to reframe the calendar, kind of like you had before Christ and after Christ, before Apollo and after Apollo. That this was going to be a fundamental paradigm shift, a coming together of the whole world. But it wasn't. It was all about money, weapons, geopolitical positioning, and nothing changed at all. Still to this day, some 60 years later, ain't shit changed around here. So the space age abruptly dies in 1972. The information age replaces the space age, which is marked by disinformation. Government-controlled disinformation. Meanwhile, they tell you they can go back to the moon again, but this time get it right. And there's going to be a joint endeavor. Some 80-something countries have signed the Artemis Accords. But you know what's going to happen? Nothing. No change, no effect. No one's going to even care about it. Things will just keep moving. The committee who meets every year, nuclear scientists, they meet every year, and they talk about this doomsday clock, how close humanity is to extinction level, man-caused extinction level event. They moved it up a couple more seconds to midnight. The year they were supposed to go around the moon again. So it just kind of tells you, like, hey, what can you do with it now? Can you be pissed? Can you talk about how these systems of power and control screw you over, screw families over, drive you deeper into debt? Well, you can, but what you could do is find like-minded people, discuss a topic you enjoy, in the meanwhile, document the downfall. So I frame it this way. Find some things you enjoy doing with some people you can tolerate, and when you're not doing that, you can document the downfall. Try to enjoy life as best you got. That's how you win. You win by living a life well lived, despite everything they're doing to you, despite all these systems constantly with the boot on your neck, telling you 2 plus 2 is 5 because they said so. Persist and survive. Or you could do like what your family does. They put a bag over their head and they just cope. They doom scroll through social media.
Yes, sir, I agree with you. Hello there, is anyone? Can you
Yep.
speak? Or
Yeah, go ahead.
yes, actually, I am new here and I don't know how to use this app. And but I like your words when you was talking about social media, about the systems, about this impact on our life. Can you continue and tell me more?
Yeah, what else do you want to know?
Okay, I can actually hear.
It's just, I don't know if you missed the first part. The guy asked me, why does it matter? Why does this conversation matter at all? So that's why it matters. You rage against the dying of the light. You'll just like turn over and just, go tits up.
Pat, you said tits.
Or belly up. What about that? Don't go belly up.
Hey, is that the same security that I spoke to a few days ago, and your husband came on, and then you just
Oh my
disappeared when we
god.
asked him about the curvature?
That was a while ago. That was like 2 weeks ago.
About 2 weeks ago. Wow, time flies. Because remember, your husband was like, "No, that's not the curve," and then we showed him the formulas, and then you just disappeared. What happened? Was he mad at the curvature?
Honestly, I don't really remember. I kind of feel bad because I misled you guys, but um, I was
You
trying to
can't
really
mislead us. We're flat
I was,
earthers.
huh?
You can't mislead us. We're flat earthers. We've overcome the misleading. Don't worry about that.
Oh, duh, you know the truth.
We know the truth. So what were you back for? You got questions, comments?
Um,
You still falling for the globe?
I'm still falling for the. Damn it! I almost said Glovers. I'm falling for the flat earthers. You know.
Oh right. Okay.
Honestly, though, you know, I was supposed to prepare a question. Now I just sound stupid.
Yeah, you got to come with something to the chat.
Honestly, I feel like I just get up here to flirt with the dudes sometimes. I'm pretty naughty, but
How does your
I
husband
do.
feel about that? Must be raging.
Well, it's okay. It's okay to him because I'm never gonna meet his theory. I'm never gonna meet anybody on the internet. So, and that's true. I wouldn't do that. I'm
All
not
right, safe. Safe.
a bad person or anything. Like I wouldn't really like do anything.
All right. Well, that's fine. So you don't have anything about the Earth you want to talk about?
Yeah. What would you say is the most surprising thing that well, actually, I do have a different question. How long ago did you realize that the Earth was flat?
Um, what 7, 8 years ago or something now? I don't know. Lose track.
What
Time's flying, you know.
what turned you on to it? Like
I saw someone saying that the curvature of the Earth has never been measured, and that people are doing long distance observations and finding that they're seeing further than the globe would allow. And I thought,
okay.
that's interesting. I've never thought about that. And then I bought a high powered camera and started testing it myself and found out, oh, yeah, there's no curve. Interesting.
But did you ever think that
Also,
maybe it's because we can't see that far, like through our eyes? Is that, or do you?
Nah,
That's
because
what I'm
with like
thinking.
cameras and binoculars and stuff, you can see further than the globe says you should be able to see because of the curvature. There's no curve. Like where the globe says, oh, you'll only be able to see X amount of miles because the curvature, we see further than that. We see flat surface way beyond that point.
I have a good one. So every photo that is on the internet of the Earth is just VFX because
Yeah, I
it's
mean,
not
obviously,
overly steroid.
all the globe cartoons are just cartoons. NASA's faking all that shit. So, yeah, that's obvious.
Well, what do they have to gain? What is the gain to fool the masses?
Control,
Everything.
power, money.
Well, if they really believed that it was flat like you guys, do you think that that would resolve any like other cultural issues?
I don't know. It would just stop people being such gullible statist cucks. Hopefully.
Well,
Well, what about the science fiction? That's a huge market.
Yeah, people would start
Space
living in
stuff.
reality again because at the moment people are just living in a complete fantasy land given to them by the U.S. government essentially.
have you
So of
heard of
course
Mount
people are
Meru?
out to lunch. What's that?
Have you heard of Mount Meru?
Yes.
Okay, so you know about the lokas and that part of the Hindu whatever is pretty interesting. How
Yeah,
there's
yeah.
like layers of
Well, loads of cultures, I mean, you look into it, all the cultures in the past were flat earthers. They all had slightly different ideas about how it was laid out. In Hindu cosmology, you've got Mount Meru. In Norse cosmology, you've got Yggdrasil, the world tree. They all had something at the center like something either a mountain or a tree. So yeah, I mean, it's interesting. All these different cultures and societies had basically the same understanding that we're in a flat, motionless, contained system, and there's something at the center of it. I mean, that's interesting because a lot of these groups had no contact with each other, but yet they all kind of had a similar idea about what the world was. But
exactly.
How you figure all that out and know whether it's true or not, I mean, you can't really, because conveniently we're restricted from traveling to those kind of places on Earth.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's interesting looking at what old cultures said about the Earth. Probably more truth to that than what we're getting nowadays.
Well, yeah, I remember being in school and they showed us what they claimed to have been the old map, what ancient people viewed the Earth, and it was like the flat Earth. Like that's
Yeah, they were all flat earthers. I mean, this is like the history that school's not teaching us. They basically they act like everyone knew it was a globe because some Greek guy 2,000 years ago said so. But no, everyone, even the Greeks, knew it was flat.
so history was written in a way to suit a narrative.
Yeah, all our history, the modern history that we've got now is totally globed up.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
So would you say that you only believe what your eyes can see? Is that another reason you believe that
Well,
the
no,
Earth is flat?
belief is a different thing. You got belief and you got knowledge. So if you're talking about knowledge, then yeah, that's what we can experience and test, observe, measure, detect. That's knowledge. Belief is a different thing. No, that's not necessarily what you can test and observe, but I would say you should try and arrive at it at least through logical reasoning.
Yeah.
So no, I don't only have thoughts about things that I can see and experience, but if I'm going to make a claim to knowledge, then yeah, that should be something that you can experience and prove to yourself for sure. And if you can't, you need to just be happy to say I don't know, which too many people are not happy to say.
Yeah, like I don't know what happens after death, you know?
Yeah, that's the great adventure, the great mystery, isn't it? This world is full of mysteries, but nowadays they try. That's another way they've dumbed people down is by making people think that they do have knowledge that they don't have. Like, oh, I know how far away the sun is. I know what the sun is made of. No, you don't. You don't know shit.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Yeah, very true.
So you believe in science to a point, not all science, but certain things that
Well, science isn't really a matter of belief. Again, they don't teach science well at school. So many people we speak to don't know what science is. Science is a method which involves observing a natural phenomena and then creating an experiment to try and test what causes that phenomena. It's not about belief. It's testable. That's science. If it's not testable and conductible in an experiment in reality, it's just not science. So I don't believe in science. I appreciate science and I like science. Belief is a different thing. But what they're giving us about the globe, that's all pseudoscience. That's not science.
I don't know how to beat that.
Like,
I don't,
You don't need to beat it. Why are you trying to beat it? Join it.
Sorry, I want to ask you some question.
But the truth is I'm not knowledgeable enough in science or anything to make a really informed.
Like none of us were. You have to teach yourself. I mean, this
Hello.
is another thing that comes out of this: recognizing that we've all been given
Yeah.
shit education.
Hi.
It's
I
not
do
even
have a
education;
question
it's an
pertaining to the
indoctrination.
flat
And if
Earth.
you want to know, you need to teach yourself. You need to do
That's
the work.
okay. And you guys are
I'll send you
listening to
some
something,
resources.
and you guys realize like Discord bots, like very.
Just wait 2 seconds. We've got Discord. GG.
That guy got muted.
Okay.
I joined that server.
That's kind of rude to shut down somebody.
There we go. What's up, dude?
Hi. I do have a question though.
Go ahead.
do you guys currently have a flat Earth model?
Model?
Yeah, a model.
I don't know if you're asking me or.
I mean, it's kind of fair to say that you don't get to represent the entire flat Earth society. And I'm just wondering if you guys have a model that explains all the phenomena that transpires within our reality that we observe.
I don't think there is a flat Earth society here. It's just a group of people, individuals, intellectuals have done their own tests and experiments. Yeah. So I can't speak for anyone. Want to ask me or someone else? I can give you my personal.
All right, but you do guys agree that your problem is
It's not a cult, bro. It's just observable reality, and we all came to the same conclusion through our own tracks.
Okay.
You know? If you want to ask me, you can ask me. I can't answer for anybody else.
Okay, so you guys do not have a problem with rejecting the flat Earth, but do have a problem in affirming in a globe Earth, because apparently some phenomena that exist within our reality may require you to actually ditch the concept of a flat Earth entirely, because apparently so it's impossible. Unless you have some sort of ad hoc impossible
So,
explanation.
I don't understand the question. What is your question?
No, I'm asking whether if you guys are are okay with rejecting the flat Earth, just so long and affirming.
Rejecting it. It's not about rejecting it. The Earth is measurably flat, so it's not about rejecting anything. Actually, flat Earth is just observable reality. And, anyone can measure the Earth.
Okay, so
I don't see how we would reject, because that's the conclusion. Because the globe is the claim, and we're here
okay,
because
so
of that we
okay.
try to test this claim against reality and figured out
Okay.
that it was false.
So I do have like one important question. So if it happens to be the case that the flat Earth does not explain a phenomena that happens within our reality, would you be more open in rejecting the flat Earth and in favor for the model that explains the phenomena?
I don't live on a model. I live in reality. I don't need to accept anything outside that I can't verify or test for myself. So anything that would entail that I'm religious and I have a belief that I have to accept things that are unproven and can't be proved, or I have to assume that some super smart guy figured it out smarter than me, just fallacious reasoning, So I would like to ask you a question. Why do you believe you live on a globe?
I mean, it would be unfair for me if I were to shotgun multiple arguments like at once. But I rather have it's easier for us, for both of us, to actually stick to one topic at a time. Because for you to conclude the Earth is a sphere, you're required to have multiple phenomena or multiple hypotheses in which the sphere no hypothesis, my bad. Multiple observation points in which that the spherical Earth hypothesis is willing to explain. You cannot just simply say and look on the lunar eclipse or the solar eclipse. That can happen even if the Earth was happened to be like a giant cube or something. That can happen. But the point is,
it's another claim.
Okay, but I mean, but the point is the
appealing to incredulity.
That's not appealing to incredulity.
Yeah, you are, because you assume that the globe explains all these
appealing
things.
to incredulity means
it doesn't.
No.
It doesn't explain all these phenomena.
No.
Maybe there's an explanation for him. It
No.
doesn't match
Okay.
up with reality.
Okay.
That's
My
what I'm
answer to your
saying.
question. Appealing to incredulity all really means is that you make a conclusion based on the proposition, based.
Yeah, and you assume that the Earth is a globe because the first thing you said, would you be able to release the concept? And my
Did I
belief
say I
is
don't?
flat Earth.
Okay. Did I say? Did I say I don't know?
The ironic part is that I don't have the belief. You have a belief.
No.
I rely on measurement.
One moment.
Not a model.
Just one moment. Before you just throw out like the fallacy terms here, did I say I don't know? Therefore, the Earth is a sphere.
No, you assume
That's
already
not
that.
appealing incredulity. I'm saying,
believe the Earth is a sphere.
for the sake of everyone else who happened to join the conversation, I'm just gonna stick to one talking point. Plus, it's easier for me to talk about as to how.
Yeah, you don't have to moderate the conversation. Just go ahead. Answer the question I asked you. I answered your question. You can answer my questions. What makes you think you live on a globe?
Because we have multiple phenomena in conjunction of which that can
Name one. Name one. I don't need multiple. Just give me a proof of the globe.
Do you really hear me when I say one is not enough? It's culmination of all phenomena.
So you don't have one proof. You just have that sounds like a slippery slope fallacy, but sure.
That's not a slippery slope fallacy. No, I'm saying one observation does not just is not enough to determine the shape of the Earth.
All right.
Okay, is not enough.
So there's a multiple, right? Which one?
Yeah, I'm saying
Which one
multiple
points to the globe?
observation. Oh, okay. So, allow me to shotgun argument since you want me to shotgun against you. So number one, the spherical Earth is.
Are you using a fucking bot to speak to me? Come on, dude.
I'm not using any bots. Why? Look, listen. If I were to use any bot against you, I would just gonna tell you no. But I'm telling you, like, instead of throwing the term of fallacy, you don't understand what they mean, and instead of like using ad hominem fallacy. By the way, that's an ad hominem.
Again, just answer my question, bro. Give me a globe proof. No, you haven't answered anything.
Okay.
I asked you first. Why do you believe you live on a globe? And then you started ranting
in the middle of me explaining. In the middle of
you
me
came
trying
in
to
here with
explain,
the assumption you're already on the globe.
Look.
Listen, you're not gonna talk through me, dude. You're not gonna come in here and try to fucking moderate the conversation and drop some shit here. So no. You asked a couple of questions and I was quiet and let you spoke. Now you're gonna answer my questions. You're not gonna try to deviate from the topic here. Try to put that on me, telling me that I'm trying to deviate from the thing. So absolutely not. Now you say you have a composition of evidence that suggests that the Earth is a spinning ball in a fantasy space vacuum. Now, first I asked you why you believe that. Now you make a whole lot of more claims. I need to keep you.
I was about to do that.
Here,
and then he told me.
Again,
and then he told me I
can you
made
give
the
me your
fallacy.
best? Can you please be quiet? I'm still talking, dude. So, can you please give me your best globe proof? What's your best globe proof?
Okay, that's amazing. So, are you gonna let me talk? Good. So, I'm gonna use like one of the type of reasoning within formal logic, which is called abductive reasoning, in which that we have like a combination of phenomena that exists within our reality that we observe, and then we have to eliminate other shapes of the Earth, and plus
So,
we can just.
That's not an answer to my question.
Okay, so you want me to explain or not?
I just want an answer. Give me your best globe proof.
Then stay quiet, and then stay quiet, and let me explain.
I'm waiting. That's what I'm waiting for. Globe
Okay,
proof.
good job.
Come on.
Okay, good job. So, using the kind of argument that I'm about to provide, number one, you have multitudes of phenomena. The first phenomena I'm gonna present, which is like the day and night cycle, in which the other, let's say for example, if it happens to be the case, it's in a day in America, then it's going to be a night for the Middle East, for example. And of course, that one is not sufficiently enough. So there is another like a phenomena which we can use in conjunction of that, namely, put the existence of such a horizon. I mean, it's just something that is subjective to the observer.
Okay.
But yeah,
All right.
but
One is
okay.
enough.
So basically, you're gonna interrupt me, right?
Yeah, I have to. I asked for one globe
You,
proof.
you have to interrupt
not
me
a
as I'm
fucking.
giving you the arguments.
No, I'm asking you
No,
specific
no.
question. So just give me one globe proof, and then we can move on from that. So you don't get to.
Do you know
put
what?
a whole.
Okay. Do you know what's the difference between a proof and an evidence?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. What's
So,
the difference?
oh shit. Yeah. Yeah,
What
this
is
is not
really
a
the
semantic
difference?
course, so you're not going to
It's
put
not.
me against the
Yeah,
wall.
you're right. That's not
Discussing
semantic course.
semantics
You keep
again.
throwing around fallacy. You
Answer
don't
the
even know what they
question.
mean.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
not
that's what you're doing.
providing
You
a
don't understand
deductive
what I'm
argument.
saying to you.
I'm
That's the
providing you
problem
an
here.
evidence.
No, evidence.
I'm
Okay,
providing a
what was the
combination of
evidence you
phenomena
provided,
in
please?
which that you can conclude
Oh
the
my
Earth is
God.
a sphere.
Can
I'm
anyone
providing you day and
moderate
night
this guy,
cycle
please? I
and
don't
the
really have.
horizon. And also I'm providing you the lunar eclipse and solar eclipses. That cannot be.
Yeah. You're not going to talk over me and get skeleton in fucking wild. You're not going to try to moderate the conversation. I asked you a very specific question, and you did not want to answer the question. You want to put all this stuff in there, so there's nothing to discuss. We need a proof of the globe, not your fantasy, the story. We all know the story. We're all taught the same thing. So we need proof, evidence, something. You haven't provided anything other than your programming. We all know it already. So if you have any globe proof, please just present them. We'll have to go on mute now so somebody can jump in.
Right before I was muted, in the beginning, I just said I'm providing you an abductive argument.
You're gonna be muted again.
No.
Shut the fuck up.
No. You
Alright.
asked for an evidence. You asked.
Does anybody
Okay,
want to
you
talk
asked
to
for an
me?
evidence. I provided you an abductive argument.
Right.
Look, you asked me to walk a mile. I walked 2. Okay, an abductive argument. But either way, if you want to play that route, okay, you have like the ancient Greeks, like Aristophanes. He concluded the Earth is a sphere just simply because of his experiment. Now the burden of proof is upon you to find the flaws. So go ahead. So the guy went quiet. Like the moment when I finished providing like an experiment or an evidence, he had to go quiet. And the moment when I just provide an argument, he had to actually interrupt me. Wow.
All right, I
Man
got you.
scared. Look,
Yeah,
scared him away, all right?
All right, I got you. Okay, so first one was daytime and nighttime. Yeah?
Yeah, how can you explain that?
All right, so we don't claim that the flat Earth is like a flat disk floating around in space, for example. We don't think that the sun's 93 million miles away and many times greater size than the Earth. If the sun was smaller and local, and the sun moved over the surface of the Earth, right, then it wouldn't be able to light up the entire Earth at the same time. And it would create daytime, nighttime, and seasons once you have it explained to you.
Okay, do you have a model to explain that? That is an alternative to the current hypothesis?
A model? What type of model? A scientific model?
No, okay. A scientific model, whatever, like anything that can actually explain the day-night cycle, like as opposed to the current theory that I actually committed to.
Yeah, I just explained it to you right then.
Okay, can you just draw it for me?
No, because we're not claiming to know the exact shape of the Earth, right? And that would be required to draw it out for you.
Okay.
So you could just go out in the real world, right? And you can watch the sun move east to west over your head every single day, right? And that's a real world example. This is what everyone observes, right? So we observe the sun as being very small up in the sky, right? We're not claiming to know the exact size, okay? But we observe a small sun, okay? We see local hotspots on clouds, right? That's not possible with a 93 million mile sun that's many times greater size than the Earth. And we also see a hotspot on the clouds is not possible with a 93 million mile away sun.
Okay, but how come?
Because it would light them.
How is it not possible?
Because it would light them all evenly. Let me show you an example of the hotspot that I'm talking about. Just a second. Keep an eye on the side chat. I'm just uploading a video and some images. Right, so this is from a weather balloon. That's a cloud deck that you're looking at, and then we have a sun, right? And then we have a very clear local small hotspot directly underneath where the sun is. I would assume, right, that a 93 million mile away sun that's many times greater size than the globe, right, wouldn't be able to cast a shadow like cast a hotspot like that on the clouds.
That is from a weather balloon?
Yeah, it is. Yep.
So, like again, forgive me. So, right now it's like, from where I live, it's like 8:43 p.m. Like it's around nighttime. And can you explain like how nighttime actually works?
What? Nighttime? Yeah. So it's 7:43 where I'm at. So yeah, and how nighttime works, right? Yeah, it's when the sun is too far away from your location for the light to be able to push
too
that
far away.
Yeah, too far away for the light to be able to attenuate
in
that
regards to
far
the
through the
altitudes,
atmosphere.
right? Like so, how like they are vertically too far away, right?
No. Right, too far away for the sun to be able to attenuate through the atmosphere to light up your section of the Earth where you're at. You know what a light attenuation is?
Okay, so after 12 hours from now, like it will become morning, and what will change? It will get closer.
Yeah, the sun will become present in your area again, right?
Okay.
And
how?
Yeah, the sun moves.
The sun moves.
Yeah, just like we see the sun moving every day, right? That's the sun moving.
No. You just made a claim that the sun moves back and forth, right?
Yeah, we see the sun move every single day when we look at the sun.
Seeing the sun move relative to you is different than saying sun moving back and forth.
No, it's not moving. It's not moving back and it's not moving back and forth, right? It's moving in a particular path, and it's an apparent path. I don't know the exact path. It's taking it seems to be a circular path, right? But it's just an apparent path.
It seems to be a circular path.
Yeah, that's correct. Yep.
So here's the explanation as to how day and night cycle.
No,
you just made a claim.
I already know how it works on a globe, right? I know the globe way better than you do. That's a fact.
All right, you don't need to be really condescending, but because you already made the blunder here. So the blunder is yes, you did. I'm going to tell you why. The blunder is that you assume the sun is actually moving in a particular way, in a way that we don't even know of, right?
No, I didn't claim that.
Yes, you did. You
no,
literally just did. We don't know how the sun actually moves.
No, I said we observe it move. We observe it. That's what everybody observes. We see the sun. We see the sun, right, moving across the sky every single day in a repeated cycle that resets every 365 days. It's what everybody experiences, including you, right? You might be able to explain it on a globe, right? But we can explain it just fine on a flat surface as well.
Okay, so basically, my question to you is:
do you not see the sun move when you look at the sun move?
I do see the sun move, but that still doesn't really solve the issue here. Okay, but that still solves the issue here. How come it's like day for you, but simultaneously it's night for me?
The light attenuation of light. How come it's right? Let me give you an example because you probably don't understand the flat
Attenuation
Earth
of light?
arguments. Attenuation of light and the inverse square law of light. Yep, a combination of those two things.
Oh my lord.
Would you like me to explain them to you?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Right, so let me give you an analogy, actually. This will help it make sense. Okay, so how come it's dark the deeper you dive into the ocean? When you get down to 100 meters, even if it's the middle of the day and clear water, right, you can't see the sun at all, and you can't see any light from the sun. It's pitch black when you just go down 100 meters into the ocean, even if it's summer and the middle of the day, right? It's because of light attenuation. The medium absorbs the light from the sun, and it can't push through that much, right? It scatters, right? It becomes absorbed by a medium. Light can't travel forever through a medium. It has attenuation. Okay, the attenuation of light through an atmosphere is obviously less than water, but it still happens because we have an opaque atmosphere. It's not transparent, it's semi-transparent. That's why if you light a torch up, right, it's not going to light up a whole warehouse. Okay, you need multiple lights because light attenuates. And then also we have the inverse square law of light. So as the light moves away from the light source, every time the distance doubles, it loses 4 times the intensity. So let's say
I'm sorry, but you made two. Okay, so I'm gonna tackle the analogy here. Number
Right.
one,
Yeah,
your
only
analogy is
committed
basically this.
another appeal to incredulity. I just wanted to add that because you assumed that there was no other explanation for the phenomena, right? So you did it again. Just wanted to
Examples.
Okay,
Examples
he just
in the
joined in.
side chat.
Come on, bro. Come on.
It's an open
the
panel.
logic was consistent. I don't think you should educate anyone or try to
I'm
about
gonna
logic.
explain to him why his
So
analogy is a
just
false
be
analogy
quiet
in the
and
first
listen to
place.
DJ. Actually, gives you.
All right, what's false about the analogy?
Oh, okay. Number one, you're comparing two different mediums, having like two different properties in which that where the light is more likely to attenuate more as opposed to the other. For example, I can concede to the idea that the water is heavier than the air itself, so therefore the light passes through the air easier than it passes through the water, right? However, even if I were to concede the attenuation point that can be present within the atmosphere, that does not explain as to why the moon has a darker side, despite of it having no atmosphere.
Nobody says right. So in the globe model, right, they don't say that there's no atmosphere on. I don't know why you're talking about the moon. Did you say something about the moon?
No. The reason why I did bring up the moon because we do understand that the nighttime is when a part of the Earth gets dark, whereas the daytime is when the time that place of the Earth gets brighter. It's you just made an explanation, which is due to the attenuation of the light. But I told you, there is attenuation of the light within the atmosphere. However, it can be replicated without attenuation in another celestial body that is called the moon. So the moon, having little to no atmosphere at all, can have a darker side and a brighter side. So why not the Earth?
Because the Earth isn't a ball.
That's still begging the question. Why is that is literally appealing to the point of contention.
Right, but the Earth isn't a ball, right? Light cannot reach areas for different reasons, right? So there could be physical obstruction, and light attenuation technically is also physical obstruction, but it's different, right? It's just because the light can't travel forever through the medium, just like is illustrated in the side chat there. Okay, we see a flashlight, it's lighting up a section of the ground, but it's not lighting up the entire field because the light is attenuating, and we also have the inverse square law of light. This is basic physics of light. This is not something that is exclusive to a flat Earth argument or anything like that. These are just known things that happen with light and mediums. So if the sun was smaller, right, if the Earth was flat, okay, hypothetically, and if we have an atmosphere, it doesn't really need to be hypothetical, all of these things, but we can just do hypotheticals. Okay, then as the light, right, travels away from the light source, right, the intensity of the light's going to diminish exponentially due to the inverse square law of light. And as that light pushes through the atmosphere, it's going to become absorbed, it's going to become scattered, etc. And it's going to not only lose intensity, but not be able to travel forever. Right? This is able to be explained on a flat Earth just fine.
I'm sorry, but how? Okay, but you're assuming the idea that the light does not reach every part of the Earth. However, the idea that it can happen on another celestial body, as it is spherical, right? And plus, I'm using less assumption than you. Then my theory is more virtuous than yours because due to the idea of parsimony. So why is it the case? Why is it the case that the moon, that has like even like some occasion further toward the sun than the Earth, can still have darker spots on the half of the moon?
Why would it not be able to have darker spots? You know, I can just get a beach ball, right, and get a dark room and shine a light on the beach ball. It's going to light up the whole half of the beach ball, and the other side's not going to be lit, right? That doesn't prove that the Earth that we're standing on is a globe. That would
It does
be
actually.
Really? How so?
It does. It does really actually, because because of the idea that that the light had been projected onto the object is actually distributed in a way that it can literally correspond to reality. And I have a question to you, Mr.
It doesn't make sense at all.
Yeah,
So do
it does.
you
Yeah,
agree?
it does. Yeah, it does.
Hold on a second.
Anti-global, I have a
Relax,
question.
bro. I think you're getting emotional. Relax.
I'm not getting emotional.
You can save your question. Save your question, right? Save your question for a little bit. Okay. You agree
amazing.
that you agree in the attenuation of light, right? Light attenuates through a
Not to the
medium.
degree you're describing.
Oh, really? So what's the light? So we have known light attenuation rates in the atmosphere. Did you know that?
Do you have a reputable study to actually support you on that?
Yeah, light attenuation is irrelevant of the shape of the Earth, right? This is just how light propagates through a medium.
So?
Right. So we have a medium.
I never denied that light attenuation can occur, but I do deny the idea that I do deny the idea that light attenuation is some part of the Earth, therefore the Earth is flat.
No, that wasn't my argument.
That was your argument, exactly.
No, that literally wasn't my argument.
It was.
I didn't make that argument. I don't know why you had to lie, right? I was just rebutting your argument. Okay? That's all I was doing. We know that the Earth is not a globe, right? Because we have tested empirically the surface of water hundreds, if not thousands of times and recorded the results. We have empirical, testable, repeatable evidence in the real world showing that the curvature that would have to be there on a globe is physically not present ever. Yeah. We don't have to look at this. Really?
I don't have to look in the sky to believe it's a globe, right? So
okay, so you have some measurements.
What do you mean some instruments?
Measurements of curving water, water covers 72% of the globe.
I don't know what that's supposed to mean. I don't know what that's supposed to mean.
Okay, so which word did you get stuck on? Because I'm also an English teacher. I can help you.
No, I'm sorry. Measurement of curving water.
Yeah. So if water is,
I don't know. I don't really know what that's supposed to mean. Like how do you measure curving water?
Okay, so have you ever heard of measurement devices called lasers?
Okay.
Yeah, commonly used in measuring in all industries, especially surveying, construction, large level construction, laser beams. Yeah, so you can use high-powered laser beams, but we can just test for the Earth curvature byproducts. Okay, so you don't need to physically get a tape measure out, right, and measure the curving water. If the Earth was a globe and you were standing at any large body of water, let's say it be a lake or a section of the ocean, and let's say you have a 10-mile stretch of water. If the Earth's a globe, that water has to have about 20.5 meters of curvature, which is about
What's the
60.
argument for that?
Okay, it's not there in reality when we go and test
No,
for it. It doesn't
okay,
exist.
you made a hypothesis. You have an initial hypothesis. If the Earth is a globe, it has a certain set of what's it called,
Yeah.
an arc length. But the thing is, you need to provide like an argument for the hypothesis.
Yeah,
What's
so
the
if
argument for that?
if the Earth is a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles, any 10-mile body of water would have 66.67 feet of curvature. We
What's
would be
the
able
argument
to.
for that?
We would be able to. Okay, so if the Earth globe, right? They tell us the size of the globe.
It's
okay.
You're begging the question again.
No,
I'm
I'm
asking you.
What am I
How do you
begging?
derive the number? The last number you just provided. Well, how do you derive that?
This is what you guys claim. This is what the globe
Really?
claims.
Can you provide any letter in the literature that actually supports your claim?
You don't think? What do you think the radius of the globe is?
I know the radius of the globe, but
Okay,
I'm
what is it?
contesting to the idea. I'm contesting to the idea that if the globe has a certain radius,
Mhm.
right? Therefore, the water have a curvature of that number. You're the one who provided. Okay, you are the one who provided the number of which how the water should curve or whatever is that supposed to mean.
No,
Can
no,
you
no.
provide me? Okay, can you provide me an argument for
Oh,
that?
I have to teach you now about the globe that you're meant to be defending? Okay, I can do that.
No. Listen. Like, can you drop that rhetoric? Like, can you provide me an argument for that? Less rhetoric, more argument, please.
Yeah, so just basic mathematics. Okay, so we can determine the distance to the horizon based off the radius that we get told and taught at school and university and by all the scientists that believe it's a globe. Okay, and we can easily derive the distance to the horizon, okay, using 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Very simple formula, and we can calculate the distance to the horizon.
Under what basis do you derive the formula?
Off the basis of the radius value of the globe that we're all taught. Would you like
Can you provide me your work?
Would you like a citation from Washington University where they?
I'm asking you to provide me your work, sir.
I just told you. I just told you the formula. Do you think that the formula that I gave you is incorrect?
I'm asking you to provide a citation.
Okay, Washington University. Good. Is that good for you? All right. So here's the so in the side chat, people have very generously been providing you with the Pythagorean theorem version of the formula. Here's Washington University, right? Washington.edu. Okay, you can go on and double check that my math is correct. You could go
let me read the paper.
Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
So how far away to the horizon when we stand at just level? Blah blah blah. I'm not sure how that has to do with anything with what you just said to me. So hold on. So is it pertaining to the curve of the water?
Yeah, it's a byproduct of the curving water that would have to be there if the Earth's a globe.
Okay, so if we calculate the curvature of the Earth that way, then how would follow that the water would curve with the same magnitude as you have provided? Can you provide calculations for that? Is the calculation that you provided for the water is what I'm contesting, really?
Right. So if you believe in gravity, right, that mass is pulling everything towards the center of the Earth. Okay, mass attracting mass, everything would be getting pulled towards the center of the globe. Right. That's why the water, right, we call it mean sea level. Okay, that's what everyone calls the average height, median height of the ocean level. They call it water level or sea level. Okay, and that's what elevation. That's what elevations are measured off of.
Are you taking tide into an account?
Are we taking what? Tide? No, mean sea level, right? So they take averages over a 19-year period, and they average out the mid tide.
Oh, really?
Yeah. That's how they determine mean sea level. Okay, but we can do this on lakes as well that don't have any tides, just to make it simpler.
They do have tides, but go on.
They have tides that are so small that it doesn't make a difference to how much the curvature rate is. In fact, it's such a small difference, right? If we're doing a test over 10 miles, the tides or the latitude or the elevation, right, is so insignificant that I can just say you would have approximately 66 feet of curvature over any 10-mile body of water anywhere on the globe, and that would be a correct statement.
But I'm still really don't understand how would that refute the flat Earth? Like, how do you get these figures from? How do you get these numbers pertaining to the curvature of the water without taking into account of the lunar and the solar tides that had occur on the bodies of water around the Earth? So I can just simply like dismiss the argument is simply because there are much more variables to be taking place that you're not taking into an account. You didn't take
No,
into account
we're
of the
doing them.
temperature. You didn't take into account of the tides. You
When
didn't
did I
take
not
into account.
say? Hold on. Before you start lying, right? Don't tell me what.
How am I lying?
Okay, you're just making things up, right? You're just.
How am I making things up?
Okay, you just said we didn't take into account the tides. We didn't take into account the temperature.
You just took into account of the
Those were
average.
both.
You don't understand what an average
No.
is.
I'm just teaching you, right? I'm just teaching you how.
No, you're not teaching it.
Yeah,
you're not
I'm
teaching
teaching
anything.
you.
Okay,
I'm
number
teaching you
one,
what mean sea level
it got
is.
caught in your loop.
Hey, shut up! I'm teaching you what mean sea level is, Dunning-Kruger dummy. Oh yeah, looking for the first second of mute to run away. What a clown. So I was just trying to teach him what mean sea level means because he doesn't seem to know what sea level means, which is kind of crazy.
Well, they probably don't know what the horizon means as well.
Yeah, that was his next talking point. You know, I was trying to get past the first annoying one so I could get to horizons. But I guess we didn't make it that far. Man, these people think they're so smart, but even a dummy like me can easily beat them up.
Yeah, just ask a Glober what a horizon is to them, and they will have no clue as to what it is.
Yep. You know, most of these so-called debates is just us teaching them basic things about how light works, how attenuation works, what the inverse square law of light is, what the horizon is, how the globe works, or how the globe is claimed to work. It's just like free school for them, basically.
Well, when they come up with arguments like, if the Earth was flat, I would see the Eiffel Tower from New York City.
Yep.
Except the Eiffel Tower isn't that bright. It'd have to be brighter than the sun for you to see it.
Crazy times.
I mean, dude, he believed in the globe explanation of the tides, which means that the moon on one side of the earth is pulling the water away from the earth. At the same time, on the other side of the earth, the moon's gravity is pulling the earth away from that water, causing this bulge. At the same time, it's spinning through the vacuum of space with all these gravitational forces on top of all of the other crazy forces that are happening as the solar system passes through, space. We also have this hocked up loogie moon earth tide thing going on, as well as all the other ridiculous motions. Like, from the premise alone of just the tides of his argument is just ridiculously, insanely stupid.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, dude. His argument to why daytime and nighttime can't work on a flat Earth was because there's a dark side on the moon.
That's a new one.
Yeah.
Maybe the dark side of the moon is pulling the light from the other part of the Earth. Didn't you ever think of that?
The moon. All right, so I apologize, Globe Earthers, who thought they had a Globe Hero in here. Are there any other Globe Heroes that would like to present Globe evidence?
Guess not.
Dylan, you're not the Globe Hero.
No, I can't be though. I can't play the opposition. I'm a centrist, but I can play the opposition. There's no one else there.
Well, I can't be bothered doing that. Maybe someone else can play games.
Yeah, people love playing games nowadays. I know it's not just about that. It's about people still believing the hoax from '69 about the landing, about the towers, the passports being found in the rubble without burning, without being damaged. It's just in excellent condition, just being found in the rubble, just like that. A building just collapsing by itself is another one. You have those classic ones, and like people still believe that, and if you question that, they will start attacking you. It's like that scene in the movie of My Profile. If you guys know, you know, when you question it, they start attacking you. They can't handle the truth. They just start attacking. And so this is so much bigger than an ideal of what it looks like. It's about questioning what you're being fed, the information you're being fed, and being critical about it. And a lot of people nowadays think that they just, as long as they have a source, even if it comes from some institution that's being paid for by the higher ups, they say or they think and believe that's being critical. They don't go that extra step of thinking like who's funding the source or the institution and how they conducted the study. It's quite funny, but it is what it is.
I mean, dude, they just expect us to like keep moving. Like if you watch the videos of the towers and stuff, there's as the one is falling, there's like a 700-foot tall like piece of metal that is like standing up straight, and
Yeah.
that's like part of the edge of the tower. And as the rest of the tower falls, that thing starts to sit there, it starts to wobble, and then just turns into dust
Yeah.
and doesn't fall. It just poof. And then if you slow down frame by frame of the second plane hitting, you can see the intact front nose cone of the plane coming through the other side of the tower. I mean, come on, dude. Like,
No,
kiss my
we
ass.
are meant
Tell me I'm
we're
that
meant to believe the jet fuel just did that. That has never happened in the history of construction. Now, apart from that day, it's never happened, and you can never recreate that. But it happened
I
on
mean,
that day.
dude, a fucking goose hits the nose cone of a plane and just absolutely destroys it. We're supposed to believe it goes through one of the towers and comes out the other side completely unscathed. Like, yeah, bro, please, thanks, bro. Yeah, no, thanks.
And also, when you look at the construction, how it was reinforced steel beams in the middle, it's impossible for that to come out of the other side. Impossible. It's physically not possible. Scientifically
Yeah.
not possible.
There's a lot to dive into. It's just really, really deep on it that they're not possible and all kinds of crazy stuff. But those two, for instance, are just like, I'm trying to believe my eyes here, and you're putting stuff in front of me that's just like absolute bullshit. And those two right there for me, just from the outside looking in, are two of the more biggest like bullshit things that you just want me to believe are happening that don't match the fucking story, that don't match reality, that don't match what I know what happens. Like it's stuff like that, dude, that really gets me. Like don't lie to my face and expect me to suck it up.
Yeah, that's what the sheepish are doing, and that's the same people that also believe that the landing happened. It's the same type of people, and that's what I'm telling you. It goes deeper than a belief system. It goes way deeper. It's about a way of life, how you look at life, and how you process information. So it's not about just a picture of how the Earth is. It's more about, like I said, the way of life and how you process what you've been told. Are you gonna question things, or are you just gonna suck it up? So that's how I look at it, and why it's so much bigger.
I mean, they do. They did the same thing with the Artemis mission. Like the live television feed, you see the rocket go up, and it like huge cut happens, and all of a sudden the boosters are off of it, which does not match live video the other people were streaming at the time. But the boosters come up, and they're like, "Oh, it's going up there," and you can still see it. It's not far up. And then
Yeah.
the next camera break goes to the ship up above Earth, and they're like, "We're 52 miles in the air," and it looks like it looks more like they're like 120,000 feet up in the air. But besides the point, they cut very nice enough. We're 52 miles up in the air. I'm like, bro, we could just see you, like, and you were closer than like not even at the height of like a commercial airliner. And then 4 seconds later, you are 52 miles up.
Yeah, it just doesn't. The math doesn't add up, and same thing with like with all the connectivity. They could just have taken the camera and just put it on the window, so we could see a live footage from the window. But they never done that. So you know, it just looks sus.
Well, I mean, dude, you look at the FX-71 Blackbird, it travels at like, what they say is like 2,300 miles an hour, I think at top speed, 21, 23, somewhere in there. And it's like, they can't paint it, or the paint burns off in the atmosphere. They can't even put like a bolt out on the skin, or it burns off.
Yeah,
They can't even correctly turn when they're at that speed. And then you see Artemis looks like this Minecraft Lego block piece of shit, and we're expecting it to go 6 or 7 times that amount of speed through the atmosphere without falling apart. Like, again,
And
dude,
also
I'm not
look at the videos of the G-force of these airplane or fighters and the airplane fighters. You see the G-force what's doing to their bodies, and look at the footage they provide you. You don't see any G-force affecting their faces or their body. Feels like they just are very comfortable. And at that speed, there should be so much more G-forces, right, to their face. But we don't see that in the footage. So the math and the science doesn't add up. You can't just go so fast and not get affected by the G-force. That's impossible.
I mean, that was the one meme I always post, where they posted like they took a picture of Earth and showed it all curved and stuff, and they show Lake Tahoe curving. And the picture they gave us, or I should say picture, the image they gave us of that actually looks like Lake Tahoe is curving at about the rate it should on the globe. And then you go look at Lake Tahoe, and it ain't curving one fucking bit. So again, tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies.
Yeah, it's all lies. Everything's a lie. It's not a So it goes very deep.
Who's claiming curved water?
The Artemis mission, they showed a picture of Earth that was all curved and stuff, and it shows Lake Tahoe on that picture, on the image, and it shows it being curved. But you go look at Lake Tahoe, it's not curved. Yeah, not even one bit. But on that image, it shows a pretty awesome curvature there that doesn't exist. But like, they also screw up constantly with words, and people don't pay attention. Like, they're doing an interview with the Artemis team, and they're supposedly in between the moon and Earth. And the main leader dude is talking, and he's talking to the people on TV, and he's like talking about people in New York. And he's like talking about people in New York, and he mentions, he's like, blah, 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 people in New York. He's like, that's across the country from where we're filming right now. It's like, what did you just say? I say that again, please, brother? Yeah.
Yeah. And there's also been a lot of bloopers in the videos.
It's like Star Wars are more closely scientifically accurate than what NASA gives us.
Yeah.
That's why I love whenever DJ has his presentation to people about the NASA fake stuff, because it shows like the most ridiculous things, and it cracks me up.
Hmm.
I think we actually had one of the funnier discussions the other night. There was this dude on, and he seemed to be trolling, but he came in. He was all the guys. I think it was T Dub was like, it's fake and stuff, and he's like, no, it's not, bro. We got satellites up there. He's like, well, go. They was Tito was like, well, go find a picture online. Go Google up pictures of like NASA satellites, but also go look at like Russian space pictures and Chinese space pictures too. And the guy doesn't throw his mic. He just comes and goes, all right, we're gonna look up the Russian space pictures. And he Googles them up, and he's like, what? We're just listening to him. He goes, what the fuck? This is bullshit, bro. These look all totally fucking fake. This is not real. Everyone's
Yeah,
dying because he stops looking at the Russian stuff and starts going to find somebody else because the words out of his mouth are, this is some fake ass bullshit. We're dying, dude.
and that's the whole problem I have as well. None of the footage looks real. None of the images, nothing. It doesn't look real. And also the landing that they are providing, the sequences, it doesn't look real. It looks AI. And there was this footage they had. I don't know if it was of the SpaceX or if it was of the Amazon one, but they had dolphins in the sea. Did you guys see that when it's landing with the parachutes? And apparently there's like all vivid when you have dolphins in the water apparently circling the lunar landing or the spacecraft. It just looks so fake. It looks AI. This all of it looks the same shit when they're landing in the water in the ocean. It just it looks very fake.
I mean, dude, they had the Falcon 9 rocket they showed flying over Earth a while back that had the mouse crawling, like flying through space, had the mouse crawling along the edge of the rocket, and they had the Mars lander, which had the Mars drone they have lander thing that had fly on it, like a fucking fly on it. They had like Mars ground footage that had like a little rat on the ground, and it's just like they're publishing these. It's ridiculous, dude. It's ridiculous. I mean, I think at this point it is some kind of humiliating spiritual for people to get them to believe
It is
something that
exactly.
fucking absurd.
I also think it's a humiliation ritual. They know like they are putting it out there for everyone to see, and no one is questioning it. It's like a humiliation thing.
The camp platter, I honestly never looked into it. Everything I saw was like absurdity type stuff. I never ever looked into anything. Never saw a video or a GIF or read anything other than just like ancient cosmology stuff, which was again like the same thing everybody else got, which was like, hey, look at this, look how dumb they were, type stuff. So I never ever looked into it. And the moment I did, I was like, "Oh, this is total garbage." I mean, literally nothing burnt. Nothing works. None of the stuff works. It's all broken.
Yeah, that's and that's what you have to ask yourself as well. Why isn't there more footage? Why not disprove it and provide more real footage, right?
Wait, I want to see Timbo hanging upside down on the bottom of the earth fixing somebody's plumbing.
Yeah,
Show me
Timbo
that.
is upside down.
To me, that's not even a valid argument because all you have to do is turn the camera upside down and you could say, oh, they're upside down. But I wanted to ask y'all, did anybody see any videos of that lunar, or not the lunar, but the module from SpaceX crashing into the moon?
I saw the footage that they gave us that Elon posted, but I also saw multiple angles of footage from people that were watching it with multiple types of cameras, including like multiple angles. That I guess the one guy I saw was using like infrared too, and they saw absolutely nothing.
Yeah, the only one that I've seen so far is from CBS News, and they had a camera on the moon watching it slam into the moon. And I thought that was interesting. I'm like, can anybody show me one that's not CGI?
I thought it was interesting the other day after they started talking about it. They did manage to put out that little side blurb saying, "Oh, you won't be able to see it. Like you won't be able to see it. Like we'll catch video, but you won't be able to see it." So a bunch of people probably didn't look because they thought we couldn't see. So there's a start.
Well, it happened at like 2:30 in the morning Eastern Standard Time, so a lot of people aren't even awake for that.
That's a pretty convenient time to have that happen. Interestingly enough. But dude, like I'm even having to teach my son. So like I was watching my son was playing video games, and I walk in, and at first I thought he was watching a streamer, which he does sometimes. And the guy was doing magnet fishing, right, where he chucks the magnet in there and pulls stuff back up. And so I thought he was watching a streamer, and then I watched the dude, the magnet go into the water, and it was like an obvious AI water splash. And I was like, oh, he's playing a game or something, right? Watching a streamer play a game. So I asked him, I said, yo, what game is this? He's like, it's not a game. This is a real video of a guy magnet fishing. I was like, no, sir, this is not real. He's like, what? I was like, no, boy, this is not real. I was like, yo, check this out. Look at this. Look at this here, this here, this here, this here, dude. This is not real. This is AI. And he was like, oh. And I was like, the way the water works, the way the chain just goes into the water, making no ripples, the way his hands move, like it's all obvious CGI to me, or AI to me. But for him, he thought it was real because he doesn't know those differences. Now he's 9, so I don't blame him. Just a teaching point. I don't blame him for thinking that. But that's the problem, is that a lot of these people, especially kids, thankfully I was there to tell them, but these kids and other people that see this and don't have somebody there to point out like the problems, so they think it's real.
So check this out. Elon Musk posted a video 16 hours ago of supposedly SpaceX crashing into the moon. But it gets community noted saying that this is a simulation of the SpaceX rocket stage impacting. It's not the actual. So now it says there's a link, no spacecraft recorded video of the event from this angle. So there's a link to an article. And then that article, yeah, I can't wait till this plays. I gotta post this video.
It must have been done a little later because Rayleigh posted it yesterday. It did not have that community note on it yet.
Yeah, it has it on it now. Come on, man. Wow, it won't even let me blow it up. Oh my goodness.
I get what you're saying though. If you can post that video, you're looking at cool. But you're telling us though that he posted this video yesterday, acted like it was what was really happening, and then the community note to come in and said it's a simulation. So they posted a simulation once again, purporting it to be real.
Here you go. This is the video posted on the SpaceX website. And then here's the other article from AP News saying that it happened, but there's no video. It's just some guy talking about how it happened.
Scientists are certain. They're certain a wayward rocket. Well, no one observed it. They are certain. Sounds about right.
Here's the Guardian newspaper reporting it, but no video. By the way, you know what? I'll do it. I'm gonna screen record the crash landing, and I'm gonna turn it into a GIF. I'll be right back.
So as far as I can tell, they saw some tritium and lithium, like that tritium and lithium floating out into the air. They observed that, and that's the evidence they say that it hit. They left the debris trail floating out in the air. But they gave us about as much evidence as the second Transformers movie where the Autobots help the Decepticons accidentally by going and getting all of the teleportation pillars from the dark side of the moon and bringing them back. So it also could be something like that, or a robot farted, something, anything. Those are also have just as much evidence.
All right, I'm back.
Yeah, that article has any link to the Chilean telescope that measured this craft. Wouldn't they be recording it or measuring it or something like that? They don't even have something like that to show us.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
It's the cognizant sometimes, man. Because there was a guy, Nick Folk, who was on this morning, of course, and there was a guy in the chat, and he mentioned about how something like mentioning how satellites, prove the globe and they can't be on a flat Earth and stuff. And so I posted in the, geo stationary satellite balloon, and then he was that other, pictures of satellites on balloons falling to Earth and stuff like that. And he's like, "You think I don't know there are balloons that do stuff? It doesn't." I was like, "You just said there aren't." And now you're saying you think I don't know that you know? What are you doing? I think you're hot, Mike, bro. I hear you like breathing or something.
My bad.
Wait.
What happened?
Sorry,
Can
bro.
we see the globe? Is the Earth a globe?
Please, its voice, you not clear.
I said, is the Earth a globe?
Not clear. Your mic is not clear.
How about now? Can you hear me better now?
What?
Oh my goodness. Can you hear me better now?
Yes, of course. This is nice.
Yeah.
No,
So
nice.
I heard something crazy the other day.
What?
So I heard something crazy the other day. I heard that the Earth is a globe and that it's not flat. How is that so?
I not understand, bro.
Yeah. How is the Earth a sphere, a round planet? I never heard of that before.
Qatar, Qatar. Qatar, bro. Oh my god. Why keep it silent?
What?
Well, he was trying to talk to you, but you couldn't understand anything he was saying, so what do you expect?
Expected.
Yeah, that's what I'm figuring too. I'm just trying to figure out how the Earth is a globe, man. That's the craziest thing I've ever heard. Can't believe somebody believes that.
Goodbye, bro.
What? I don't understand anything you are saying.
You're from India or China?
Right.
All right. Goodbye. See you later.
Bye bye.
You know what's hilarious? Fences was in the chat last night, and she posted the old Rand McNally flight paths map. I can't remember what year it was from. It's an older one. She posted it because they were asking about flight corridors. She just posted it as a template for that to show them how they use flight corridors every year. They change them and stuff like that. And the guys like got enamored with the map. And they're like, look at this map. I've never seen this map. And they were like, why is an article like in a separate section over here? And she had to like try to explain to them it's because it's a globe projection, dude. They're projecting out flat, and instead of rounding it with Antarctica, they just put Antarctica on a separate little thing in the bottom corner. And they were like, that doesn't make any sense. And I'm like, bro, come on.
I know my microphone is shit, but I put the videos in the side chat.
Chief Dog, I think you and I both might need to invest in that mic that Elijah got, cutting out all that noise, making it clear.
Yeah, you can go ahead and buy it for me.
Right? That's the problem. I can understand what you're saying almost all the time just because I listen to you a lot, but people tell me the same thing that I have background noise and they can't hear me, can't understand me, and all kinds of stuff from the wind. So just factors of the job.
Hello. I knew I was. I'll get it.
I'm working super hard.
Russian mafia is here. What's up, bro? My friend, let's go.
question though. For the people who are actually hosting this debate, aren't you guys afraid that you might be targeted or hacked or something bad might happen to you
No,
for trying to reveal the truth?
no.
No, that's like the people who are afraid of that. They're the ones who have the ability to challenge power. Voltaire said it best: "It is very dangerous to be right when the systems of power and control are wrong." They've already done the controlled demolition of flat Earth. They think they've won. In their hubris, has given us a blind spot. They're not looking this way right now. They're looking at other minority groups. So for right now, we're pretty safe. And really, they're more worried about maintaining their own illusion, like this Artemis program and the billions of dollars and decade of overruns. They're trying to keep the house of cards up. So they're not really that worried about this minority group who thinks the earth is flat.
They've been wildly successful in doing that too. I feel like this is kind of pointless.
Why would you feel that way?
But you see, most of the people are just so bugged. I mean, I'm talking about the people around me in real life, the people I meet. They're just so, they have their eyes open, but everything else is closed. They don't question, they never think. It's like I'm living among zombies.
Yeah, they call it the fluoride stare. They're more concerned about
They're like goldfish.
Like, when's the next episode of the Kardashians on? Just reality TV.
You know, I see my dad, I see my mom on Facebook. They have memory like a goldfish. Alzheimer's, I feel like it's induced. And the fucking hospitals, man.
Yeah, try to watch the
fucking
language.
Hospitals.
Yeah, homie,
I'm kind of emotional.
Yeah, I know. It's not that big of a deal. I'm not going to mute you or kick you out or anything. I humbly request that you watch the language. That's it. But you can swear if you want to.
Sure.
If you're going to do it anyway, then do it. But if you would, thank you.
No, it's just my father was in the hospital and we were charged like a lot of money. That was, yeah, that financially crippled us. And to find out that it was all for nothing, that makes you swear. I mean, people don't even question like COVID-19. That's ridiculous. 5 years imprisonment, people putting like foreign substances in your body.
Yeah, brother, we're not going to talk about that particular topic. It's kind of off limits. So we try to keep it on the flat earth. I appreciate it.
Because what's going on
think
here?
it's related.
Yeah, I'll tell you how it's related. Because we were promised a bill of sale. They said, "Here we go. We do this. We go to the moon. It's going to be a giant leap forward for all mankind. It's going to be a new renaissance." Brian Cox wanted to reframe the calendar, kind of like you had before Christ and after Christ, before Apollo and after Apollo. That this was going to be a fundamental paradigm shift, a coming together of the whole world. But it wasn't. It was all about money, weapons, geopolitical positioning, and nothing changed at all. Still to this day, some 60 years later, ain't shit changed around here. So the space age abruptly dies in 1972. The information age replaces the space age, which is marked by disinformation. Government-controlled disinformation. Meanwhile, they tell you they can go back to the moon again, but this time get it right. And there's going to be a joint endeavor. Some 80-something countries have signed the Artemis Accords. But you know what's going to happen? Nothing. No change, no effect. No one's going to even care about it. Things will just keep moving. The committee who meets every year, nuclear scientists, they meet every year, and they talk about this doomsday clock, how close humanity is to extinction level, man-caused extinction level event. They moved it up a couple more seconds to midnight. The year they were supposed to go around the moon again. So it just kind of tells you, like, hey, why? What can you do with it now? Can you be pissed? Can you talk about how these systems of power and control screw you over, screw families over, drive you deeper into debt? Well, you can, but what you could do is find like-minded people, discuss a topic you enjoy, in the meanwhile, document the downfall. So I frame it this way. Find some things you enjoy doing with some people you can tolerate, and when you're not doing that, you can document the downfall. Try to enjoy life as best you got. That's how you win. You win by living a life well lived, despite everything they're doing to you, despite all these systems constantly with the boot on your neck, telling you 2 plus 2 is 5 because they said so. Persist and survive. Or you could do like what your family does. They put a bag over their head and they just cope. They doom scroll through social media.
Yes, sir, I agree with you. Hello there, is anyone? Can you speak? Or...
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, actually I am new here and I don't know how to use this app. And but I like your words when you was talking about social media, about the systems, about this impact on our life. Can you continue and tell me more?
Yeah, what else do you want to know?
Okay, it's actually here.
It's just, I don't know if you missed the first part. The guy asked me, why does it matter? Why does this conversation matter at all? So that's why it matters. You rage against the dying of the light. You'll just like turn over and just, go tits up. Or belly up. What about that? Don't go belly up.
Hey, is that the same security that I spoke to a few days ago, and your husband came on, and then you just
Oh my
disappeared
god!
when we asked him about the curvature?
That was a while ago. That was like 2 weeks ago.
About 2 weeks ago. Wow, time flies. Because remember, your husband was like, "No, that's not the curve," and then we showed him the formulas, and then you just disappeared. What happened? Was he mad at the curvature?
Honestly, I don't really remember. I kind of feel bad because I misled you guys, but I was
You
trying to
can't
really.
mislead us. We're flat earthers.
Huh?
You can't mislead us. We're flat earthers. We've overcome the misleading. Don't worry about that.
Oh, duh! You know the truth.
We know the truth. So what were you back for? You got questions, comments? You still falling for the globe?
I'm still falling for the. Damn it! I almost said Globers. I'm falling for the flat earthers.
Oh right.
Honestly, though, You know, I was supposed to prepare a question. Now I just sound stupid.
Yeah, you got to come with something to the chat.
Honestly, I feel like I just get up here to flirt with the dudes sometimes. I'm pretty naughty, but
How does your
I
husband
do.
feel about that? Must be raging.
Well, it's okay. It's okay to him because I'm never gonna meet his theory. I'm never gonna meet anybody on the internet. So, and that's true. I wouldn't do that. I'm
All
not
right, safe.
a bad person or anything. Like I wouldn't really like do anything.
All right, well that's fine. So you don't have anything about the Earth you want to talk about?
Yeah. What would you say is the most surprising thing that well, actually I do have a different question. How long ago did you realize that the earth was flat?
What, 7, 8 years ago or something now? I don't know. Lose track. Time's flying, you know?
What turned you on to it? Like
I saw someone saying that the curvature of the Earth has never been measured, and that people are doing long distance observations and finding that they're seeing further than the globe would allow. And I thought,
Okay.
that's interesting. I've never thought about that. And then I bought a high powered camera and started testing it myself and found out, oh yeah, there's no curve. Interesting.
But did you ever think that
Also,
maybe it's because we can't see that far, like through our eyes? Is that, or do you?
Nah,
That's
because
what I'm
with like
thinking.
cameras and binoculars and stuff, you can see further than the globe says you should be able to see because of the curvature. There's no curve. Like where the globe says, oh, you'll only be able to see X amount of miles because the curvature, we see further than that. We see flat surface way beyond that point.
I have a good one. So every photo that is on the internet of the Earth is just VFX. Because
Yeah, I
it's
mean,
not
obviously, all the
overlaid
globe
steroid.
cartoons, all the globe cartoons are just cartoons. NASA's faking all that shit. So, yeah, that's obvious.
Well, what do they have to gain? What is the gain to fool the masses?
Control, power, money.
Well, if they really believed that it was flat like you guys, do you think that that would resolve any like other cultural issues?
I don't know. It would just stop people being such gullible statist cucks, hopefully.
Wow.
Well, what about the science fiction? That's a huge market.
Yeah, people would start
Space
living
stuff.
in reality again because at the moment people are just living in a complete fantasy land given to them by the US government, essentially.
Have you
So,
heard
of
of
course,
Mount
people are
Meru?
out to lunch. What's that?
Have you heard of Mount Meru?
Yes.
Okay. So you know about the Lokas and that part of the Hindu whatever is pretty interesting. How
Yeah,
there's
yeah.
like layers of
Well, loads of cultures, I mean, you look into it, all the cultures in the past were flat earthers. They all had slightly different ideas about how it was laid out. In Hindu cosmology, you've got Mount Meru. In Norse cosmology, you've got Yggdrasil, the world tree. They all had something at the center, like something called either a mountain or a tree. So, yeah, I mean, it's interesting. All these different cultures and societies had basically the same understanding that we're in a flat, motionless, contained system, and there's something at the center of it. I mean, that's interesting because a lot of these groups had no contact with each other, but yet they all kind of had a similar idea about what the world was. But
exactly.
how you figure all that out and know whether it's true or not, I mean, you can't really because conveniently we're restricted from traveling to those kind of places on Earth.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's interesting looking at what old cultures said about the Earth. Probably more truth to that than what we're getting nowadays.
Well, yeah, I remember being in school and they showed us what they claimed to have been the old map, what ancient people viewed the Earth, and it was like the flat Earth. Like that's
Yeah, they were all flat earthers. I mean, this is like the history that school's not teaching us. They basically they act like everyone knew it was a globe because some Greek guy 2,000 years ago said so. But no, everyone, even the Greeks, knew it was flat.
So history was written in a way to suit a narrative.
Yeah, all our history, the modern history that we've got now is totally globed up.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
So would you say that you only believe what your eyes can see? Is that another reason you believe that
Well,
the
no,
Earth is flat?
belief is a different thing. You got belief and you got knowledge. So if you're talking about knowledge, then yeah, that's what we can experience and test, observe, measure, detect. That's knowledge. Belief is a different thing. No, that's not necessarily what you can test and observe, but I would say you should try and arrive at it at least through logical reasoning.
Yeah.
So no, I don't only have thoughts about things that I can see and experience, but if I'm going to make a claim to knowledge, then yeah, that should be something that you can experience and prove to yourself for sure. And if you can't, you need to just be happy to say I don't know, which too many people are not happy to say.
Yeah, like I don't know what happens after death, you know?
Yeah, that's the great adventure, the great mystery, isn't it? This world is full of mysteries, but nowadays that's another way they've dumbed people down is by making people think that they do have knowledge that they don't have. Like, oh, I know how far away the sun is. I know what the sun is made of. No, you don't. You don't know shit.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Yeah, very true.
So you believe in science to a point, not all science, but certain things that
Well, science isn't really a matter of belief. Again, they don't teach science well at school. So many people we speak to don't know what science is. Science is a method which involves observing a natural phenomena and then creating an experiment to try and test what causes that phenomena. It's not about belief. It's testable. That's science. If it's not testable and conductible in an experiment in reality, it's just not science. So I don't believe in science. I appreciate science and I like science. Belief is a different thing. But what they're giving us about the globe, that's all pseudoscience. That's not science.
I don't know how to beat that. Like I don't
You don't need to beat it. Why are you trying to beat it? Join it.
Accept it.
But the truth is I'm not knowledgeable enough in science or anything to make a really
Yeah,
informed.
like none of us were. You have to teach yourself. I mean, this is another thing that comes out of this, recognizing that we've all been given a shit education. It's not even an education, it's an indoctrination. And if you want to know, you need to teach yourself. You need to do the work.
Yeah.
I'll send you some resources in 2 secs.
Okay.
We've got Discord, not GG.
That guy got muted.
I joined that server, and we've got a bunch of resources there.
Oh, the Flat Earth server?
Yep.
Yeah.
You seen the resource? You seen the resource section there? So when you're in it, all right, go on to the server. Tell me when you're on it.
Oh, it's in the chat. Oh,
Well, I just sent it to you.
stop it, Molly.
And then when you're in that server, if you scroll about 3/4 of the way down the channel list, you'll see an additional information section, and it's all alphabetized. Got channels
Okay,
like, so if you scroll down, you'll see them. It's like Antarctica, astronauts, Big Bang, eclipses, science, right? So when you've got a question like, what about the moon? There's a channel on the moon. What about motion of the earth? There's a channel on motion of the earth. And these are just like,
can I get an invite?
Sounds like resources so that you can kind of research in your own time. Just the other side of what we've been taught, basically. And it's all good, like loads of academic resources, science, all kinds of stuff.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I haven't looked at it yet, so now I see.
Yeah, I mean, you can always
Yeah, this
come
one.
here and ask questions and talk to us, but if you're the type that likes to just kind of sit on your own and do some crunching, get in the lab, then that's a good place to research independently. But yeah, if you wanna learn anything, you're like, oh, I don't know science and that. Yeah, most of us didn't. I didn't. Loads of people don't. You have to teach yourself, and it's very you can teach yourself.
Yeah, I know that much. I've done that with religions, like teaching myself different religions, so I'm sure I can figure this out.
Yeah, you can figure it out. Yeah, you figure it out. You're smart enough. So what's making you still believe Earth is a spinning ball?
I just thought, like, growing up, it always made the explanations made sense. I don't know if I was just blinded or.
Yeah, but I mean, the explanation is gonna you like force yourself to accept that it makes sense because your teacher's telling you, hey, if you don't put this on the test, you're gonna fail. So
Yeah.
if you're going in saying none of this makes sense, but I have to put it in on the test, you're gonna go mad. So as a kid, you just accept it. You're like, well, everyone else is accepting it. My teacher's telling me it. My parents are telling me it. Of course, it has to make sense. But that's like it's just like a psychological thing going on. It doesn't actually make sense. Like a ball of water spinning around in a vacuum, that doesn't make any sense. Water boils in a vacuum. Gas does not form a spherical shape at all, let alone in a vacuum. Like none of it makes sense. You've never been given the right opportunity to question it. And most people don't carve out the time for themselves to question it. And then they feel like society's like bullying them into accepting it and they just accept it because it's easy. It's easier to just accept it, but it's bullshit. So if you really care about the truth, then that's going to annoy you. And that's the common thread with flat earthers. They don't like being lied to.
Well, no, I don't like being lied to. Well, I was gonna ask. Well, if I want to ask you this in
But
terms of the
I mean, what
is there something on the
when you go
atmosphere there?
outside and you don't experience the ground to be a spinning ball, do you?
Well, no.
So when you think about it, it doesn't make sense. I mean, the word sense refers to your senses.
Yeah. Um. Well, what about the atmosphere? Is there something on the atmosphere in the server? Like that's bullshit too. Hold on a minute. Maybe it looks okay.
Well, you have to think about it, right? So if you think of the idea of a sphere, that would be kind of a ball shape. And that means that atmo is air. So atmo ball, air ball. Have you ever seen air take a shape of a ball ever, or does it always fill the available volume or the shape of the container that it's in?
It fills the complete thing.
Right. So in this case, the volume would have to be the ever expanding vacuum of the universe, right? So there should never be any ball shaped pockets of air or whatever. It should always try to fill the available volume, which is the ever expanding universe. There should never be an air sphere.
Yeah, sorry,
Doesn't that make sense?
my Discord picked me out there, but yeah, that's basically what I'm saying. Like you're saying, it makes sense, but when you think about it, it doesn't make sense. The globe does not comport with your senses. You don't sense motion of the ground. You don't detect curvature, spherical curvature. You just see a motionless topographical plane, and you see the sun, moon, and stars moving around you. That's what you sense. That's what would make sense.
So you don't believe in invisible forces such as like gravity and what you would call fake science, like
Well,
invisible
gravity.
that are
Yeah.
just words thrown around to explain something that's rather inexplainable.
Yeah, no, the globe gravity story, that's just the story they had to tell us so that we would believe we're on the outside of a big spinning ball. Because naturally people were like, how could you be on the outside of a giant spinning ball? You'd go flying off. So of course they have to come up with a story about why no, you're being stuck to the ball by some magical force called gravity. And then you say, well, what's the proof? And they say, well, drop a pen. But that's not proof of that. Yeah?
No, it's not.
So you need to really think about these things critically. They've just tried to bamboozle us as children, and we accept it because our education systems compel us to. We have to accept it. We have to physically write it down in tests to succeed.
Yeah.
So it's not that any of it makes sense. It's that we're essentially indoctrinated and forced into accepting it as children, knowing
Well,
that the
yeah.
majority of people as adults won't bother to really go back and check.
Yeah, I always grew up challenging, like, my parents. Like, I paid the price for that. Like, I always stood up for what was right, no matter if I would be homeless. Like, so truth is very important to me, too. So.
Well, there you go. If truth is important to you and you start pulling this thread, you're going to end up a flat earther. So good for you.
I'll try. This is what I'll do. I'll do this because it's my day off. I'll go ahead and look at some of that stuff on the server and see if it starts to click for me. I'm sure it'll take
Well,
me a
here,
little while.
I've just sent you 2 good introduction videos because on the server, it's terabytes of information. You might not know where to start. There's also a channel called FE Introduction Videos, so it's like intro stuff, because you're going to need intro stuff if you're totally new to this. So I've just sent you a couple of ones.
Okay.
And yeah, if you've got questions, you can ask. Yeah?
I appreciate it. I'm going to try to take this a little bit more serious. I've been
You
putting it
should,
off.
because this is the most serious conversation you've ever had, whether you realize it or not. This is the most important conversation going on today. No matter what they're trying to bamboozle you with in the news. Oh, Trump is doing this. He's going to take Greenland. He's going to do this and that. That's all bullshit. This is the most important thing that's being spoken about and discussed right now. It's the reason they censor it so hard. It's arguably the reason that everything has ramped up to the level of insanity that it has in the last few years, coincidentally, as people are starting to question this. So they're trying to distract you with everything under the sun so that you don't look into this
They
topic.
call flat earthers retards all the
Yeah,
time.
of course they do. Of course they do. They have to. But do you know what they don't do? They don't debate us. They don't come and provide globe proof. They just call us names. And is that a good argument? No, it's not. I actually love it. I love that they're just calling us names. You couldn't give us more of an obvious concession that we're right. Everyone that comes in here.
That makes sense. It would be like the equivalent of somebody calling me a whore just because I said the truth, but they just call me a whore as like just to put me down.
They're demean you. Yeah, exactly. They're just trying to dismiss you as a person instead of addressing the content of your position. That's exactly what it is. And they're trying to do it in such a way that other people see it and they say, well, I don't want to be called a retard. I don't want to be called a whore. So even though I'm curious, I'm just going to be quiet. They want to bully you. They're banking on you being scared. Don't be scared.
Yeah.
Can I want to point something out real quick.
Oh,
big,
what's up, Indio?
What's up? Not only do they call you stupid and you're retarded if you think the earth is flat, on the flip side is you can't understand it unless you're really smart and you're a scientist. So tell me how you square that circle of contradiction.
Oh, I don't. What was your question?
India's paradox of borrowed intelligence.
Yep. The paradox.
Yeah, they try and make
paradox.
They try and make the globe almost impenetrable to the average person. So they'll dress it up with fancy mathematics so that most people look at it and they go, well, how could I question it? I don't understand the maths. But it's a false garb, you know. They're fronting. They're hiding behind theoretical math in the hopes that people don't challenge it. But you can challenge the initial assumptions in that math and say, well, where did you get a radius from? Where did you get a curved ball Earth to begin with? And they fall apart. We get PhD astronomers, physicists, all kinds of people through here, and they just fall apart when you ask them the most fundamental questions. Prove the curvature. Prove that a lake is bending. They can't do it.
Yeah. Maybe because it's so big, they don't. Maybe the reason
Nah, because
Globers
they
believe.
give us the size. They give us the size so we can do the math.
I was just going to bring that up too. Like if you ask one of them how much curb is in 10 miles, they won't know. But
Yeah,
it's
they don't
66
know.
but it's 66 feet, right? That's a lot. But they'll just say, well, the Earth's just too big. Well, okay, how big is it? I'll tell you how
Yeah.
big it is.
Yeah.
66 feet of curb in 10 miles. Really simple. And then it increases exponentially. So, it's not as big as people think it is.
Yeah, and 99% of the people who believe in the globe don't know that number. They don't know the claimed size of it. They don't know how much it's supposed to curve. It's the flat earthers that know that, which is insane. So
Or they'll throw satellites at you too. They'll say,
yeah, they'll just beg the
well,
question. But they've got
I forgot
little
what that
robots in
was.
space.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then you say, okay, well, where did you see a satellite? Oh, I see it moving through the sky. What do you see? A little light. Okay, how do you know what that is? I saw it on TV. They've got no idea what it is. They've got no idea what it's made of, how big it is, how far away it is. That could be any number of things. But it has to be, in their mind, this little floating metal box going around a ball, because that's the only story they've been given for it. And then we say, well, how do you know it's that? And then they say, well, what else could it be? As if that means it is what they believe. When of course it does. It could be a million other things. So yeah, they've got high altitude communications technologies and stuff like that, but it's not little floating metal boxes flying around a ball Earth. Most of these things are on balloons.
Yeah, like the damn Chinese balloons.
Yeah, the Chinese one, right? That was a little tell. The flat Earth community was laughing at that because most people were like, "Whoa, China's got their satellites on balloons!" Ha 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 ha. It's like, yeah, that's how all of them are doing it. What do you think Roswell was about?
The car in space. Remember that?
Yeah, the car in space, exactly. The propaganda is laughable. You go back and look at it and you're like, holy shit, how did anyone fall for this? Absolutely insane.
You know how impossible that idea is? Musk said it was just a regular car, that they didn't do anything to it. Man, do you know what would have happened when it got into the vacuum? First of all, the seats are interiors are styrofoam. Styrofoam is just like a polymer with a bunch of bubbles blown into it. Every single one of those bubbles would have freaking exploded. The seats would have exploded when as soon as like the cowling came off and it got exposed to the vacuum. Like every piece of plastic in there would have exploded because the plastic has dissolved bubbles inside of it, and all those bubbles would have expanded because of the vacuum, and it would have been a mess. Like that's just one thing. Never mind the tires and
remember
the fluids and all those things that would have boiled off.
And remember what he said afterwards at the press conference? He said, you can tell it's real because it looks so fake. He's trolling people.
Yeah.
These people are just trolling.
Like the celebrities were trolling when they went into space or whatever they called it, and then they came back down and the door opened by itself.
Yeah. It's all just a giant propaganda troll. These people are laughing at the people who believe it.
Well, it's a big moneymaker.
As a Glober, you're the butt of the joke.
The whole space industry, fiction and nonfiction, you suppose a nonfiction, it's a big moneymaker. I think Star Wars itself has made over $1 trillion in its lifetime. Now think about that. Just Star Wars.
Yeah.
We're talking about everything, right? The franchise, the action figures, the movies, all the stuff associated with Star Wars, the T-shirts, the posters, $1 trillion over its lifetime.
Look into Warhammer and how much those action figures cost, and people buy that shit so that they can play D&D in massive quantity of figures. It's insane how much money space is worth.
There is good money in the globe, for sure.
I mean, even I have invested money in space, sci-fi films, TV shows.
Yeah, most of us here previously were into sci-fi and that kind of shit. And you still can be. You just have to
I
realize
still
that
am.
the whole
I still dig
exactly.
that.
I mean
It's like
exactly.
Lord of the Rings now, though. It's like there's no possibility that it's real.
If anything, it's even better because you don't have to deal with the horror side of being in an infinite, ever expanding killer vacuum. You just know it's all fantasy.
I always was terrified of space because it did seem like such a big
That's the point.
impossibility.
That's the point. I mean, like, think about it. The entire cosmology that they've told us is a horror show, right? So it's a low level form of like trauma based mind control.
Yeah,
Our
and
whole,
astrology
the whole
is bullshit.
story, the whole story they tell us with the dinosaurs, they were like, at some point, some giant rock just came and smashed into us, killed everything, and that could happen at any point unless you keep giving us, NASA, the government, loads of money. Think about that. So they've
Yeah.
got a low level, everyone who believes in it has this low level idea. They don't think about it day to day, but if you press them, they would say, yeah, it's very possible that a giant rogue rock will just come and wipe us all out. And the only defense we might have to that is an organization like NASA.
Yeah, and NASA would take over if there was a fake alien invasion too. Like
Yeah.
I'm always afraid they're gonna pull that crap.
Yeah.
They're gonna
Oh, I
pull
can't wait for it. I can't wait for it. The Globies are going to be losing their minds. The aliens are here. Oh my God. We're going to be
Well, how about
sitting here
the
on
three
Discord
eye? The
laughing
three
at
eye,
it.
the three eye divided by Atlas, that thing that they were talking about 6 months ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they would shut
That was detected by a system that they took bids on to bid on a system to detect rogue asteroids that might hit the Earth. This is one of the objects that they detected with this system, right?
Money
But
well
the whole
spent.
thing, money well spent on a fantasy show. And then
So
you
would
got
you
a Harvard professor saying, "Oh, we detected we detected that like 4 million years ago or some nonsense." Did you hear the latest thing? That
What?
some astronomers went over photographs of the sky that were taken between 1941 and 1947. And they detected satellites. Yeah, before satellites. They detected in photographs satellites that were before satellites.
Oh yeah, that's bullcrap. I saw that in Google Maps before. I was like, how?
No, satellites weren't launched yet. You understand? But they looked
Yeah.
at old astronomy photographs and
Well,
saw satellites in them.
why does the government would you say that the government pays so much money into it and they know about the Earth really being flat, or that they're just as ignorant and they're falling
Nah,
for
they're
that?
just taking the money and they're spending it on hookers and blow. Come on.
Ew, like Hunter Biden did.
Yeah. This is what they're doing. They've been busted. The execs have literally been busted spending NASA money on prostitutes. I mean, this has been in the news, right? So where that money's going, it's essentially just like a weapons program with good PR. What, they just funnel it into black projects and missile development, and then they put out a little fireworks show for the masses every few years and say, hey, we're maybe going to go to the moon again. And then everyone's like, wait, we're going to the moon.
Yeah, I'm waiting on TikTok.
Hello.
So yeah, it's all just a big scam, taking the money, spending it on weapons so that they can improve how many poor brown countries they can bomb, whatever the hell else they're doing.
Sorry, I shouldn't laugh at that, but yeah, brown countries.
Yeah, that's what they're doing. I mean, NASA was the ones who supposedly provided the intelligence, the satellite imagery to justify invading Iraq. They said, look, this is the place that they're making weapons of mass destruction. We've got the NASA images. Colin Powell took it in front of the UN Security Council and got agreement to go and invade Iraq. NASA were directly involved in that. So this is just military war shit they're doing, as usual.
So it's just the oligarchs.
Yeah, it's just the usual corrupt people trying to rule the masses in a very fucked up way.
How
By
about
lying to us
China?
about where we are. They construct our entire reality. They say,
How
hey, you
about
don't have
China?
access to reality. You can't see the globe,
Okay.
but we can. That's where you live. We're going to tell you all about it. if there's something that's going to come and fuck us up like a meteor, we'll be the first to know, and we'll let you know. And everyone's just like, okay, guess we better just trust these guys then with our entire cosmology and reality. I mean, that's the most insane amount of power that you can ever imagine.
Yeah.
It'd be like if you woke up in a room in a building and you were never allowed out of the room, and there was just one guy who told you everything about where you were and what was going on outside. You'd be like, why would that guy lie to me? He's telling you everything you know.
Yeah, it's way beyond that, right? Now they all within that paradigm fits evolution, right? And then they go, oh, you're doing this and you're doing that because of you evolved to do that. You evolved to be a degenerate.
Yeah,
it's
that's
not your fault.
That's your monkey brain kicking in.
What?
That's
Yeah.
me.
These guys think they're monkey people. No wonder they're fucked up.
No, I'm fit.
Sorry. Oh my god.
But
Okay,
yeah,
move on.
I mean, we could go all day, but
Come on, Cyclone. It's apes. Get it right, not monkeys.
yeah, they hate it when I call them monkey people. They're like, it's an ape. Damn it.
So you
Damn dirty apes.
Like that makes it better somehow.
Yeah, apologies, ape people.
Come from an ape or a monkey. That would make me happy.
Yeah.
Well, apes are kind of worse because, like, I don't think monkeys throw their own poo at each other.
Well, we throw poo at each other, but verbally.
Yeah, in India, physically.
Yeah, that's why I'm never gonna go there. But I do love Hinduism and Eastern philosophy.
India is good.
Yeah, no, for sure. But yeah, if you got other questions or whatever, feel free. I mean, we could ramble all day about this shit, and we do 24/7, 365 days a year. It's a good time.
I like the passion. You guys keep it up. I'm gonna go and look at that before my husband gets home.
Okay.
What are you guys saying? What are you guys saying? We came from monkeys. I came from a Homo sapien.
You do your research, security.
There's Jimsy.
Oh, hi.
Hey.
Hi and bye. Before your husband gets here. Gets you.
It's so funny. It's like cheating on your husband, but you're just talking to flat earthers. He's caught
Yeah, I'm
me.
having a flat earth
My wife's
affair.
talking to flat earthers. No.
I think it.
All right, good stuff, security. Thank you for coming by again. And check out. I sent you some videos, so check those out.
Hey, thanks for your time. Y'all have a good one.
Good report.
Just because you watch something fall down doesn't mean that the Earth is a ball.
Well, it does when you apply what amount of mass will do what, and then you take the size of the Earth and realize, hang on,
you had to
let me
assume it.
finish,
That's
right?
the first rung of the cosmic ladder, is that the Earth has to be a ball, and then from there you start making all these other calculations. But you have to assume the Earth is a ball for everything else to math out.
And the calculations turn out right.
We know it's a ball.
Okay, then how do you know it's a ball? Can't use gravity because gravity.
Neptune.
God damn it.
Yeah.
Fuck it. I give up. Triangles, you can have them.
You give up. Okay, one down.
Yeah, one down. Yeah, I think you bored him to death.
I can tell that I'm just going to make you sound dumber and dumber, Richter, because you're not going to make any sense whatsoever. That's why I bowed out. I understand everything you're saying because I used to believe it for 39 years. But nobody ever measured the curve of the Earth, so therefore, all those extra stories don't work. It's something else. Whatever it is, it's something else.
Yeah, well, stories that no one ever measured the curve of the Earth, which is just plain wrong. That makes you sound pretty stupid. Some geodetic surveys.
Who measured the Earth
on
curve?
On the daily.
Who measured the Earth curve?
He said
geodetic surveyors measure it daily.
Really?
No, that's planar surveying. They're measuring in planes of triangles in a plane.
No, that's not planar surveying. Planar surveying is planar surveying. Geodetic surveying is different to planar surveying.
No, you need a planar survey before you do anything, so you have a reference.
What?
Whoa!
Explain the planar reference to do geodetic surveying.
Yeah, well, look up how you do it.
Oh, so you can't. You're going to leave it to me. You make a claim and then say, I need to go find it out. Okay. Well, I don't believe what you're saying, so why would I do that?
You just got to think about it for a second.
Okay.
If you have three theodolites, right, in a triangle, is that a point? Is the lines of sight between those three theodolites a planar triangle?
They
three
have
lines
to
of
be.
sight. We have
Why-
A, B, C. We have lines of sight
Why are
between
you
each.
switching to triangulation and stuff instead of just talking
That's what
about
surveying does.
geodetic
That's what
surveying?
surveying does.
Geodetic surveying uses three, does it?
Yeah, it's called a triangulation network. Yeah.
That's how that's how you shoot straight lines, dude.
They say shoot straight lines, dude. No, you don't need three theodolites to do.
No, I'm just saying if you have three theodolites, you could have two rods and one theodolite. You could do it that way.
Yeah, so you just twisted the argument from what we're talking
it's
about
still,
to something where you could refer it to planar surveying and triangulation. Oh, so you just shifted it
It's
from
still a planar triangle. It's still, bro, stop spurging. It's still a planar triangle. Still.
Yeah, and we're not doing planar surveying, so what are you talking about?
Okay. This is how you survey in any type of surveying. You have a theodolite, which is your optical instrument, and you have rods. And if you make a little triangle with the rods, or two rods, or one rod, and move the rod to a third location, that's a planar triangle. Because you're not on the surface of the Earth, you're above it. So what they do is they take those planar triangles, and they wrap it around something called a reference ellipsoid, which don't actually exist. It's a concept. The WGS-84, the Clark ellipsoid, the bezel spheroid. Pick one. They take their measurements and they stick them on this other surface. That's what geodetic surveyors do. So no, they don't measure the curvature of the Earth. They take a bunch of planar triangles and wrap it around mathematically an imaginary surface.
Yeah, sure they do. Again, just
yeah, they do.
To make it something that you think your listeners don't totally understand, and you make yourself sound like you understand it.
I do understand it.
So
no, don't let your bias creep into this, dude. Don't let your bias creep into this. You think we're flat earthers, so we're dumb, and you have a bias. No, we're not dumb. We investigated the globe, and we found out that it doesn't actually exist. You have just believed that somebody who you have no idea who it is has said, hey, yeah, Earth's the globe. And you're like, yeah, sure, I believe you. Well, we said, we don't believe you. We're going to check. We checked. It's not a globe. You should go check too.
You have a bias that you think, I just, never looked into anything at all. I just went, the scientists say it's a globe.
Yeah.
I've never done anything
did.
at all.
I heard you say
made
gravity.
That assumption that I couldn't possibly know what I'm talking about, but I'm supposed to trust that you have looked into stuff that is impossible. But I know what. But I trust that you know what you're talking about.
I know you don't know what you're talking about because of what you're saying.
Yeah. If you were wrong, then you'd be wrong about me not knowing what I'm saying.
But I'm not. You don't know what you're talking about. You said that geodetic surveyors measure curvature every day. That's bullshit.
Yeah, they do. It's not bullshit.
How?
Go look it up. That's all I got.
I have, and I just told you how they do it. I have looked it up because I've heard this before. I have looked it up. You haven't.
No, you try to involve planar surveying, right, and triangles, right, with looking through a theodolite and seeing drop over distance. You tried to confuse the situation.
They don't see drop over distance. They don't even measure a long enough distance to even measure
drop over distance.
No, they don't, dude. Okay, because there's
They
something you don't.
absolutely do. Stop talking
Okay,
nonsense.
that's no, they don't. Why don't you publish a paper? Why don't you post a published paper right now?
Who's it from, and what biased calculations are in there, and misinterpreted results?
He already doesn't want to see it.
He wouldn't understand it anyway. That's the problem. He doesn't want to see it because he doesn't understand it. He doesn't even understand what we're talking about.
I absolutely understand what you're talking about. I
want to know who his reference for geodetic surveying is. Who's your reference for geodetic surveying, Richter?
So did you say who or what?
Yeah, who's your reference?
Oh, wouldn't know. Countless people looked up heaps of geodetic surveying and their results, and didn't note any of it down. Very convincing stuff to me though. But I can go and relook it up if you want me to show you the kind of evidence that I use to come to my conclusions. I can do that when I get home. No problem.
Well, the ones that measure drop over distance. Who are you using as a reference?
Honestly, couldn't tell you their names. They're at the top of
Is it like an anti-flat earther, like Maine Surveyor or Jesse Kozlowski or Baron Rutledge, one of these three that are known anti-flat earth clowns?
Oh, they don't know what triangles are, though. They failed.
I know they don't.
Failed the triangle test on me.
They didn't even know. They didn't even know what deflection of the vertical was in surveying, which is hilarious.
So they're making videos on Earth curve, and he doesn't even know what a triangle is, and yet he can say that this is bigger than a triangle, a spherical triangle, but doesn't know what a triangle is. That's weird.
I got no idea what you're talking about with he doesn't know what a triangle is. I wasn't privy to that conversation that you had, and I
don't worry, it's recorded. So it's part of my triangle test I give everybody. He failed it.
So I posted in the chat. It's called Updated Atmospheric Modeling of Refracted Zenith Angles Using Vertical Temperature Gradient for Refraction Coefficient, Journal of Geosciences, 2023.
Yeah, right. Okay. So you're saying that gravity doesn't necessarily pull directly down. Is that the upside of it?
Well, it's not me saying it, it's them saying it.
Right. Anyway, everyone listening, has anyone ever held a plumb bob and it didn't hang straight down?
No, I haven't. I don't believe it does do what they say. But it's needed for geodetic surveying to work.
Oh man,
it's called the geoid model, right? It's called EGM 97 geoid model.
There goes
so it's lumpy gravity.
Survey.
So you have tilted. According to what you believe in, geodetic surveying, you have to believe that plumb lines are curved. Yeah, you do, because in geodetic surveying, they have curved plumb lines, dude.
They don't have curved plumb lines. So I assume what you're doing is you're adding you're adding the geoid because the Earth isn't completely smooth. Right? There's also different densities of matter underneath the Earth's
surface. No, the geoid is the equipotential. Bro. The geoid is not the surface of the Earth. It's the equipotential surface of gravity.
What I was trying to say was, when you add them all together, you get quite a strange picture of what the Earth could be, right? And that's where you get these claims of, gravity doesn't. No, none of it adds up to flat. None.
Okay, so you're driving, but I'm posting in the chat from Platter also posted it from geodetic surveying, curved plumb lines. In fact, they have publications called Curvature of the Plumb Line.
They say that they should be able to hang a plumb line and it not hang directly towards the Earth.
Instead of what they think is if they hang a long enough plumb line, it would be a curved line and not hanging straight down. And it definitely isn't going to hang. It definitely isn't going to point to the center of the Earth on an oblate ellipsoid. Dude, you're in the major leagues now, dude. This isn't fucking TikTok.
not understanding science as a whole. That's where we
Understanding
are.
science. You don't know what even science is.
The world championship of misinterpretation and misunderstanding.
Yeah, but you can't say what I misinterpreted or what I misunderstood. Weird how that is.
Just about every
All you can do
that
is like a backdoor
say,
ad hom. You're just doing a backdoor ad hominem. That's all you're doing.
Man, you're doing one right now.
No, no, not at all. I'm pointing out what you're doing. I didn't say anything about you. You said I don't understand something as a rebuttal to my argument. That's just an ad hom, dude.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean anything.
Yeah. And you're saying that what I'm saying isn't true, and so
you're wrong.
It's just an insult.
You're factually wrong, though. But you were factually wrong.
Yeah.
And I posted in the chat the fact that you're wrong.
If you're taking him saying that you're wrong as an insult, then you got problems, man.
And it actually isn't me that says you're wrong. It's the entire field.
You guys do not
it's not me saying you're wrong. It's the entire field of geodetic surveying that says you're wrong.
Yeah, right. So I say the same thing to you, and you say that's an ad hom. I say, no, you're misunderstanding it. You're wrong, right? And that's an ad hom. But when you tell me I'm wrong, no, that's factual, dude. You don't understand it. Give me a break,
you
man.
said I don't understand it. You said I don't understand science. You said me. Okay. I said you were in error, and I told you what the error was and who the source of my claim of your error. It's not me. They say you're in error. Your own worldview says you are in error.
No, not correct.
Okay, so it's not correct. The things I posted in the chat that are right out of geodetic surveying manuals that say curvature of the plumb line. You guys always do this when I bring up the plumb line's curve in your model. You think that it's flat earth or made up bullshit. No, it's your made up bullshit. Yours. You're not going to voice it onto us. It's yours.
It doesn't have an effect on a plumb line. Right? Just like the Earth is not shaped like that freaking, like, what is it, a heat map looking kind of thing. That is the
worldview, it does.
The Earth doesn't look like that, and now you're talking over me.
Dude, you're just denying what is written down. It's written down in the surveying books.
You've seen that picture of the Earth, right? That's not a picture. It looks like, how can I show it? Like a heat map, right? Which is the geoid. Earth looks nothing like that, but that's a map that they use for the actual shape of the Earth, or sorry, the gravitational density. But the Earth looks nothing like that.
Okay, I never said the Earth.
So is that picture
you don't
bullshit?
understand
Is that picture bullshit? Is that picture
no.
bullshit?
Okay. I never said the Earth looks like the geoid. I said the geoid was the exponential surface of gravity. That's what I said.
I'm pointing out.
Why is that
important? Your misunderstanding.
Why is that important?
Because I'm pointing out. I'm trying to answer your question. I'm pointing out where you've misunderstood the extent to which this non-vertical gravity goes. That geoid looks nothing like that.
Bro.
So the Earth looks nothing like that geoid.
Kruger is off the chart. No one said the Earth looks like the geoid. What you're not understanding is when you take your theodolite and shut up. When you take the theodolite and you go to level the instrument, the vertical, the plumb, is not perpendicular to the surface of the Earth. So if you go out and then you try to measure a dip, assuming that your horizontal is 90 degrees from the surface of the Earth, or parallel to the surface of the Earth, you'd be wrong. You don't understand how surveying works. You don't understand what they're doing. You don't understand why the geode's important. Okay, what's the first thing you do when you set up a theodolite?
How much is this not vertical?
What's the first?
How much is this not? I asked you that a minute
ago. Australia?
Talking over me, so just answer it.
Well, in Australia,
how much is it that much?
In Australia, 0.71 seconds, dude. Seconds of arc. Seconds of arc, dude. You don't even know what that is, do you? It's degrees, minutes, seconds.
Yeah. Maybe at home, dude. You
have no idea, dude. You're drowning, bro. You're drowning, bro.
I'm drowning.
You picked the wrong topic because you don't know anything about this. Because you don't know anything about this, dude. Sorry.
How's 7.1 seconds an ad hom?
What would so if I was hanging up
In fact,
say,
Australia, because of this
a 1 meter
deflection,
string? Why are you interrupting me? What are you scared of?
and no one's scared
If I
of
was
you,
holding up
dude.
a
You don't
1
know what
meter
you're
string with
talking
a
about.
plumb bob at the bottom of it,
I'm just like a cat playing with a mouse right now.
listen, you're just talking yourself up. If I was holding a 1 meter string with a plumb bomb at the end of it, right, 0.71 arc seconds, how much is that not going to be
I
hanging
didn't say arc
completely
seconds.
down by?
I didn't say arc seconds.
I thought that's what you said, 0.71 arc seconds.
No, it's degrees, bro. Degrees of the units. Not arc
Degrees
seconds.
of units.
Degrees are the units.
What? Degrees are the units. Okay, sorry, misunderstood. Audibly misunderstood you.
That's fine.
So if I hung up a 1 meter string with a plumb bob at the end of it, right? That deviation, how far not centered to my hand holding it is that plumb bob gonna be?
Yeah. Well,
How many centimeters away from being vertical? How many centimeters away from being vertical is it gonna be?
I don't know. That's not the point. The point is you're using that vertical as your horizontal. Listen, you're using the vertical as a horizontal reference. So if I shoot 3 miles and my deviation from the vertical is 0.02 degrees, that's 6 feet and 3 miles. That's the drop according to that's the horizon dip for the globe is 0.02 degrees.
Right. So if I see several hundred feet or several thousand feet of drop, what's the excuse for that?
Because it's based upon distance. Okay, so 0.02 degrees, you want me to double it? And 30 miles, it's freaking 60 feet. That's the deviation. That's the error, dude. It's 60 feet of error on a 0.02 degree deflection of the vertical. That's why they only shoot short distances, and they leapfrog and shoot a whole bunch of them. Because when you do long distances,
0.02
degrees. 2/100th of a degree.
Okay, the numbers are changing. The numbers are changing.
This is just one I know off the top of my head. I know that in 3 miles, a divergence from the angular difference, right? The absolute difference in size. Like, say I take a laser and shoot it level, and then I dip it down 0.02 degrees and shoot it below where I originally shot it, it would be 6 feet lower. That's supposed to be the horizon dip at 3 miles on the globe. It's supposed to be 6 feet.
So in 3 miles, in 3 miles, 0.02 degrees ends up being
6 feet of drop. It's 6 feet of drop, yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to go to a job, and I'm nowhere I can validate. I'm sitting in the car. I can't validate or verify anything you said. So I'll come back when I can. You going to be hanging around for a while?
Yeah, maybe. I'm probably like 30 minutes, maybe. Don't rush. There's other people here, dude. It's just I might not be here, but other people will be here.
I just don't want to be accused of running. That's all. But I'll see you another time. For sure.
Dude, we're not bitches here, dude. We're not babies, dude. We don't do that shit. Girls do
all
that
right. Thanks very much. Thanks
for
having
me.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for talking. Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Thanks for talking.
All right. Take care. Take care.
Yeah, you too. Another McTuan acolyte goes down in flames.
Well, when like after a while listening to him talk, I was like, God, that's Jesse Pethel. Sure.
You think that's Jesse Pathelite? Is that what you said?
Yeah,
No
I think like everybody's sticking in the Jesse Pathelite argument to that whole celestial theodolite thing. Like they're just like still so stuck on.
He brought it up. He brought up the celestial theodolite. Really?
No, he didn't bring up the celestial theodolite. He just brought up theodolite. But I know from talking to people over in Ether Cause, like they are like deep into like the imagination of what theodolites can do over long. The celestial theodolite isn't even using a theodolite.
Yeah, I know. It's
just a timestamp.
Yeah, I know. I know. Like, but I brought up theodolites because he talked about surveying. So if you're going to talk about surveying, you got to talk about what they're actually doing. He said they measure horizon, they measure curvature every day in geodetic surveying. Well, the instrument they use is theodolite, and they only measure angles with that. That's the only thing a theodolite measures. It measures an angle. And then you have
I
to
didn't want to
extrapolate
help it,
that angle into like a size, right? So in 3 miles, so say I take a theodolite, right, and it's supposed to be 90 degrees to the surface of the Earth, and I turn it down 0.02 degrees. Now I should be looking at a spot 3 miles away, 6 feet lower than where I originally looked at. But that's not how it works in practice. That's how it should be in their freaking messed up vacuum world, right?
Yeah, no, I know from life experiences, everything that I've ever done with science, what they taught in the classroom, as soon as I got out into the field, yeah, forget everything you were taught. This is the real world.
Yeah, man. The lab is the lab. That's all that is. The lab. Like, what happens in the lab? You know, look, I mean, just seriously, like, yeah, I'm sure they can do amazing things with the internal combustion engine in the lab. But then when they take it and they put it in a car, it don't go so well.
Yeah, no, like when I heard him say like they what did they say with the autolites they measure
curvature, he said. I said they measure curvature.
Like dip. I think he said they measure
dip. He measures the drop. He said they measure the drop. He actually didn't say dip, but the dip. I just skipped instead of arguing about what that means to measure the drop. It's actually a dip angle. That's what they would measure. Right. They'd set up the theodolite. They'd make it so that it was like 90 degrees from vertical. Right.
Right. And then they measure the angle
and then they put the crosshair on the theodolite or on the horizon and then go, okay, the horizon's dipping down or dipping up. Right. From the horizontal. Right. But this is the thing I'm getting at, is that horizontal is determined by vertical. Because to find the horizontal, you have to find the vertical first. So you level the instrument. And the leveling of the instrument is with either a prism that hangs like from a string inside there and it shines a light through it. And when the prism is perfectly level, it'll reflect back, and then that's how the thing reads level. Or it'll have bubbles, like a little bubble levels, and you look through it with nearly a microscope, and you level the instrument that way. Either way, both of those work by the downward vector. So that's the first thing you're doing, is you're finding the downward vector. And then wherever the downward vector is, horizontal is 90 degrees from that. But according to the globe, that downward vector is not perpendicular to the surface of the Earth. Instead, it can be tilted because of lumpy gravity. So now think about it. You have a tilted vertical. That means now you have a tilted horizontal. And then they're taking the theodolite and aiming at something and going, there's a horizon dip. Well, your instrument wasn't horizontal relative to the Earth in the first place. You didn't have a vertical orientation. That's why this horizon dip stuff is nonsense. And did you see what I published? What I posted?
I've seen what you posted before. Yeah.
Yeah. No, this is new. This is new shit.
Oh, this is new.
Yeah. So this is cheap dog. It's so funny, man. Like you said yesterday, I always come back with new shit.
I've seen this image before. You talking about the one at 11 after?
No. Further up.
Oh, that was Platters.
Further up, the updated modeling of refracted. Okay, so these guys, they measured a concave Earth dip angle. That means the dip angle was up. Okay.
Yeah.
Instead of a dipped horizon, the horizon was too high.
Right.
No, is there a concave Earth now? Did they prove a concave Earth because they measured these freaking this negative dip angle? Of course not.
No, it just made a correction back to the fucking globe.
Yeah. I mean, in fact, because they're using spherical coordinates, this means they measure the flat Earth. But it's neither here nor there. The point is that you can't draw conclusions about the surface of the Earth because your initial reference is the direction of the downward vector, and according to those guys, it isn't straight down. But they want it to be straight down when they're like, oh, dip angle. And then you tell them, well, it's not straight down. You guys have curved plumb lines. And they run away from that as fast as humanly possible because, think about it, your idea has curved plumb lines.
The earth is flat. End of discussion.
They know that that is poison to any normal person that hears it. That go, what? What do you mean? What do you mean the globe model has curved plumb lines? That's ridiculous. Meaning that if you take a weight and hang it from a string, that string is curved. It's not hanging straight down. That gravity is making that thing curve. Well, now if it's a 6-foot string, it's in such an infinitesimal amount you can't see it. But if it was like a 1,000-foot string or a 10,000-foot string hanging in a hole, right, you'd actually be able to see this string be curved. This is what they think in their worldview. And if you said this to, like, if a normal person hears this, they're going to be like, the globe is some bullshit. That's why they want to get off curved plumb lines as fast as humanly possible. They don't want to talk anything about that. Why are you interrupting me? Did you hear me talking?
I just want to know who's dumb.
Globers.
Anybody that thinks plumb lines curve.
What?
Do you know what a plumb line is?
What?
Do you know what a plumb line is?
No.
So you build the building, right, and you want the wall to be straight. So you hang a string with a weight. And then you build, it's called a plumb line. You hang a weight, you have a weight at the end of a string. You hang it.
Okay.
That line's straight, right? The string?
Yeah. I'm straight. And the line is straight too, yeah?
Yes. Well, not in the globe Earth. In the globe Earth model, that string is not straight.
What?
Yeah. Scroll up, look in the chat. Scroll up. Exactly. This is anybody that believes that is dumb. That's why globe Earthers don't want to talk about it. Because it makes them look crazy. Look in the chat. So if you look in the chat and you look at a couple images, I'll post another one. I'll post it again.
Fucking dumb, I think.
Yeah, it is dumb. So look.
Yeah, I am dumb too, I think.
Yeah, you're not that dumb.
Yeah.
You know that if you hang a weight on the string, that string is straight. Okay? Like, you're not so stupid that you think it's curving.
Okay.
Look at the diagram, see?
Yeah, I'm curving.
So look at the diagram in the text chat. Look.
Where?
In the text chat. Text chat that's attached to this channel. Do you know how to use Discord?
Absolutely not.
Ugh.
I'm dumb. I'm just dumb.
So you just came in here to interrupt?
No, absolutely not. I just want to know better.
Okay, Earth is flat. That's all you need to know.
Okay.
It's not a ball.
What's a ball?
No, not a ball. Not.
I have a question. I'm sorry
Negative.
to interrupt.
No ball.
Is
No
there
ball.
like a?
Okay.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I
Ball
have a
is not
question. Like
straight.
an honest
it's not.
question. Can you? Do you hear me?
Can
Hello.
I ask you, Indio? Like, can you give me like a concise reason of why geodetic survey?
Hello. Okay, that's weird.
What's your question?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. What's your question?
Okay, that's good. My question is like, is there like a famous scientist or like a really like have a really weight to their name that claim that Earth is flat?
Nikola Tesla.
Did he?
Yeah, he said Earth was a realm.
okay. So I'm saying I'm talking about like flat.
Well, at that time, no one had explored the entire Earth themselves, so they couldn't make such a statement. We didn't have aerial photographs of the entire Earth.
So I'm talking today. Like, is there like a scientist today that have way to their name that claim that Earth is flat?
Not any employed scientist. 'Cause they're paid to believe in the globe, and of course they get a nice paycheck and a pension, so they do.
And why would they pay them for that? That doesn't like make sense in my mind.
'Cause scientists don't really typically have jobs. Many of them just get grants. And they
Yeah,
really
I
don't
know.
like going against the scientific consensus, so because then they
Yeah,
lose their grant money.
okay, so I understand. So if they claim that gonna make them less reliable, so they're gonna make less money. Okay, makes sense.
Yeah, that's happened frequently, number of times where a scientist has said something that other scientists didn't agree with, and they had their funding cut.
Like the what's called the evolution theory, the Darwin theory. I think some people, if they criticize it, they get like heavily attacked by the science community and get
Yeah,
banned or something like that.
yeah, they'll get funding cut. They'll lose tenders, so they won't be
Is
given
there
any new positions in universities.
so there's like the famous this what is called in English? I don't know, famous place to release scientific stuff like what is called nature. You know it? Uh, my English is not that good, so I'm not really good with explaining what I mean. But I mean like, these big places that scientists uh, s- release their research on it. I do
Yeah,
like believe, yeah. So it does those attack any scientific research been released on them about the flat Earth?
not that I'm aware of, but I'm certain the way I've seen the scientific community behave, it they typically ignore or don't take kindly to anybody who, again, goes against the scientific consensus.
So you're not aware of any of those like holding back research about flat Earth? Okay, interesting.
Yeah, and like I said, most of them work on grants. So if they don't receive a grant to look into the surface of the Earth, they'll never look into it because they'll work on projects that people who are willing to give them grants will do. So
Yeah,
that's where
makes
their
sense.
time is occupied.
Also, one question, like, what do you guys actually believe? Like, do you believe the Earth is flat? Then, like, after the age of the Earth, there's a fall, or what?
That's not a belief. We know that the Earth is flat. It's testable and measurable as flat.
Okay, so what you guys know the age of the Earth is?
No idea.
Okay,
Even the people who say they know the age of the Earth, they're still making things up. How do you
so that's a
age
belief.
rocks? Like,
What?
how do you age a rock?
Age a rock?
Yeah, you have some rock you found on the ground and said, "Oh, this rock is 4 billion years old." How do they know that?
Using the carbon?
Yeah, most of the
The
rocks don't contain carbon.
Oh, interesting.
If the rock is
Are you sure
granite,
about this? Like, the rock does not have an carbon on it?
yeah, carbon comes from living
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
plants
that's
and
true.
animals and stuff like that. So
Yeah, that's true.
if it was a rock that existed before there were plants and animals, or was made somewhere where plants and animals never existed, then you can't carbon date it.
Yeah, makes sense. Oh, yeah, actually, that's true. How did they measure the Earth? Or how old is the Earth? There's a scientific method I remember now, like to using the uh, what is it called? Magnetic field. Yeah, the magnetic field. they use somehow magnetic field to like guess how old this thing is.
Yeah, they might. I think that's when, if I remember correctly, that if the rock formed and went during a certain era, its magnetic fields would be positioned in such a way versus, say, something more recent.
Yeah,
I think I
so
vaguely remember something about that.
they could use that.
I have a feeling they try to use like some other types of radioisotopes, like perhaps
What?
uranium or thorium or something like that, and try to determine the half lives and.
Okay, interesting. So you guys like the like online idea about flat Earth is like have a what is called glass dome above it. Do you believe in that, or do you believe like the online photo that's circling around about the flat Earth, or you say like this is just a belief?
Well, some people believe in a dome, but as far as I'm concerned, I think the Earth could still exist even if there was no dome.
Yeah, but like I'm talking about the whole image. You see the online videos about the flat Earth, where it's like a circle uh, in the sky or whatever. Is this what you guys believe, or you say like this is or not believe? Like, do you?
Yeah,
Yeah, is
yeah,
this what you
yeah,
believe?
yeah. We don't believe in the pizza plate kind of Earth floating
Yeah.
in space. We don't believe in that.
Okay, interesting. So you say you don't have an actual image of there or an idea
Uh,
how it look like?
yeah, we have an idea, but we can't. Like I said, you would have to take a lot of photographs if you wanted to make a photograph of the Earth, and then try to arrange them together. But even that would cause distortions. So we don't have an exact perfect idea. Plus, the costs involved in cartography are extremely high. So it's very difficult to try to get something like that.
Also, one question, like the idea of like how ships does not go in straight line because the curve of the Earth, they sometimes go like in a curved line. It's actually faster than going in a straight line because they measure the curve of the Earth. What do you say about that?
No, I think they just did it by trial and error and found that if they took a certain route, it was faster. Same with like airplanes and all that.
So you say
You know,
the idea of
it's
that is shorter is false? It's
yeah.
faster, not shorter.
I think it's just from trial and error. They after you send out like 10,000 aircraft on the same route, they find which one is the fastest and then they stick to that one.
But yeah, but it's the fastest because they measure the curve and say, oh, it's actually not the fastest because this is curved, not a straight line, actually. It looks straight, but it's curved.
Yeah,
So we do
there's
go
a
in a
whole bunch
curved
of
line.
other factors that are involved.
Like what?
Air
You got any idea?
streams, jet streams, winds, prevailing winds. For boats, you got currents and things like that. So
So okay, so what I said first is correct. Like you believe it's actually faster, not shorter. It's, it's just faster because it have like better conditions. That's
yeah,
all. Okay.
yeah, because the one time after there was a hurricane in on the eastern shore of North America, and there was a Boeing 747 that flew from New York City to London, and it did it in just under 5 hours, which is set a new subsonic aircraft record for that one. And
What?
they were being pushed super fast, like 250 miles an hour, faster by the wind.
A hurricane did go in a supersonic? Well, I'm sorry, my English is not that good. Maybe I
Yeah.
misunderstood you. You
Yeah,
said
there was a hurricane storm which created large winds, and
yeah. Oh,
the aircraft took
Okay.
advantage of these winds, so
Okay.
they were technically flying faster than the speed of sound, but they actually weren't because they were just being pushed by the winds.
Okay, okay, yeah, I
So
get it now.
airspeed was subsonic, but ground speed was supersonic.
Yeah, I understand it now. Okay. But this is like one-time case, but these do it every time, you know? So, for example, they always go in a curved line and a straight line, but these, like the errors or the case you're talking about is like one-time condition, and the error is something that change all the time. So it wouldn't make sense. This way they going is the fastest every single time. That wouldn't make sense, would it?
Yeah, like I said, it would have to be something.
So you don't know, you're basically what you're saying. It's like
Yeah,
it should be
I don't know
something
for
that.
certain.
Okay.
surveying is important for, like, I guess it would be map making.
Actually, like, important.
Yeah, like, is it more purposeful to use geodetic surveying, or is it more purposeful to use planar surveying? I mean, I get it, like, different tools for different things. But I'm just trying to figure out the purpose.
The only geodetic surveying is useful in the sense that because at long distances, like say I'm making a road, right? Say we're making a road that crosses America.
Yeah.
And I start in Kansas.
You,
and I start building the road. Now I've gone 100 miles.
you are
And now
American.
I can't.
You are American?
Yeah, I'm American. Go on mute, bro. Go to a beginner channel. So say I'm in Kansas, and then and I'm using planar surveying to make the road, right? And I go 100 miles. Now I'm not exactly sure what my orientation is relative to where I started because I can't see over there anymore. It's 100 miles away, right? So how do I like make a unified spatial reference? Okay, we use the stars, right? Because all that geodetic surveying, it's really astrogeodetic surveying. They call it geodetic surveying, but it's really
now I
astrogeodetic.
gotcha. Now it makes
Because they're just trying to map it to the latitude and longitude system, which is in the sky. So, thing I've talked about this with, it's called in the 1927 they made what's called the North American datum. So they surveyed east-west across America, and they did some north-south, but we're only going to talk about east-west. They didn't use like a what do you call it? Like the reference ellipsoid that we use now. What they did is that they went to a place in Kansas. It's called Fort Meade or something, and they took astrogeodetic survey data, right, to figure out their exact position in the celestial sphere, right, their exact latitude and longitude. For 6 months they did this, right? So all night, every night for 6 freaking months, at least when you could see the sky, they're trying to fix their position, like like celestial navigation does. They're trying to get what their GP is, right?
like every hour they were taking a timestamp of the star.
Yeah. So once they decided, hey, this is our latitude and longitude, then they surveyed out from there, and all the geodetic surveying points were referenced relative to that initial starting point. So that was their origin, right? Fort Meade in Kansas was their origin. And they surveyed out, yeah. So that's the zero, right? So you have, like, just imagine you have graph paper, right? You got the zero, you got your x-axis and your y-axis. That was their zero, okay? So they surveyed out from there to the coasts. So years pass, and you're like, let's do it again. So we're going to make the North American datum 1983. But we're not going to start at Fort Meade Ranch, whatever they call it. We're going to use this other thing called the WGS84 reference ellipsoid, which is purely conceptual, and we made it up in our mind. Then they did the survey, and then they looked and they said, holy shit, these two things don't match. That's exactly what happened. See, want to know what they did? Because there's already survey markers stamped into the ground. They just changed the numbers instead of putting a new survey marker, which is what they should do, right? When they actually find the coordinate, right? They go, oh shit, this is like 45. This is like 45 north, and there's no marker here. We should put a marker, the 45 north marker here, and go pull up the other one. Nope, they just went to the other one and said, well, we'll survey over here. Like, okay, this is 4532. just stamp a new number on it. Yeah, that's what they did. They just stamped new numbers on the shit. When they found they were in the
totally
wrong.
makes sense now that you say it like that, because it goes back to when we were talking about how they made longitude and they used the celestial sphere. And I was like, basically, they just plastered the Earth to the inside of the celestial sphere. You're like, yeah, basically, like all that just makes sense. Completely.
Yeah. And like, yeah, so at long distances you need the sky as a reference so that you know, like, kind of like your orientation relative to something else, right? Because you can't tell from just looking at the ground. You have to use the sky. That's the point. That's really the purpose of it. You know, we have a good idea if you're in Los Angeles. The stars in the celestial sphere, when they're going to be over your head, time and time again, within a pretty good at it. Make that good prediction. What's going to be over your head, and that's like a certain location within the celestial sphere. And we're going to call that latitude and longitude. We know when the sun's going to be there. We know when these stars are going to be there, and when there's a coincidence of the sun and the stars at a certain date, then we go, hey, this is your coordinate. That's what people don't understand is like the latitude and longitude systems it's a mixture of space and time because of the star's motion, right? You have to assign time to it because you can't say, hey, I'm under this star. There's no one on Earth where you can go, hey, I'm under a star. You'll be under a star for a couple minutes, but it's not for long, right? So that spatial reference of the sky, it has to be linked to a timepiece, right? It has to be linked to some time. And the longitude is the time. But we don't call it a time, we call it a place. But it's really a time. So the latitude is the place, depending on how high the sun goes above the horizon, and longitude is the other place, depending on when the sun goes over your head, or it reaches its highest point, I should say, which would be solar noon. So think about that. There's a point in the sky where the sun will be highest above the horizon, right? And at a particular time of year, those two things that, like, there's a coincidence. Hey, it's December 21st. I looked, the sun was freaking, 1 degree above the horizon at its highest point. Okay? There's not too many places on Earth that are like that. And then we assign that place where you make that observation a coordinate. But they think that coordinate is actually a freaking place, dude. Like a place. Like okay, I don't know how to describe it, dude. Like, 125th West 33rd Street, you know what I mean? In New York City. Like there's an apartment building there. No, it's just a coincidence of time. You could just change the clock, you'd have a different coordinate. Change the freaking units, or change the origin of how you measure latitude and longitude, how you measure latitude, and that'll also change. Will change your position. But to answer your question, the purpose of geodetic surveying is to kind of deduce stuff and match up with the celestial sphere to places on the ground.
Makes sense. Like, what is it? Planar surveying could be very useful even for like building neighborhoods and stuff like that. But geodetic surveying would be like connecting those neighborhoods to a main road that leads to another neighborhood.
Yeah, and it's important because, planar surveying is great, but you could planar survey and make a road from frickin', New York to San Francisco if you wanted to. It could work. But the thing is, we have something called the interstate highway system, and we have multiple states. Each of those states has their own freaking plane survey system. So we need something uniform. We need some uniformity between systems, and they chose geodetic surveying.
But yeah, that deflection of the vertical is.
I mean, say the federal government's like, okay, we're going to make a road across the United States. Each state's going to make their own road, right? And we're going to connect them all somewhere at the borders of each state. That wouldn't work.
Right.
But I should also say this, these datums that everybody, like the datum we use, the North American datum, it's just one. I mean, there's something like 110 datums. And each of these datums has its own unique scaling factor. So if you took one datum and tried to be like, okay, here's my, so there's something called Ordnance Datum Newland, which is like the UK datum. And I tried to just apply that metric to North America, everything would be wrong. I would have to convert it into the North American datum using a scaling factor because the scales aren't the same. And you go, hold on, how can the scales not be the same? They're all just using latitude and longitude. How's the latitude and longitude scaling? Yeah, well, it's a good question. How is it scaling? How is latitude and longitude being scaled depending on where you use it? Meaning shrunk or expanded.
Right.
Yeah, the space between the lines, right, the latitude and longitude lines, either shrinks or grows depending on the datum you're using, which it shouldn't be doing if it was some uniform global spatial reference system that was actually universal, right? It means it's not universe. It means people are taking measurements all over the world and they're shoehorning them into latitude and longitude. And when they don't fit, they just change the scale until they do fit.
Yep. No, I get that, man. Oh, that formula didn't work. Here's another formula.
I mean, we got AI has talked about this, the military grid system, that mapping system. You're familiar with it. Now we know the military grid system's pretty accurate.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if I take out my road atlas, will the military grid system map onto that? Or will it map onto the geodetic surveying information?
No.
Will those all match up? Or will it be different? But if I take some USGS topographical maps and then use them, and it could, because there's topo data on the military grid, so are those going to match up? None of this stuff is going to match up. And then the ballers goes, "Where's your map? Where's your map? Show me a map and I'll show you something that's wrong." I mean, it's literally that simple. Show me a map and I'll show you something that's wrong.
Have you seen the map that I always give Glovers when they ask for a flat Earth map? Oh, have you?
I had Hapro today yesterday, denying the apparent sun and denying there's an apparent horizon. Just like,
can you hear me, or is my microphone bad?
No, I hear you. I hear you good.
I know you don't like hearing a flat Earth. Have you seen my flat Earth map?
No, I said no, man. I want to see it.
Oh, I didn't hear you. It cut out.
Oh.
So it's like, wait, I guess you didn't hear me. It's gotten buried since I've gotten new stuff. I know I'm close when I get down to where my Oh, here we go. Right here. This is my flat Earth map. Every time a Glover says, "Where's your flat Earth map?" There it goes.
It's so funny. That's awesome. Oh my god. That's great, man. That is so great.
You know what they always ask?
I'm sorry,
What are the
dude.
continents?
I'm stealing that, man. Stealing it. Sorry.
Yeah, dude. Their first response always is, "Where are the continents?" I'm like, underneath it.
For real? They say where are the continents?
Nah, I swear to God, that's the first thing most of them say.
You say they're underneath it. Oh man, it's underneath. Underneath what? Underneath that map. That's where the continents are. They're underneath the map. Well, show me the other side. Well, turn around. Wow. That's genius. Yeah, bro. That's genius. Because that is the map. That is actually the world map. Is the stars. It's not the ground. It's the stars.
When you helped me realize that, like all maps are basically, they just took the celestial sphere and they pressed the Earth up against the celestial sphere. I'm like, oh, so the map is the sky.
That's right. It's easy to prove too, and they bug out when you ask it. When you, it's you can prove it with one question. Tell me your coordinates using nothing but the ground. Can't use anything in the sky. You can't use the sun, the stars, the moon. It's completely cloudy. You can't see anything. How do you find your coordinates? Want to know what they say? Use GPS.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no, man, no, because GPS uses the same coordinate system. Like, okay, fine, just find.
That's what they don't understand either. Like, oh, GPS, like that's exactly what GPS does. They basically took all the math and put it into a computer simulation. That's all they did.
Simple. They can't do it. It's not possible. Not in latitude and longitude coordinates, that's for sure. They can't find it. So yeah, the map is the sky. It's that simple. And the odd thing is, it's like they fight against that the map is the sky when all they want to do is talk about the sky every other time.
That's so true.
A live stream on my channel. It's probably gonna be Friday night. Maybe. Could be Thursday night. Some freaking goddamn tool. Globetard made a video. $1,000 challenge for flat Earth is to prove that planets aren't real. So he straw man. Yeah, he straw manned what a girl replied to a comment. Someone in your comment said, "Well, if the planets are round, why isn't if the other planets are round, why isn't the Earth round?" And she said, there are no other planets." But she didn't mean it like that.
Right.
She meant it like, no, there is no other. There's no other than Earth.
Right. There's no other world.
Because afterwards, she started talking about talking about flat Earth, and God created flat Earth and all the celestial bodies, and then she goes into the definition of planet and how it's a wandering star and all that. But she never said the planets aren't real. She just said that the planets aren't what they say they are. That's it. But this guy has made a $1,000 challenge for flat earth to prove that planets aren't real, which no one ever said in the first place. So I'm gonna do a live stream in the same way QE in not the exact same way QE does video. I'm gonna go through the video at like 1.5 times speed, and just go through everything he says. I only watched a little couple pieces of it, but it made me so freaking pissed off. I can't let that shit slide, bro. I can't. I can't let it slide.
Not only is it a straw man, it's a stereotype, though.
He said flat earthers are just doing it for attention too.
Right, so that's just at home.
So yeah. So I guess we're gonna do the challenge. Like someone's gonna go do the challenge, and that's also gonna be for attention. Doesn't even make sense, bro. And then I look in the comments and I see McFrickin' commented, "Great challenge. Let's see if anybody does it." I mean, dude, like, I can't even, bro. I can't even. Look, I'm getting heated even talking about it now, bro. I'm sick of the dirtiness of this topic, man. I'm about had it. I've refrained from like trying to like take like these anti-flat earthers on, and like, you know, I've just tried to ignore them. I'm getting to the point where I'm getting so disgusted by their behavior that I can't ignore them. It's getting to the point where I'm gonna flip the fuck out, because they're so dishonest. It's just like people like McKeegan and McToon and frickin' Fight the Flat Earth. When we did an event 2 days ago in the main server, we had a little McToon acolyte come in, running through McToon's talking points. McToon has convinced these guys that geodetic surveyors measure triangles greater than 180 degrees, and so many of them believe it. But it's absolutely false, dude. It's not even. Look, if I have fucking 3 lines, if I take up 3 theodolites and set up fucking triangles, and I look at theodolite, I'm in theodolite A, and I look at B and C, and from B I look at A and C, and from C I look at A and B, right? So we have 3 lines of sight forming a triangle. That's a planar freaking triangle.
Of course it is, and it's in the air.
Yeah, exactly. It's in the air. So there's no way they could measure a triangle greater than 180 degrees, no matter what they do.
Exactly.
Unless they're going to say they have curved lines of sight. But they can't be curving up and down. They have to be curving like out, right? Because it has to be plumb, right? So they're tilted away from each other like freaking like sticks in a freaking orange. So their line of sight, you know, that's vertical from their point of view, is tilted sideways from another point of view, right? And so it's like, it's not just curving. Like if I'm in at one of the theodolite spots and look over at the other person, it's not just like curving in an arc; it's twisting. It's doing a screwball, from my point of view.
Right.
Anyway, yeah, man, I'm getting to the point. I'm about to flip my tits, man. Fucking, just the disgusting dirtiness of these people. Or I can just ignore them and not give them press. But
we'll see if it gets more attention than that CEO's challenge to find the edge.
To find the edge.
Yeah, and he'll give the person who finds the edge his multi-billion-dollar company.
Yeah. I doubt
was it Nike or someone? I can't remember. It was some major corporation, company. I don't know.
You know, they do these things. They have no. It's one of these things like, okay, what we accept, if you just ask them, hey, okay, here's your challenge. What are you going to accept as evidence? You're not going to be able to actually present any evidence to them because there's no form of evidence that they will accept. They'll make it sure that you can never meet the challenge. So how could you prove the planets aren't real? Even if that was true, right? How could you prove it's real? That's true. Oh, you can't prove a negative. How would you prove it's? And how would you prove it's not real? Did you really look everywhere? Maybe there was a place you didn't look. And if you would have looked there, they are real. You see what I'm saying? You got to survey the entire sky, every freaking like if I survey the entire sky, how many survey points do I need? Is it like one? Is it like 1 degree of zoom on the telescope, or half a degree, or do I got to do like a milliarc and make trillions of freaking points? And like if I look there and I don't see a planet, then there's like I can have to look at all these points, and then maybe I'll say, hey, planets aren't real. Like you know, you could always like play some game where whatever you come up with, it isn't good enough, and that's what these guys do. They make these challenges and go, flat earthers can't complete this challenge. No one can complete the challenge. It was constructed so it was uncompletable. Like McToon. I want the latitude. Give me the latitude and longitude coordinates using a flat Earth. And you can't use spherical geometry. Well, the latitude and longitude coordinates are spherical geometry. So the moment you convert them into latitude and longitude, you're in spherical geometry.
Right.
So basically, as soon as you give him the answer, you fail.
Hey, Ippo, see how he sounds stupid to you? That's how you sound to us.
I don't sound stupid, and that's the first time you want to actually talk? Wow.
Next time he comes back in, he'll reset just like you do. Absolutely nothing different.
I don't reset. You just don't understand, okay? Oh, it's by Russia.
At least you're learning something.
I don't learn. I already know everything.
Is that why you ask so many questions?
No, loser. I know everything. I just ask the questions to see. I ask the questions just to see if you're gonna say the right answer. Thank you. I already said this, bruh. Because of the rockets in the pictures of Earth. Wait, do I actually sound like a little boy? Because like when I hear echo, I sound like a punk. But like, do I actually sound like that? Cause like, I hope not. Like, there's gotta be like real bad. Nah, it can't be worse than sounding gay though.
I call you brother.
Oh, gave me the title of the gayest sounding person in the Discord. I'm so happy.
Yeah, you are, but we gotta get 20K ups in here, cause like I said, 20K ups hasn't talked in a while, so I forgot how gay his voice sounds. But you're like a 9.7. You're up there, buddy.
Thank you, yo. I'll love to win.
That's why we call you brother, Epo.
You better stop playing with me. I almost said something to you. 20K upstairs here. Bro, turn off your mic so I can hear how you sound, 20K up, so I can rate how y'all sound at the same time. It ain't nothing wrong with being in the closet, but some people are scared to come out, like lats. Also, let me tell y'all how I got banned from a server, right? And they put me up like I'm a wanted poster. Like they had the whole wanted poster from me. Like they was like, if this user DMs you, do not say anything or do not reply. I'm like, what the fuck? What did I do?
Is there stuff?
What?
Us.
Like I told Boogie Wood, stop using that crazy ass word. Nobody uses sus.
It's a colloquial abbreviation of suspect. It's perfectly applicable.
No, it's not, sister.
So yo, I just noticed Sunflower's back in here. Yo, you got any proof of the globe, bro? Chat's tanking like crazy yesterday. Oh, Ipa, what server was that posted in?
It was posted in like a server for nerds. It's like a I don't know how to say it. It's like a niche server. And I got banned. Mind you, I was even working with JP Earthrills.
Was it a furry server?
No. I just told you it was like a nerd niche server. But
Okay.
y'all met JP and Froze before. I don't think you did, Yoder, but other people did.
What, sorry, what, dated someone with Rose?
No, you met. Oh my god, I'm saying you met them before.
Became in politics?
Huh?
Yes, they've been in here before. I don't know if y'all remember. I think 20K Ups talked to him. His name was Frills and JP and Frills.
That's not familiar at all.
I don't think you were here last. But I remember I brought them in. And I think, 20K Ups was talking to him. But what I was saying? Yeah, basically, I wasn't even an accomplice. Like, I was just trying to make everybody be happy because they've been having problems.
You should invite your global friend back in again.
Yo, Lats.
What's up, dude?
I just got the AI to admit that the globe sounds like a lie, bro.
Oh hell yeah, dude!
Wow,
Look
so
at this
crazy.
Look what I made. I put in a set of rules and it agreed with me. Holy shit!
Literally, AI is gonna say whatever you want it to say, bro. Like, but okay.
Well, why do you go to AI for all your globe proofs then?
Because it's gonna tell me what I want it to say. Is exactly my damn point.
Oh
my god, duh.
That's actually going against what you're saying, right? Because you're literally
How?
saying that giving you a like a crutch.
What?
Yeah, you know what a crutch in an argument is?
No.
Well, I don't know what to tell you then. So.
You can explain it what it is, but okay. He changed
Well,
his
a crutch.
profile. He look a mess, honestly.
Do you know what a
So,
crutch is?
You use crutches when you're disabled. So when you're disabled in an argument, you'll use things that assist you, like a crutch,
Oh,
right? It's like if you take medicine all the time, you don't need medicine, but you take it anyway. You're using it as a crutch.
right. Yo, because he's not
The
even
the
asleep.
the reason that came about was because people on crutches would stay on crutches just so that they could get attention, and so they were using crutches as a crutch.
I'm glad I never got hurt. But give me a second.
By the way, I just made that up. I don't know if they actually that's where it comes from, but I know when you're using a crutch,
That's where it comes from. That's like
I'm sure it's where it comes from. Like you're supposed to use things as a crutch until you're better, and then you stop using it. It's like
exactly where it comes from.
it might be, but I mean I might be misleading a little bit on the history. I know that's where using it as a crutch comes from. You're using it to prop yourself up.
Wait, y'all, I got a
think
question,
honestly,
right?
what's up?
It's really important. So somebody, okay, wait, what?
What the fuck? Are you
Wait, one
good?
second. I'm translating something, and I need y'all to like help
Shut
me understand what that means. Okay?
while I'm talking. Let's debate some flat Earth.
Yeah.
Here now.
I will after. I promise. Wait, I remember
Okay.
you, Mage.
Yeah, what's good, girl?
What
What's
the
good, my
fuck?
little hippo?
Bro, she's 16. Okay, just throwing that out there.
Nah, you ain't tell me that, cuz.
I never talked to you like that. What?
Yeah, what's she trying to do? What's she
What?
trying to do?
Okay. Anyways, I'm trying to translate something. Stop playing. Okay. People
Okay.
think she's complicated, but she's just in a world that's only half whole. What is
Facts.
that supposed to mean?
Facts.
Shut
What does this have
up,
to do with
Mage. Damn.
I'm sorry, fine shit.
Yeah, that's a kid right there, bro.
Last time, I'm gonna tell you she's 16. Stop, please.
Is she actually 16?
Yes.
Yeah, bro.
Oh, I thought you guys were joking. My bad. My bad.
This guy.
Anyways.
Just out of curiosity, if we said somebody was 16, why would we be joking?
Yeah, because sometimes people will like lie so that they stop. So I
It
stop
doesn't
being a
matter
girl or
if
something.
they say that the person's 16, even if they're joking, you stop because you're a grown ass adult. Yeah.
Wait, how do you know that, bruh? How do you know that I'm not like 18 or nothing?
18 is still an adult, bruh.
18 and 17 is 18 and 16 is fine, bro.
It doesn't matter, bruh. Being adult, bruh.
Whatever, bro. Just like I'm not here to like interrupt you. Go back to talking about what you were talking about, bro.
Bruh.
Anyways, people think she's complicated. She's just a hole in a wait. She's just a hole in a world that's only half whole. What the fuck is that supposed to mean?
Yo, I don't even know, Shotty. I don't even know.
God.
Just ask her.
I'm just trying to make some friends, gang. Like I just want.
No, it's somebody's bio, and he is pissing me off.
Well, whose bio?
Don't worry about it.
Where are all of your other
Okay.
anti-flat earther friends at? Why don't you go try and talk with them?
Well, because most of the friends
Because
I have,
Trills and JP are busy right now, and I can't
they
talk
don't
to
want to
them.
talk about. They
No,
don't
not
want
you.
to
I'm
talk
talking to
about.
Mage.
Shut up while I'm talking. They don't want to talk about the shape of the earth. Okay.
Well, lucky
Yeah,
for
she has
you,
something new.
that's why we're here. We want to talk about like, what's going on Earth.
Yeah. So like, let's discuss the evidence for the globe. So the first piece of evidence we have is the existence of gravity. What do you guys have to say about that?
Gravity only exists on a flat Earth.
That's not true. That's impossible.
No, it's definitely true because there's no curvature on water. So then we know gravity only exists on a flat Earth.
Okay, so like if you zoom out far enough, the water will curve.
Oh yeah, when have you ever zoomed out in your life?
Well, I've seen other people like take a balloon and they let it fly up.
Yeah, camera lenses curve.
That's just cope, bro. Like, okay, so what is it gonna take for you to believe that the water curves, bro?
Yeah, you know how when you said that you see the camera and you see the curvature from left to right?
Yes, bro. Fuck.
I need that curvature to exist forward and backward also on the
It
Z
does,
axis.
bro. Like it literally does. Like I don't know what you're
Okay,
talking.
where?
Like you just have to look for it, bro. Like I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, okay.
Like
Yeah, no,
okay, all
there's
right,
flat.
bro. Like I just want to talk about gravity. Like can a flat fucking earther explain how gravity can exist on a fucking flat plane?
Yeah, there's
I
no
can
measurable
explain.
curvature. Go ahead.
For me, I can explain.
I'm waiting, flat eartheners.
Did you not hear me?
No, I did not hear you.
Yeah, like gravity's not exactly a requirement, right?
But it exists. It's real.
So prove to me that gravity exists.
Okay, we can do something called the Cavendish. Yes, the Cavendish experiment, and we can see the balls are attracted to each other.
I think something does not prove that gravity exists.
That proves gravity exists, bro. You can do it at home.
How does dropping something prove that there's a force in
You don't
action
even
on it?
know about Cavendish. You're not dropping anything, you fucking lug nut.
But
Okay, so
Einstein
what is
disagree with Cavendish.
He does not disagree with Cavendish.
Are you
okay? Would you
saying
like
that
to,
Cavendish experiment showing how bending of space-time?
Yeah, but that's
exactly?
gonna no, like it shows that there's like an attraction between massive objects.
That means that Einstein disagreed with Cavendish.
Einstein
So
still believes in Newton.
by your own scientific logic, if two large masses are attracting each other, if two mountains are next to each other, they should collide into each other.
Not necessarily. This is
Yes.
showing no. Because think about it.
So
Okay,
if a large
it's part
mass
of
gets
the
in
Earth. Like you know what a mountain is, right? It's part of the Earth. Okay,
it's a
so
object.
it can't just
Yeah.
move. It's connected to the Earth. So gravity has to overcome those forces, and it's simply not strong enough. Okay, it's not fucking strong enough.
Right? But the gravity's strong enough to hold the atmosphere and all this other stuff.
Yes, do the math, bro. It's all about how the math goes.
Math is
So
nonsense, bro. It's all a made up concept.
Okay, like
Cavendish
bro,
proved gravity.
this is math is nonsense. What the fuck is wrong with you? Gravity is the attraction between massive objects.
And
Does that
you
curve?
can't present any physical proof of this happening.
Bro, when you when you do Cavendish, you think they're just magically like the balls are attracted to each other? Like no, it's not magic.
Okay, again, this doesn't prove gravity. This just proves that the balls can collide into each other, man.
Yeah, but like if you model gravity, right,
Oh
and you
yeah,
say
but like, if you model this, do you know how stupid you sound right now? Just
wow,
because you model something does not mean it's a real thing. I can model my balls. That doesn't mean my balls are a form of like a force.
that's why
It's
you make
nonsense.
predictions, dog. If your model's predictions come true, that's evidence that your model is real.
No, it's not.
Consequence.
Yeah, then you're just a retard, bro.
No, that's
Can you model
literally
Okay.
affirming the consequence.
Can you model
Explain to me how
something?
this experiment proves that gravity exists.
Yeah, bro, I've already said it. Like, I'm not gonna keep fucking repeating myself.
They're going to say that because two balls collide,
Yeah, just affirm
therefore
the
gravity.
consequence. Just use fallacious reasoning.
This
That's
guy
what he's
thinks
doing.
like a basic logic contradicts science. Like, science is not affirming the consequence.
It doesn't matter what you're doing if you put it in that form. It's a logical fallacy.
It's not a
You
logical.
did.
So
Give me the logical fallacy, please. Just go fucking ahead. How am I affirming the fucking concept?
You basically said if P then Q, Q therefore P.
Yeah, how did I say that?
If my model's correct, I'll observe X, or like it'll predict X. I observe X. I conclude that it was predicted. The prediction was correct. So my model's correct. If P, then Q, Q therefore P.
If my no, you got it backwards. It's if my prediction is correct, then my model is more likely to be true. My prediction is correct, therefore my
More
model is more
likely,
likely.
so you're not sure. So it's uncertain. So you're left with
Science is not
uncertainty.
100%. Science is not
So
100%.
are you saying you can't prove the Earth is a globe?
Science is not nothing's 100%.
So are you saying you can't prove the Earth is a globe?
Nigga, you're buddy.
Are you saying you can't prove the Earth is a globe? Does that equate to you can't prove the Earth is a globe?
You want 100% proof?
Yeah.
Wait,
I
wait,
love
wait.
this.
So you want
I love
100%
it.
proof, all right?
A broken clock is right 2 times a day. I predict that my
And you know what?
clock
I'm
will
tired of
be
these
right
fucking flat
at
tards.
least once a day, therefore my
Yeah,
clock's
man.
supposed to be right.
Holy shit.
You're just a fucking flat tard.
A flat tard.
And there we have it. There's the spiral right there. Fucking
There
tighter
we
than
No,
an
like
go.
fuck
NFL
you,
spiral.
man. Like you think you can
Tighter
fucking
than an NFL spiral.
you think you can
like
beat me
3
in fucking
seconds.
logic and debate?
Tighter than a Brett Favre spiral, bro. Way to fucking go.
Guys, do you know what is their problem? They think that not curved surfaces are flat.
You got to understand, like the Earth is not flat. All right, like
Yeah,
okay,
I'm telling you what they are thinking. They are
you
saying
don't
that
even
flat.
believe in gravity.
Yeah, I will
You
believe
don't
in
even
gravity.
believe in fucking gravity,
Okay.
dude.
Let's believe in gravity. I believe in gravity, and now
No,
does
you don't.
gravity? No, I will believe you. Okay, I believe you now. Does now gravity is doing his job? That means water.
Yeah, dude, you have to zoom out.
I told him, Sasha, I told him that gravity
fucking zoom
only
out, bro.
exists on a flat Earth. We've
You have to
established
zoom
that.
out. Zoom out, and you'll see the water fucking curve. You asshole.
Man, do you know why
Fucking
you
drill
should, in science why you should to believe something? It's that or it is not. For
because there's
example,
evidence. Fuckwit.
man, if you put to boil water, you know, you will boil the water. You will see what is going on. You don't need to believe. You will know after that when you boil the water. That will be, you know, you can make that experiment. You don't need to believe in boiling water. You understand?
Do you want to be my friend?
No.
Damn, Madge, that's crazy.
Yeah, I'm probably finna crack you. Let's be frank. I don't give a fuck if you're 16, bro.
Are you scared of geometry?
Hey, someone ban him right now.
Yeah, ban this nigga.
What? Wait, that's framing.
Man, degenerate as hell. He got a lot worse since the last time I talked to him.
Like I said, the more degenerate they are, the more they hate flat Earth.
Yeah.
Look what geometry is doing to people. Why people don't believe in something never proven?
You guys want to know a fun fact? There's more evidence of unicorns than there is of gravity.
Of course, you have on British passport you have unicorn.
It's a rhino. Yeah.
Hey, I'll be the first one to say gravity's real, but it only exists on a flat Earth. I've been saying this for a little while now. I would say, hey, yeah, gravity's real.
like the definition of it is the equivocation fallacy.
No, because he's thinking that falling it's gravity, but that falling it's
Exactly.
falling on the flat surface,
Exactly.
not falling on the curved surface.
No, what he thinks is he's translating things falling down on Earth to moons orbiting planets. That's what he's thinking. And planets orbiting stars. Because things fall down, therefore planets orbit stars. That's their
Exactly.
logic.
What I'm pointing out is just because things fall down, that doesn't equate to there's an invisible force pulling on them. That's a equivocation fallacy.
Things falling down, where will fall? On the curved surface or on a flat surface? Or doesn't matter?
It doesn't matter.
But at the end, we need to find out where it's falling.
Well, if it's falling down on a curved surface or a flat surface, we just need to measure for the curvature.
Did someone just say that's levitation, Hubs? Who said that?
11. What the fuck?
That's Tenacious D lyrics.
That Tenacious D. It's a classic. Yeah, just because like something's falling, that doesn't mean that we need a force enacting on it to fall. It's that's ridiculous.
That's what Einstein thought too.
What is falling?
Yeah, that's a good point too. What is falling?
Maybe rain, snow, and that's it.
But Einstein also asked that question. And he thought of it as where you could look at it like the guy is falling off the roof to the ground, or you could think of it as the ground and everything's moving up towards him. Same result.
Yeah.
Right. Same result.
Same result. You know what was it? Einstein. He told them not to use his body for science, and somebody stole his brain and dissected it.
Was that a conspiracy theory, or is there evidence for that?
Someone legitimately stole his brain and cut it into pieces and sent it everywhere. That's like a historical piece of like something that actually happened.
You want to post the article or whatever that says that?
Sure, I could post it in a second.
It's an extraordinary claim, so you might as well back it up, yeah? We all go through that phase. We all have to back up what we say. This is how we contribute.
Here you go. I found it. It took like 2 seconds. But there you go.
Appreciate that, man.
Yeah, he stole his brain, bro. And then later on it was cut into pieces and sent like all over the globe or whatever, or I guess Earth. That's what they say. It was sent to like multiple museums and all this stuff. But they stole his brain.
I'll be right back.
there you have it. That's how crazy indoctrination is. Like, I'm literally a flat earther now, and I still use the word globe. Crazy. You're like programmed to think about the globe.
Every time someone's saying all over the globe or all around the globe, they're just saying all over the stage.
Exactly.
Yeah, the first theatre stage was named the Globe, right? Well, Shakespeare's first one. There's probably others before that. He's just getting, you know, stolen valor, basically.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, so whenever it was called the Globe, the stage itself, that flat platform that everybody gets up on and acts, you know, like does the performance on, that thing was called the Globe. Yeah. So whenever someone says it, just think of the stage, the theatre, the performance, the acting. Yeah, that's what it is.
I told you about that thing where the astronauts were actors, and then also on top of that, they starred in a movie that was called "Fly Me to the Moon," and the movie was about faking going to the moon, and the mission was called the Artemis mission, bro. The Artemis project. Insane. So not only was the astronaut was an actor, and they were in a movie, but they were in a movie about faking flying to the moon, and it was called the Artemis. Like, bro. And they also were in a mission to go to the moon, supposedly. That was the Artemis mission. People are blind, man. They can't even see what's right in front of them.
Alright, y'all. Period. I'm back.
I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. I
Can you
believe
please
it
stop
every
singing?
night and
Can you please
day.
stop singing?
Artemis was fake and gay.
You gotta stop singing.
I believe I can soar. The density will take me towards the floor. I believe I can fly.
Can you like stop singing? You're ruining my mood.
What about like, I believe I can curve?
Oh my god. You're corny. Shut up.
That's crazy. Yo, how many times are you gonna change your picture? That's crazy.
I always change it fast, bro. It's just a thing.
Because you have a short attention span, even for your profile pictures.
Well, my profile pictures are T, so thank you. I know what I'm doing.
Look at the side chat.
Ha ha ha. Corny.
Okay. Oh, bro. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Nobody's not welcome there. Nobody's not going there, bro.
You're already here.
Definitely not.
There you are. See, this is you right here. You're the
Not.
old man. You're the old man in this photo.
That's pretty good.
He's drinking a cup of Coke. Oh my gosh. Yo, you ever heard of Rocket Man? We got Straw Man here, bro. Straw Man, lie about Earth's curvature.
People, go get your Glober friends.
It's actually peak. Yeah, please get your Glober friends. We want some entertainment in here, bro.
Just that every time you try to debate people, we end up debating.
They're busy
ChatGPT.
right now, okay?
We end up
Yo,
debating ChatGPT and not debating you. So
whole child right here, and they're on the Adult Swim Discord.
The hell? Adult Swim is a show, a TV program. What the fuck are you talking about?
It's not for kids.
Obviously, it was because as soon as Cartoon Network hopped off, I was up watching Adult Swim.
So, well, guess what? That was a program for the adults for when the kids go to bed.
That was so stupid. Why would they put that program after like 10 o'clock?
Because the
Why do you
kids
think
were.
it's called Adult Swim?
Yeah, it's called
No,
Adult
it
Swim.
doesn't matter. It's meant for teens too. Like Rick and Morty is meant for like teens, like I think 15 and up. Like, why do we care?
Right, and it's meant for kids, right? Whereas Adult Swim is not meant for kids.
Bro, it's meant for teens and adults, okay? Like,
It's just meant for adults.
I don't think so.
Like Adult Swim.
Adult Swim is good, okay? I like the shows. So
And this is the problem here. You got bad parenting.
don't ever disrespect my mama's parenting ever again. She's the best mom ever.
Yeah.
And mind you, she was asleep, so
It's a problem. They don't like beat kids anymore, bro. No belts.
actually
No
my
timeout.
mama did beat me. So it's a lie. I remember that time when she whooped my ass, bruh. I was fighting with my damn cousin, bruh. He was so fucking annoying.
Yeah, the thing with my mom is right. It's not a time that she did it, right. Like you legitimately, if you did something stupid, you're gonna be punished for it. So you don't get this little oh, I'm gonna beat your ass at this certain time. No. If you do something
No,
stupid, you
she
get.
whooped my ass right then and there. What the hell are you talking about?
It's just because this happened once doesn't mean this means nothing.
Okay, yeah, I got my ass whooped one time because I deserved it. But the other times, okay, the other times I did deserve it, but she's more on the understanding side. Or I guess she got soft. I don't know. But I'm
You got
glad she,
some.
cause she knew not to do that shit with me, bruh. The whole house would have been burnt down. Now you gotta pay insurance.
Yeah, no, that wouldn't have worked, right? If that was my mom, she would have beat your ass regardless.
No, my mom is very scary, bruh. My mom has hella anger issues. She's just calm now, and she understands, cause she was a badass kid too.
A badass kid.
Yeah, she was a badass kid. She was acting very growner than me.
That's hilarious.
That's literally like my mom is my best friend. Like I literally have a relationship with her, not like that,
Yeah,
but
back.
that's my bestie for real. Like I can tell her anything.
Hey, Ipo, do you see the side chat?
What about it?
You see that little GIF at the bottom there?
What about it?
That's nothing.
Yeah, because I was gonna call it corny because it is. Just hush. I don't like.
It's
I
funny.
guess
Get it out, yeah.
flat earthers are like corny. Like this. That's like their corny thing. I don't know.
Oh my gosh.
Here, April, I'll post up a GIF in the side chat for you. Let me know if this one's corny.
Oh yeah, let's see this.
If it's coming from you, it's definitely fucking corny.
That is crazy.
Let me know if that one's corny.
Yeah, it is. It's just Lizzo dancing, and she looks like a big ass frog. Y'all would hate Samira. She's like a fat ass balloon, and she's like
April.
about this body.
People, stop. Be
What?
inclusive here. Come on. Be nice to your
What?
peeps.
Stop talking with me. Anyways, like I was saying, so she's like this body positivity crazy lady. Like she's crazy. Oh my god. You just made me yell at you. Like, why would you do that? I hate you so much, like.
I didn't even do anything. He was
Yes,
posting
you
up random
did. You
gifts.
made me yell. I never yell.
Bro, that was the biggest lie I ever heard in my life.
I don't yell at people. It hurts people's feelings. Oh shit. Yeah, I hope you actually get a job because doing that on Discord, your life gotta be miserable. Oh man, if I was on socialies, I would have said something real different. What's with you in posting gifs? Like, why don't y'all post pictures? Like meme pictures, like this. Like it's way more funnier. Like you can pick certain ones for it. Did y'all know the most intelligent people are born on August? Period.
Does anybody here remember Meat Wad from Aqua Teen Hunger Force?
What?
Do you remember Meat Wad from Aqua Teen Hunger Force? That's old Adult
Who
Swim.
the hell are you talking about? No, it's not old enough to remember.
What? Like that was the best of Adult Swim. Robot Chicken and Space Ghost Coast to Coast and Harvey Birdman Attorney at Law and Aqua Teen Hunger
Bro, I
Force.
only know Rick and Morty and Samurai Jack. That's all I know.
Well, Samurai Jack was back then, yeah.
Well, this is Grandpa. It's really quite a pleasure to be here. This is Grandpa. Anybody can ask me any sort of question. You could raise your comments. You could say your concerns to me if you'd like. Again, this is Grandpa Fiddlebone here. This is absolutely fantastic to be with you folks. This is great. Again, any sort of questions, comments, concerns that you may have, feel free to raise them. I'm here for you. This is Grandpa Fiddlebone here, by the way. This is great.
What do you think about sea level?
Sasha, he doesn't want to have a conversation. He pretends we're in a mental ward. He's talking to us as patients and talks about giving us our medication. He's like a huge bundle of sticks or an English cigarette.
But he was so nice. He introduced himself. He didn't swear.
And we're live.
Define live.
Well, cliffhanger, wall, fathead racing. Right?
What is your opinion about sea level?
Batman will say one thing, but then something completely entirely different, right? The reflection of light is not what Batman talks about, right? He's talking about a complete different categorization, right?
Do you know who invented that phrase, sea level?
Yeah, John Bishop.
How he get that to that two words, sea and level?
Because, have you heard of a guy called Pythagoras, the Greek mathematician, right? How do you think they built the pyramids? How do you think they knew they were flat, right? How do you know they weren't on any divots or anything, right? That was Pythagoras' theorem. A lot of people will say this, but it's just not true, okay? Do you understand? Why do you think, why do you think that, have you been, right, I'm guessing you haven't, but have you ever been to the North Arctic, the Arctic Circle?
Do you know anyone who was?
Yeah, I know 4 people that have been before, and trust me,
They go around. They go around the
there's
Arctic.
no, they've gone through the Arctic, and you know it took them 7 years to do so. There's 20,000 kilometers square miles of not undiscovered but unidentified land. Okay, have you heard this theory before?
No.
Batman will tell you about it. Batman told me about it. Batman, are you there? Batman was telling me all about it. You there? I think it's one of his latest videos. I can pull it up for you and put it in the chat. The 36,000 water tank installation, right? Batman, you going to tell us about that, or are you going to be preaching the gospel again, right? That didn't really work out too well, did it? Let's be honest. And he'll tell you that the flat earth theory is affirmed in Genesis chapter 17 verse 21, right? This is what his whole argument bases on, right? If that falls flat, then it's wiped.
If I'm Muslim, I should read that.
Yeah.
Why?
Because that's the whole basis of the argument.
Yeah, but if I'm Muslim, if I'm Muslim, should I ask you, if I'm Muslim, should I read it?
Yeah, absolutely, man. It's a part of the Quran. Genesis.
Oh, okay.
But
are you saying that it's written also the same thing in the Quran?
Yeah. Well, not verbatim, but the whole idea of the Garden of Eden and Adam and Eve and, you know, Cain and Abel and the murder and, you know, all of that, that's all affirmed in the Quran, right? But people don't realize this. People think, oh, you know, the book of Genesis, we know it was written by Moses. Moses the Black, by the way, his name was. He was the first black man, right? That's what we know from scripture. People think, oh, this was written 5,000 years ago. No, this was written 25,000. That's what he's called. Moses the Black. You know Moses was black?
I don't know.
This is, acknowledged. He was black.
He
was known as Moses the Black. He was because he was a Hebrewite, right? He was a Hebrewite, and he was dwelling in Egypt, but he wasn't Egyptian. He was a Hebrew, right? The river. He was put on the river. Let my people free. Moses the Black. That's what he's known as. A lot of people don't know that. And it's saying. I mean, obviously, I don't know how many of you guys are in the West, but obviously, there's that whole
I don't know.
westernized version of Jesus.
I
Blonde
don't know
hair,
for that.
blue eyes, white skin. You know.
I don't know for that. I know that most people don't know what elevation profile means.
Yeah. Or Saint Moses the Black. That's right.
No, elevation profile, not Moses.
Oh wait, who? Sorry, who?
Elevation profile.
Elevation
The land.
profile.
Yeah. For example, where are you from?
England.
Yeah.
London.
UK has UK has the elevation profile. The island.
Oh.
And all around it's a sea, and all above the sea it's elevation profile.
Where are you from?
Coventry.
You're from Coventry.
Yeah.
Does Coventry have elevation profiling?
Of course, I think it's 170 or 200 something.
Well,
Less than 200.
the thing is, Coventry falls under West Midlands policing, right? And
Yeah,
the West Midlands
yeah.
police were instructed to fast during the
Yeah,
month
I
of
will
Ramadan.
tell you now. It's about 200 meters above the sea level. But Coventry is not on the sea. The sea is like more than 200 miles away from Coventry. Like London.
So wait,
London
are you Muslim?
No.
Oh. Yeah. Well, this is the whole thing, right? The Great Flood of London. Have you heard of that one?
You
When
have the
London was
elevation
flooded?
profile of the London, You have the height of the London.
Yeah. Well, the whole Earth was flooded, right? In the book Noah, right? Noah's flood, Noah's Ark, right? The entire Earth. Why do you think there are fossils, right? Fossils for the conditions, the preconditions for fossils to be set. It has to be damp land. It has to be soiled land, right?
I don't know nothing about that. I know only about the sea level, how we measure the height above the sea level.
Yeah. I've watched, Coventry City, the soccer team, the football team for Coventry. I've watched them play.
Yeah, they are now in Premier League, yeah.
Yeah, I'm watching on, is it tomorrow they play? No, if it's Saturday, isn't it? Or Saturday week, maybe. They got their first game against Liverpool or Arsenal, someone big, yeah.
Arsenal, yeah.
Arsenal, yeah, that would be a good one. I think it's at Emirates as well, isn't it? I'm pretty sure. I don't know, maybe it's at, yeah, whatever. But, yeah, this is just the apparent. Obviously, the soiled ground, there cannot be fossils unless the ground is wet, right? That's proven.
What do you think about the shape of the Earth?
Well, let's see. Well.
There's nothing much to think about, Just say it.
Oh. Who? What was that?
I know what we learn in school books. I don't know what you know.
Well, okay, let's presume flat Earth, right? Do you believe we're going up or down?
What do you
are
mean
we
by that?
falling or are we ascending? Because obviously, there's
By which
preconditions
means?
for flatness. Well, there's preconditions for flatness, right? Flatness would have to cancel out gravity, right?
What?
We
would have to. Yeah.
Are you assuming our plane is in space or something? That's what you mean with ascending and descending?
Well, how we
It's obviously pressure. If everything is Earth is contained, then every element in its vicinity has to abide by the containment's law. So no, I think everything stands still.
Okay, so that pressure, would you say that pressure is synonymous with gravity?
No.
No.
No, it's buoyancy.
How is that pressure created? Where did that come? What, that came from the Big Bang, or where's that pressure? Is
No,
that pressure
the firmament.
From the walls of
the
the container?
firmament?
No, from the walls of the container. That's in
The
definition.
walls of the container.
You
Yes.
mean the gas
How-
itself? Are you talking about the gas itself?
Yes,
Where did it
air
come from?
is gas, and every
Right,
gas
right. No, I was talking to
besides.
the other guy. Right. So look,
Oh, I'm sorry.
oxygen is constantly being produced, and nitrogen, right? Like these things are constantly being produced at ground level. 80% of the oxygen is produced by phytoplankton in the ocean, and then we got like all the other cycles, right? Nitrogen cycles. So all like 99% of the gases are constantly being produced at ground level, and then the gas particles move because of kinetic energy, and and they spread out because the gas particles move at random in all directions. And no one can show us that you can have gas pressure without a container either. So, I mean, we're not claiming to know exactly where the container is, but we do have the gas, and we do know that gas pressure requires a container. We know where it's being produced. It's not crazy to think that there's going to be more gas where it's being produced, right? Like if you're boiling a pot of water on the stove, obviously there's going to be a lot more steam as you get closer to where it's being produced, and then it's going to distribute outward. Not a perfect analogy, but just to give you an idea.
And wait, is this synonymous with gravity?
Gravity is something that is required to explain crazy things on the globe, like water sticking to the like all of the oceans sticking to the outside of a ball that's hurtling
The
through
all
space.
the all famous G, you know.
Yeah, but we can agree on gravity if you just mean that like things that are more dense than air will fall down if you drop them, like my phone or something, right? If I drop my phone, if that's all
No,
you mean by
it's
gravity,
still
like little.
No, it's still
Yeah, yeah,
buoyancy.
I know, but like little g, right? Like the
Yeah.
downward rate of acceleration. We could call it whatever we wanted. But yeah, the reason that the phone's falling is firstly because it got lifted up, and secondly because it's more dense than the air around it.
Yeah.
And
Well,
it's
but
going,
helium, right? But we also have helium.
right. So if you fill up a balloon with helium, it's going to go upward because it's less dense than the air around it. So you can manipulate which way things go by manipulating the density of the medium.
I
Like,
mean, this is why NASA needs the most of all the helium that is produced on Earth, you know.
Yep, that's true.
So if
I
you're saying
wonder
that
why.
so,
Because
yeah,
of obviously because of the balloons they are creating, you know, and all the
Yeah.
systems they are having for so-called satellites.
Yeah, but obviously, if you're saying the Earth is ascending, you're obviously saying what the helium's underneath the Earth, like underneath the ground, which is causing this ascension. How would
Yeah,
it be going up?
logical assumption, yes.
So that's but where would that come from? Where would this helium from beneath the ground come from, like to lift for that ascension to take place? If that's your affirmation, if that's your sort of
I
affirmation.
mean, obviously, it has to be come either way from the ground, but the only
helium in the
way to
ground?
distribution has to be by heating. So therefore, lava and magma and etc., which hits certain elements, which then produce the helium out of the compressed rocks or something that was in them in the first place. You know, it's a constant cycle, I guess.
Are you under the impression that we think the Earth is moving?
No.
No, the other guy.
Oh. What do you mean move? What do you mean moving? As in like?
You asked us if it's going up or down.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I don't think the Earth's moving at all.
Okay.
In any direction.
So what, you think the sun is revolving around us?
Yes.
No, I just describe what I see, and what I see daily is the sun moving from the eastern horizon towards the western horizon. Yeah, that's what I observe.
Yeah. So we're not moving it. We're static, and the sun is dynamic. Is that your assumption? Like,
That's
how is
what
there
we
dark and light?
experience.
Right?
That's what everybody experiences.
Or is it like a psychological phenomenon? Right. I mean, have you read the
No, I
book of
mean, if you go into psychological, then you go
Yeah.
into
Well, I mean,
perceiving
you were talking about
something, and
Noah's
you
Ark
think
earlier,
that
right?
something is the way it is,
Yeah.
and
Yeah. Well, it's like, have you read the book of
everything can
Revelations?
be explained by what we see. Otherwise it cannot be
Yeah.
replicated. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called science.
Yeah. But I mean, it's sort of like John's vision, right? John the disciple in the book of Revelations. I don't know if you've read that, but
Yeah, I do, but I cannot remember what he actually.
Yeah. Well, roughly, like opening of the clouds and the end of the world and all of that. The first trumpet will sound, and a lot of people, talking about that. That's a sort of psychological phenomenon. Like, it's not actual literal events. It's sort of there's a psychological depth to it.
Yeah, okay. I mean,
talking about the end. I mean, I've heard theories, that it's the end of the sort of flat Earth. That's how
that
flat Earth ends, right?
You know that our brain is a
Because it
receiver,
collapses
right?
in on itself. Yeah. A
So if
receiver,
you
yeah,
go
of
in
course. Like we have
yeah,
conductors.
yeah. So God can generally produce through another spirit or through His will someone to see and not to see. It's like when He opened His eyes, what is going on in the heavens and on the edges and such, where He basically looked through. He gave him an ability that is beyond our perception, unless it's given to us. That's what I believe. I still believe in the power of God, so I do believe this is something that can happen. But besides that, everything we read, we should take into account that it's possible, and even if it's not shown to us directly, many people say, show us a sign, but
Yeah. And
everyone is
also,
blessed who doesn't believe, who believes and hasn't seen.
exactly. And blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the kingdom of God. But obviously, there's some that obviously can't handle that. I mean, like, look in the book of Exodus, right? When Moses leads his people out of Egypt and into the desert, how does God reward him? He shows him his back, right? He allows Moses to see him the back, right? There's just some people that I think it would be too overwhelming to know some degree of truth, right? Because it would shake their worldview so much. I mean, that's why people talk about, I don't know if you've heard of the sort of psychosis phenomenon, right? People say there's no such thing as psychosis, it's just a spiritual awakening, I don't know if you've heard that before, but
Yeah, that's why so many people that come in here like instantly triggered by the idea of flat Earth. They're just like, oh, this is against my norm. This ruins my comfort zone. Get away. You shouldn't exist.
Say again. I was interrupted right now. Just in a few terms.
yeah. As you saying, wait, what were you saying about before I said the meek? What were you saying? You said, "Oh, blessed are those who do not see but believe."
Or haven't seen and believe.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's where the quote, obviously, ignorance is bliss, right?
Mm.
Having that ignorance.
I mean, this is most likely a human term. There's nothing that is said in the Bible, but regardless of that, it's understandable for the most people.
Yeah. I mean, like when John has his vision, that's traumatizing. I mean, imagine like a truth like that, the end of the world, like how the world is going to end, right? Imagine how like traumatized you would be
I mean,
by the end of that. Like,
isn't truth a blessing? You know, aren't you glad that even
well,
whatever the circumstance is, with that someone is telling you that you rather hear the truth than someone is lying to you, and you figure it out later and being disappointed, right?
well, I don't know. It's like the Matrix, right? The blue pill and the red pill. Like, do you really want to know? Like, do you really want to know the true state of reality? Like, because once you take that red pill, you can't come back, right? There's no way to get back in the box. Like,
Yeah, I know. But I guess it depends on the person's heart,
If
you know.
conspiracy theories were pushed by the
If
CIA.
not all. Who was that guy? Whatever.
Charles
Yeah.
Manson. Yeah.
It's nothing difficult to understand, you know. So
Yeah. What was that quote? Don't put things down to maliciousness when you can put them down to ignorance or something. I can't remember what that quote is exactly. Let me try and.
oh, this was very vague, but I guess
Oh, here it.
yeah.
Hanlon's razor. That's it. Never attribute to malice that which is adequately explained by stupidity. Right. Like a lot of people will be
Yeah.
like, "Oh, this is crazy. This is crazy," but it's like, no, it's just like people are just so unaware. Like you look at the government, right? I mean, especially the U.S. government. The U.S. government, it works so weirdly because there's everybody. There's like Department for Homeland Security, Department for Public Affairs. Like there's like parts of a body of the government. There's not just one government. There's different departments. It's like it's very unique in that sense. Like whereas you look at like the UK government, you know, we don't have a president. We have a minister. We have ministers, and then we have a prime minister, which prime is mean, you know, the main minister, the prime minister. But they're all ministers, right? It's just the Ministry of Defense, the Ministry of They're not departments or governments, right? Like,
Yeah, basically puppetry for whoever it has.
yeah, exactly. The sort of, well, obviously, yeah, the NWO, the New World Order, or the Deep State, however you want to sort of word that. But yeah, I definitely believe in that. I definitely believe there is a sort of Deep State or a sort of New World Order. Well, maybe not a New World Order, but
This
yeah.
is basically coming for us right now. You know, I guess 2030 is the end of all of this. This is basically 2030 is basically the beginning of the New World Order. They will
Yeah.
nothing talk about anything else.
Yeah, well, that's when AI is going to accelerate. By 2030, AI would have fully taken hold in everyone's lives. Like there would be no one on planet Earth, well, no one in the West at least, who has not heard of AI or not been affected in some way, shape, or form by AI. Like AI is going to be involved in some way. I mean, in the West at least. Like, I mean, look at China. China's involved in it with their digital ID, and it scans your faces. And if you haven't got enough citizen credit, or lock you out of a bank account. You can't get a bank. You know, you can't register with a bank, or you know. Like,
Yeah, no, it's basically the precursor. You know.
yeah, I mean, they're trying to do well. They were
But
about to do
it's
the same thing
strange
in
that
the UK.
you know, I guess they are testing this 10 years apart in each land, or in mainland from China. And now 10 years later, we are going to see this in America, in Germany, and what have you. Basically in all Europe and in the whole world, basically. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. I mean, even American companies are trying to take the UK government to court, Apple, because the UK government were, you know, trying to tell Apple, you need to let us have your customers' data, right? Like UK customers' data for the iPhone and everything. And Apple were like, no. And then, yeah, it's like a whole legal case for that now.
I mean, I guess international law will go towards this, that everyone.
Oh, yeah.
You know, when can this third party thing where everyone has to give their data
Globalism.
to anyone else? It's like 2015 upwards. Yeah.
Oh yeah. And it's all, and people don't realize, and they'll be like, "Oh, well, you agreed to this, right? Why? Because it's in the terms and conditions." A lot of it where it talks about sending off your data to this one, and you're like, "Oh, okay." In terms
Yeah,
and
I mean,
conditions, you
if
tick
you
it.
are
Yeah.
truly agreeing to someone's terms, basically no one would use any one of their apps, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely, exactly. Like, yeah,
But due to convenience and, you know, it's like, okay,
yeah.
just get it over with. Everyone has basically a goldfish brain and accepts everything.
Yeah, I don't know if you've seen it. South Park. There's a funny episode in South Park where they like sign the terms and conditions without reading it, and yeah, it's funny.
There has to be newer one. I'm only confirming with the older ones, like
Yeah.
20, not 20, up to 25.
Oh yeah. Yeah, but I mean, this is the thing, right? The globalism. There was a whole talking about starting a new religion, and it's all going to be based around climate change. It's going to be sort of like if you're sort of against climate
What?
change, then you're like a blasphemer. Yeah, there's a whole like. But I don't know if you know him. Ex-British Prime Minister Tony Blair was going to be sort of the frontier of it. It was
No way.
Yeah. I don't know how they're sort of, and that's the whole thing. They're talking about with this whole thing with UFOs and everything. It's all going to be a psyop, and they're going to be talking about aliens are going to come down and say you need to turn around. Your planet is heading for destruction,
Still
and it's going to be a
cowards.
massive
Cowards.
Yeah.
Oh,
There's going to be
we
a
don't just
massive theme for that, and that's the whole psyop. People are talking about there's UFOs, and that's why the US are releasing all these files. It's all a psyop. It's all this psychological manipulation, where aliens will come in about 5 years, and then they'll say you need to change and fix your environment because it's
Yeah,
happening in
no,
our
I
galaxy.
already have heard about it 15 years ago.
Yeah,
I don't know if you know Project Camelot.
I've
The
definitely heard of that.
YouTube channel. Yeah, no, she basically interviewed a bunch of guys who were in the military and whatever. It's mostly
Mark, you have been muted.
new age
It's really,
stuff.
really, really funny.
Mute that guy.
And yeah, they talked about this a lot, like the Galactic Federation and what have you. You know, all the new age stuff and bullshit. You know, it took me a while to look through this. You know, because all of the lies and you have to take in so much information to filter through this. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. That's the thing. I used to listen to Alex Jones. He used to be pretty on it about 10 years ago, back in 2016, when he was talking about a lot of different things. But then he went off a little bit. I don't know if you've heard of him, Alex Jones, like InfoWars.
Of course, who hasn't?
Yeah. He used to be good, but then I think as soon as he sided with Trump, that was it. I think he'd sort of he'd been paid off. Same with Joe Rogan as well. As soon as Joe Rogan swapped over to Spotify, that was it. You could see it.
Yeah.
His tune changed straight away.
Yeah, I noticed this a lot. Usually when Republican presidents are being elected, you know, or so called to be, who was it? Ron Paul was or someone like that. He did this the same. Ron Paul was talking about, I will do this and that and blah blah blah, and Alex Jones was promoting him nonstop and such. And at some point, he fell off totally, wasn't elected at all, and such. And it was just, dude, what are you doing? Are you conmanning us? It's like, what?
Yeah.
But I get basically you have to give Alex Jones slack because he's a drinker. You know, he has big problems. You know, and I think that he mixes stuff up.
Yeah, well, he's $1 billion in debt now, right? He owes $1 billion to that Sandy Hook families.
Ridiculous! Like, bro, this sentence is kind of the biggest sentence ever given.
Yeah, it's just like, what? How's that even like legal? Like $1 billion?
Look, a lot of
Like
them
what?
are actors.
Sorry.
I don't know.
The
It's a lot of
actors.
money see, the truth is that the whole thing, even his, like him being sued like that, is all the act. It's all an act. It's not real. Alex Jones did not get sued. He does not owe $1 billion. It's all just for entertainment.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's also to
I agree with that. Like,
Yeah, true. I agree with that also, because you have to go into the legal stuff. What is filed actually against him, and if you are able, this has to be public stuff, that you are being able to look up. But we haven't, so I agree. It's all an
yeah.
act.
I think he's probably paid max $10,000 probably. That's probably. I mean, he didn't even have a lawyer. He like represented himself, right? I think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is
He,
also
like, stood
ridiculous.
up.
Like
Yeah.
how to fall in the biggest trap at all,
Yeah.
Anyways, let's go back to flat Earth.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Who's the North Pole expedition stuff that you talked about at the beginning of the conversation, please?
What? Say again?
Said you had some stuff you were talking about, somebody exploring the North Pole you were going to post at the beginning of your conversation.
I mean, I wasn't the one posting about this, but how long was this ago, approximately?
I was talking to Steven. He said something about some North Pole expedition that took like 7 years.
Oh, right, the North Arctic. Yeah. Let me get the article. Ernest Shackleton.
Are you going to post it?
Yeah. Well, wait.
Okay, I see.
Let me try and get the actual. Would that? Hold on.
Is this an
Here
official
we
web
go.
link?
Yeah, but this was the one. This is the one I was talking about. It was only recent, actually. It was only about 5 years ago, I think it was now. Yeah, June 2021. I'll try and get the actual link. Yeah, it's a sort of Arctic pole. I'll try and get them a bit more coherent.
What the heck is this illustration?
Yeah, it's pretty outlandish.
Like, dude, the Earth is not even round, dude. It's like opaque or something.
Yeah. But I'm supposed to be going December. I'm going with a friend. We're going out there for 6 months. We're taking €5,000 each,
Are you
and we're gonna.
taking an official trip or are you planning
Yeah.
for
Well,
yourself?
no.
Yeah,
Yeah, we got our
official. Yeah,
official. Yeah.
yeah, official. Don't do that, dude. Just go to Greenland and plan from there on out. You know,
Well,
it might
yeah.
take
Well, I mean,
a
we've got
few
a tour
months
guide
more.
though. It's a bit dangerous because people get lost out there, and we're not like expert travelers or anything. Like, let's see how it goes. I mean, we've got the tour guide for the first 3 months. We've hired him for so far. We put a deposit down. So
Yeah, but you know, you won't learn anything if you take the official route, because the people who owning those trips, they are going to guide you anywhere but where you want to go and want to learn something. You know.
yeah. Well, yeah. Let's see what happens. I mean, we want to.
I'm just warning you. It wouldn't be just a waste of money.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know what you mean. I mean, we're just going to be climate because it's so cold there. That's the problem. We're going to get acclimatized first, and then sort of we're going to bring like electric drills and things. We're going to try go cave exploring because there's a lot of sort of mountaineering and that. There's a lot of caves. We're going to try going in some caves.
Okay, what are you thinking?
Well, I
You
mean, I don't
drawing
know.
out from that?
Have you ever seen the movie The Thing? Have you heard of that? The Thing?
Sure.
Yeah, you know that, and it's sort of in the ice in the mountain, and it's like undiscovered. We're looking at possibly trying to get like undiscovered parasites and things and DNA. That's
Let me show you something. I
Still
have a
sitting in time.
screenshot. I have a screenshot of a video of someone that did basically what you did, but he walked really far north in Greenland. I'm gonna post a screenshot of the video that he recorded of him doing that.
okay.
Yeah, please do.
Yeah, sounds interesting.
So we are in politics, right? We're in politics. Yeah, right here. So this it's just a picture of the inner ice between the mountains. Those are mountains high ice wall. Like it's that's like the inner ice. Kind of crazy from that perspective. That's pretty high up, huh?
Oh wow. Yeah.
Open
Yeah.
it up.
Look, you can see it. That's yeah.
You know, a long time ago,
And
I was looking into Greenland, like years ago, and I was going to some areas that people, in the maps that they have like tags, and I was here, I took pictures, and inland, like at the center of Greenland, and it normally shows as their ice or whatever. They were showing like houses, buildings, communication towers, like even like gardens and green and trees.
exactly. That's what people say.
Well,
Yeah,
in
like
the upper
actual like
echelon of Greenland, or what?
town.
Interesting.
What was that?
But you can pretty much live there for weeks, man. If as soon as you get the fishing equipment, you can live off salmon. There's such a high population of salmon over in that area, and that's what me and my friend are planning on doing. We're just going to get salmon, and then we're just going to smoke it and just live off bagels and cream cheese and salmon for 6 months. Because salmon is incredible for that. Salmon's got B12, B6, vitamin D,
Yes,
fish oil,
swimming in
omega
gold.
3. Yeah, exactly. Salmon is the best, especially Arctic salmon as well. Wow, that's wild, cool Arctic salmon. Oh, that's the best. That's the stuff. Yeah, that's the best you can eat, really. I mean, I prefer salmon to a steak. Salmon is incredible.
That's where you might find
It's
you're the thing inside the salmon. You eat it and you think, oh, this is nice and clean, and you didn't see it. Suddenly it's building a big chunk inside you.
Exactly. That's the idea.
Just roast it on fire.
Exactly. Yeah, you can grill it, you can bake it, you can smoke it. I mean,
you can warm
eat
it
it
up.
raw,
You
right?
can
Because that's
Yeah.
sushi. That's all what sushi is, isn't it? Just raw salmon. So I don't know how. Do they cure the salmon before they put it in sushi, or do they do anything, or smoke it? Is it smoked salmon sushi? I don't know.
You want it
No,
warm, so you just warm it up.
like
You can basically you can make it warm, pretty warm. You don't have to burn it or cook it completely. You make it hot and you eat it. You don't have to cook it. You can make
Yeah.
it warm, hot,
Yeah.
and you eat it.
Yeah, because it won't have salmonella. It's not like salmonella or anything, is it? You don't need to.
Nah.
no.
Yeah, that's what you get from salmon,
eat it.
salmonella.
Salmonella. But I don't know. Can you get food
This is
poisoning
the
from salmon? Like,
Well,
basically you
if it's
could, but
pristine,
I guess you have to have it fished and have it in the open for a few 5 days or something.
yeah, like rotten, maybe bacteria, in like.
Yeah.
that's for the animals. The animals can eat that, but your digestive system is not ready for that kind of stuff. You could eat prime high meat that is like meat that is being left to kind of like develop the bacteria that grows in it, and but you're not ready for that. But the raw salmon
Yeah.
is just you can eat it if it's not if
Yeah,
it doesn't have
yogurt.
any toxins and it's not like a dying fish. Yeah, if it's a pristine
Yeah.
fish, yeah, you can definitely eat it raw.
Mm.
While you caught in it,
Yeah.
I mean, I like it hot. I like it warm. I don't want it cooked,
Yeah.
overcooked, but I like it warm. And I mean,
Yeah.
if you have some lemon or something, I add some flavors too. I mean, we're no
Yeah.
animals.
Some. Yeah.
If
We're
you
no
want to
animals,
go
bro.
Some lemon and
if
some
you want to go
salted
the
butter.
safe
Like,
way, I mean, this would be the best thing you could do. Take a package of butter with you and just
yeah.
smear
A
it
lemon
over
or
it and
something.
just cook it.
Yeah. That's salted butter. That's the. And then smoke a load of salmon, and then you get some bagels, cream cheese.
I mean, if you cook it over fire, you have basically smoked it already.
Yeah, true.
Well, you see now
I love smoked
you
salmon.
messed it up. You messed it up. You bring in bagels from the store. Then you're gonna turn you from the acidity of your stomach that you're trying to dissolve the proteins and the high fats of the salmon. From that nutrient, the fats are there's nutrients that are only fat soluble, right? So for your body to digest the fat and the protein correctly, you need an acidic environment in your stomach. Then if you start adding bagels and sweets, you're gonna flip the digestive system into producing alkalinity to dissolve that, to digest that. So you shouldn't be mixing the salmon and high fat with too much sweets or too much grains because you're not gonna digest it correctly.
Yeah, it's going to cancel out all the vitamins and proteins and omega-3 and yeah.
Yeah, not directly. But if you
Yeah.
consume too much, then you have negative side effects.
Yeah. My favorite, just salmon and brown rice is good. That's what I eat a lot, and an avocado as well. A bit of avocado with some salt. So I think it's better than a steak. A big bit of Atlantic wild caught salmon and
But
some brown rice.
my recommendation: just take a salt with you and cook it over fire, and good is.
Yeah.
Listen, you don't even listen. If you're out there, you don't need rice. I mean, that's for a fancy dinner, whatever. If you have enough
Yeah.
salmon, you'll eat enough salmon that you don't have to eat anymore, bro. So you wanna eat salmon? Eat
Yes,
salmon,
you
and
become a
you'll be
carnivore.
you'll be plenty, and you'll be satisfied, satiated of food, and you don't need more.
Yeah, true. But carbs is just brown rice is good, but I think rice lasts a long time,
Listen,
doesn't it?
if you're going to lose weight anyway, regardless of how much you eat, I'm telling you.
Yeah, we're gonna be walking a lot.
You're gonna have to accompany it with some type of herbs or teas eventually, because if you get it with worms or parasite, you're gonna have to get rid of those, bruh.
Yeah, I mean, you can get garlic butter. You can get butter with like garlic cooked into it, like mashed into it, not cooked, but some chili flakes, maybe some chili flakes. You can really do a lot
We
with
all
it.
know we all know you like flatbread, right? Flatbread.
Yeah, yeah, flatbread.
Everybody in here is a flatbread guy. Flatbread.
Yeah, like a tortilla or something. Make something like that.
I can do it. Bread. So delicious.
Burrito. But I think there'll be I think there'll be more than just salmon. I think there'll be mackerel, sea bass, cod, haddock. I think there'll be a lot of different type of fish out there.
What
But
about
yeah,
dessert?
salmon is the best.
Are you gonna
Yeah,
make dessert?
true.
Like salmon dessert?
No, I mean, my favorite is baked Alaska. If you know that one, baked Alaska is good. It's sort of like marshmallow with cherries at the bottom, and
Yeah, but if you're only eating fish, how are you gonna have dessert? You're gonna have to make a
yeah.
fish
Well,
dessert.
I'll get some cherries.
A
I'll
very,
get
a
some
very,
frozen
a very
cherries.
sweet cartridge bomb.
I mean, we're covered in snow. I can just some lemons, right? I'll get some lemons, mix that, and there, sorbet pretty easily, right?
Salmon
With some
sorbet.
lemons. Yeah, I'll get some pistachio in there, pistachio ice cream.
You're not going to carry all this stuff around just to have your sweet experience, you know. Too much work.
Wird dieser Zug umgeleitet und hält auf dem Weg nach Düsseldorf Hauptbahnhof. Nur in Düsseldorf-Bilk, alle anderen Halter entfallen. Ich wiederhole, wir haben wieder Bauarbeiten, der Zug wird umgeleitet, nächster Halt Düsseldorf-Bilk, nach Düsseldorf Hauptbahnhof, alle anderen Zwischenhalte entfallen.
Okay, you heard it. I'm from Germany, you know, so.
You see, Stefan, you start talking about salmon and food, and everybody started leaving because it's dinner time.
In your vicinity, yes. Yeah, let's go back to flat Earth. Is anyone who is opposing flat Earth who wants to talk? I mean, usually the people fill up this channel who are always flat earthers and never talk, like myself usually. But wait for the people who want to be persuaded, if at all, you know. As long there's curiosity, there's always hope.
Isn't Stefan new to the topic?
Say again?
Stefan, The salmon guy. He's gonna go to Greenland to fish salmon.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Did he left? I don't know. Yeah, maybe he left.
Maybe.
I'm curious if he does this trip to Arctica at all, you know, because usually people talk very much, and what they is something else, you know.
What, you
As,
mean what is something else? What Antarctica is?
no, not Antarctic, but Arctic.
Oh, the Arctic. Yeah. I think both places are. I mean, let me see. We're speculating, obviously, but
Yeah, both places are
what actually makes sense is
ridiculously
that there.
garbage possibilities.
What actually makes sense is that there's areas that there's a lot of ice, and then after the ice, there's no ice, just like everywhere across the
Yeah,
earth.
yeah,
In the region, so you ask the guy, you gotta be guided, right? Obviously, when you're guided, I mean about that topic, but in Antarctica, the same, or the Arctic, the same thing. You're guided to a little area right here. Oh, look right here. This,
yeah.
you're
This
guided.
is nonsense. I'm already told him about this. You know, do your own thing. Try to go around the vicinities and take a risk, basically. You know, if you're being stopped for whatever reason, like from the military and such, then you know what's going on, basically, from that moment on.
Rusty.
What?
Oh, there is Rusty and Stefan. Rusty, you wanna? They wanna explore Greenland. How do you like the idea about going to Greenland and going up there to the ice and discover new land? What
Not
do you like
new land.
about that idea?
It's not new land.
Yeah, it's
I
not
don't know
new
what
land,
is to
obviously.
discover.
Yeah, it's been there for a long time, right? It's definitely not new. You're right about that.
Yeah, it's part of Denmark. It's discovered, I guess. What is there to explore?
No, we're just talking a little bit about that. I was just throwing it since you joined, but we moved on from that.
Okay.
By the way, how do you identify a mod here on this channel? Because
Identify a
I'm
mod.
on the usually I'm on desktop, but I'm using my phone right now, so I don't know uh,
Bruh.
how to identify a mod that is here.
You touch the username. You touch the username, and you long
Yes.
press it. Like you're trying to do a copy paste or whatever, and then within the roles is gonna tell you who's a mod.
Mexican.
Is it a badge, something besides the name, or is it directly under his name?
Let me check if they haven't changed it. You see mine? You see mine says 24/7 flat air mod. You see that in my roles?
Jamsey, right?
Yeah.
What's the icon?
Go to the roles and read them.
Roles. Okay, I have to scroll down. All right. Yeah, you are mod. Nice.
Anyways, talk to Rusty then.
Yeah, Flat Earth Judge.
Say what?
He has the famous um, avatar he created. But usually he does go under another name, right? But I can't remember. It's too long. Basically, our guru, our flat Earth guru. I know Flat Earth Batman is a mod. I remember him.
Bitte achten Sie beim Ausstieg auf den Höhenunterschied zwischen Zug- und Bahnsteigkante.
Hey, where are you, man? What
You
train
mean me?
station? Yeah. I know that voice.
Yeah,
From
I'm
the
Ripcord.
no, from the ja, von dem Ansager, Mann.
Moment, sprichst du Deutsch?
Ja, ja. Deswegen frage ich, wo du bist. Aber ist egal hier.
Ja, okay. Was hast du gerade gefragt?
Von wo du bist, weil du. Ach, das ist egal.
Ja, ich
Wir
bin
sprechen.
gerade auf dem Weg nach Düsseldorf.
Okay. Back to English, I guess.
Yes.
Recognizing.
I'm on my way to Düsseldorf. Ja, jetzt weiß ich nicht, ob ich Deutsch spreche oder Englisch sprechen soll. Ich mache es jetzt mal auf Deutsch. Wie bist du zum Mod-Titel gekommen?
Ich?
Ja.
Da kein Mod-Titel.
Hast du nicht?
Nein?
Egal.
War lustig.
Wie lange bist du schon hier in dem Channel? Approximately.
10 Minuten.
Was?
English. English.
The first time?
No, I've been here a couple of times. Over the last 2 years. In the Flat Earth community for like 10 years.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, nice. Yeah, I've never seen your name. Maybe I should go often here.
No,
I've my
not often.
periods, usually when I heard a lot about flat Earth and I'm fed up with all the stupid people who are going to join and learn nothing about what we teach them, It's like, bro, what's even the point being here,
Yeah. Well.
Yeah, you just described Ippo. Oh, she's gone.
She?
Hey, Rusty, what do? You said you've been at it for 10 years? You've been listening, talking about the topic for 10 years, or just listening?
Yeah.
I've just occasionally interacted with the topic for the last 10 years. Occasionally.
Got it. So from those 10 years, have you come to any conclusions? Can you give me like a small version of what you have come to think about this whole topic?
No, it's just a hobby. I didn't really interact with it seriously.
So, any conclusions about let's say the debate, right? Let's call it a debate. The conclusion: the Earth is a globe. The Earth is it doesn't curve. Have you heard both arguments? Right, in 10 years, you have.
Yeah.
Yeah, and within 10 years, you probably heard both sides of the argument. So which one do you think has been the more consistent and the one that you can actually show, demonstrate?
Yo, the
And which one
Earth
can
is
you
shaped like
falsify?
Batman.
Let's keep the brain
No, that's
rotting for now.
I mean, I don't want. Oh, sorry.
Skippity toilet.
No troll
Go
stuff,
ahead. You
please.
can reply now. You can reply right now.
What? Okay. No, I don't want to have a debate or anything. I was just here and honestly to listen and if anyone else has a debate. So
And
I don't want to
and
start
what
one.
does your stance? Where did
It's
where
still globe. It hasn't
do
changed
you
for the globe.
stand?
I see.
Really?
He's holding to the globe side. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, I still like to
Oh
interact
man.
with the topic and stuff, right? But it's not like I don't interact with it like in a way that I would think that could be changed or anything. But I'm just honest with that. Like I don't
Bro,
think that
hey, come on.
changed.
This is so sad, you know. Even as a brother.
No, can you keep the color commentary? You don't have to go sad. Come on, bro. Just be specific. Sad? What do you mean?
Yeah, I mean, we are just
There you
related
go.
because we are German brothers, you know.
Oh.
You are Düsseldorf, right?
Yeah,
I'm a
I'm
East
going to Düsseldorf.
East German.
I'm from. Yeah, I'm
Düsseldorf.
a
Did that come
Westie.
from Harry
I'm a
Potter?
Westie.
He is a West German. We are not. No, not just kidding. I was born after the wall fell.
Well, you saying it's flat that your brother from Germany hasn't figured the ground he's standing on. He believes it's something that is not. Is that what you think is sad?
Yes, basically. I mean, in this long of a time, you should have figured it out by now, you know. It didn't took me about 2 years to figure this out, so it's not a problem for me.
The background noise, bro. Taking away.
Are you in a train right now?
Yes, I am.
Not the S-Bahn, like just a train.
I just arrived at Düsseldorf Hauptbahnhof.
Oh, okay. Hope it wasn't Herbie. Got him.
I just do want to say that I appreciate somebody finally talking about the North Pole instead of Antarctica constantly. Getting old.
Which North Pole? There's supposed, I think, like 5 of them. Which one are you talking about?
Specific, Jim, the Arctic Circle.
That's not the North Pole. The Arctic Circle is not the North Pole. That's the Arctic. The Arctic Circle is the Arctic Circle, not the North Pole.
Is there an inside area of the Arctic Circle that I'm missing here, really?
All right. So there's a geographical position that is inside the Arctic Circle. Yeah. So there is a limitation of travel to that region or something. You can only go a company.
Yeah.
And you're saying that it's getting old.
Antarctica.
Antarctica, yeah. Oh.
Wait, the Arctic Circle, you can just drive there. Past it. Was someone saying that you can't go past it?
There's some rules about those regions, but I'm not saying you can't.
No, it's like
There's some areas.
I think
There's
it's like
some
in
areas that you
Sweden.
cannot actually.
You can go into the Arctic Circle from any point.
Yeah. Into the Arctic Circle, like an area, yeah. But that's a
Yeah,
huge
I'm back.
region.
My
That's a
internet
huge
cut
region.
off. Sorry about that, guys, but I'm back.
I think you can even drive there. I mean, yeah, you
Yeah.
can drive through the Arctic Circle further north. Like, couldn't you potentially drive all the way to the North Pole?
No, because you're gonna be crossing water, and your car is on a boat.
Even if it's frozen,
You need an icebreaker. An icebreaker, billions of dollars vessel.
Oh, yeah, I like your eyes and shit.
I know. Over here, an icebreaker is a nice coffee drink. I could definitely use an icebreaker.
You guys think Elon Musk is compromised?
Yeah, you got the hair transplants that have the little GPS trackers and the brain probe.
Is that the new trend? You're gonna implant the chips into the hair and the head and whatever?
Yeah, right. Isn't that the sign of the
That's it.
beast?
Yeah, sign of the beast is having a full head of hair.
No. When he talks about the Neuralink, right? The neurotransplant he's getting, the sign of the beast, right?
Beast?
Now, that's what he's working on. Like one of his companies. I mean, not the sign of the beast stuff, but the Neuralink. What was he trying to do with that again?
Yeah, he was trying to get. Well, he did do it actually for someone who was paraplegic. He had robotic arms, and it had a transmitter from the head to his limbs, and he could actually control his limbs through thought with a Neuralink.
Well, that's badass if that works.
But is it prophecy?
A
I don't think
prophecy that
people know.
yeah.
Go on. The sign of the beast, right? I would say the Book of Revelations is the most astounding book of the Bible, right? It's telling us how the world's going to end. It's not saying it's going to end through global war or through poverty or through climate change, right? It's not saying any of these things.
And you said the war is gonna end?
Yeah, the world is going to end.
You mean like the Revelations, the day of the Lord, where the heavens will open and the God, the Lord, the Most High is gonna come down from heaven to the earth?
Well,
War ending, or
that was
is it like a new beginning or a new end? Which one is it? Because he's the beginning of the end, so he's the beginning and the end. So
well. Look, let's look at the first verse of the first chapter, right? The revelation of Jesus Christ, which God gave him to show to his servants what must soon take place, and he made it known by sending his angel to his servant John. That's kind of a thing, because it's like an inception, right? It's a messenger within a messenger. Because God gave it to Jesus, and then Jesus gave it to John, but that was through an angel. So we got
John didn't give it to us.
we got
John didn't give
four.
it to us, bro. John didn't give it to us. He gave it to the seven churches who it was meant for. All that shit has happened. Like he said, soon come to pass. Not soon is not 2,000 years, right? So that's all that shit's done, happened. It's gone.
No, from God's perspective, 2,000 years is nothing,
Well,
though.
Yeah, I mean that's like the 7-day
He wasn't
creation, right?
telling
That's already
God.
been
He was telling
debunked.
people that would understand the terminology he
One
used.
day,
Right?
one day in the Book of Genesis is not one day on Earth, right? God's
Yeah, that's
timeline
for
is very
God. For
different
us,
tomorrow.
it's one day. So soon to us means soon in our lifetime, not
Yeah,
2,000
but
years later. He wasn't talking to God. He was talking to people. He was using terminology they'd understand.
people that would look towards eternal life in heaven after, which is eternal, and 2,000 years not that much, eh? Just kidding.
Let's look at the second verse.
Go on, I want to hear more.
Well,
Yeah, all that's done. He even
it's
told them
what?
directly. And before, in the Gospels, he said, "There's some standing before me that will see this before they taste of death." Now, you're going to either think that there's people still alive from then. It's like 2,000 years old. It's not happening, bro. It's already happened. Everything he said happened. Everything he said would happen did happen.
Have you been judged for your sin? We're in a grace period, my friend. That's what you really have to understand right now, right? You are in a period of grace.
For how long?
Is
Only
God?
the
Is
Father
God?
knows. Not even Jesus knows that question. Not even Jesus knows the answer to that question, right? Even Jesus himself said, no one knows. Not me, not you, not I, but the Father. Even Jesus doesn't know that, right?
How does that make sense then? Like, shouldn't you be able to figure out how long that is, or is it I guess
It could be.
motivation to always be not sinful?
Well, I'll say
Or-
something else. It will come as in a thief in the night. It will be like a thief in the night, right? Think about that analogy for a second. Think about what that really means. A thief in the night. It will be like a thief in the night, right? I don't know, but you have to read the Genesis to actually understand what that means to be like a thief in the night, right?
What does it mean?
So
What
from
does it mean?
always.
Stefan, what does that mean? Go ahead.
Sure. Well, we have to go back to Genesis and we have to see Genesis chapter 1, verse 1. What does it tell us? In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, right? Hold on. Okay, here we go.
God created the heavens. Then a thief is gonna stab you and deny it.
Here we go. Isaiah chapter 20, verse 2. For behold, darkness covers the earth, and thick darkness is over the peoples. But the Lord will rise upon you, and his glory will appear over you. Right?
The resurrection.
What happened? Jesus comes
that
back.
happened,
Jesus
the
comes back.
crucifixion and resurrection.
No, Jesus is the shepherd. What's he going to do? He's going to bring his people together, right? Whilst the events of this is taking place, John's vision, he's going to come back and he's going to lead his people to salvation, right? Jesus says, I am the way and the Father.
What is that? What did that have to do with the? You have to think about it like a thief comes to you in the darkest of nights or whatever it was.
Oh, well, that's the Genesis verse, right? Well, that's Genesis chapter 1, verse 2, right? So let me put this in just to make it.
Yeah, but that was the question with that grace period.
The earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God was moving over the face of the waters, right? Now, the verse directly after that. So here we have, what do we have? 1 verse 1, chapter 1. In the beginning, God. That's God the Father. Genesis 1, verse 2. And the Spirit of God was moving over the face of the water. What do we have there? We have the Holy Spirit. And then, what do we have? We have Genesis 1, verse 3. And God said, let there be light. What do we have in the Gospel of John? John chapter 8, verse 12. What does Jesus say? Jesus says, again, Jesus spoke to them saying, I am the light of the world. He who follows me will not walk in darkness, but will have the light of life. So there we already have the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit in Genesis chapter 1, verse 1, verse 2, and verse 3. Right away at the beginning of the Bible. That's
Would you
the
derive
Son,
that
the
from
Father,
what?
and the
Like that
Holy Spirit.
this shit doesn't make any sense. To be honest, like, how do you derive the Son and the Father and the Holy Spirit from these verses?
So what happens in the river of Jordan? When Jesus is baptized by John the Baptist, what happens straight away when he's lifted from the water? The Holy Spirit descends upon Jesus down from the heavens like a dove. Matthew chapter 3 verse 17. Just after the baptism, and 2, a voice from heaven saying, this is my beloved Son, with whom I am well pleased. Right? So this affirms God has a Son. Right? God's Son is the light. I am the light of the world. He who follows me. And what does he say? What does he say as well in Genesis 1? Chapter 3, God said, let there be light. And there was light. That's the creation of Jesus Christ. In Genesis chapter 1, verse 3. And when people are baptized, what are they baptized in? The Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Right there. In the beginning, God. First it was God the Father, and then God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. The 3 in 1, right?
Okay.
Do you understand? Are you following? Do you understand?
This
Just
makes
to make sure.
This makes no sense, man. Do I have to have
What are
some
you
higher
struggling with?
understanding? Do I have to have
Within
some
the
Not
higher
context,
necessarily.
understanding of the lore or something? There's
Wait, what was the
there's a
other guy saying?
baptism. There's
Yeah,
a
go on.
baptism. Okay, yeah. This is where they put the water on a person's head, I guess. And you have the
No,
Father.
that's not what it is. It's a death. To die.
Bro,
To
I'm not
die
up to
is
the
to
lore,
live.
bro.
To die is to live, and to live is to Christ. Right?
Live is to Christ. I'm Christing right now?
Absolutely. No, because have you been baptized with the Holy Spirit and of the water? Have you died?
No.
Have you died and have you been born again? Then you are not living in Christ, are
I
you?
haven't died, I think. Maybe. No, I don't
Yeah, but
think.
you will die. One day.
At some point, probably,
Right.
yeah. But why would they put water on my fucking head?
the things that Stefan,
I mean, I know that,
his initial comment that doesn't make sense. Obviously, it doesn't make sense because you're talking about the light, the sun, but then he's missing the Holy Spirit. For him, it doesn't make sense because his senses only can show him the light of the world, right? Acknowledge the Father that we all experience, and the earth, right? That's what God created, and then there is the Spirit. That part he doesn't get because you have to be a bit more attuned. You need the mind and the meetings of the mind, and when you have the mind trying to comprehend the mind of the creator, then you
Right.
can comprehend this. But he's just going by the earthly things, the senses thing. That's why for him it doesn't make sense.
No,
No. Well, we see this part as well, right? We see this part as well.
No, this just sounds like, when Naruto and Sasuke fought Madara, and Naruto and Sasuke had to use their jutsu to defeat this guy.
Wait, you're saying
Like,
that
this doesn't make
the
sense
design?
when you don't
No,
know
because
the lore behind this shit.
Rusty, you're missing a point. The creator designed the sky, the luminaries, the earth for you to operate within the senses that He giving you on this world, right? So you can do what you're doing right now, yapping, and not trying to comprehend what is being said. So
And this
now,
is why Jesus had to be
how
baptized, right? Straight after Jesus' baptism, what do we see in Gospel of Luke, chapter 3, verse 22? And the Holy Spirit descended upon him in bodily form as a dove, and a voice came from heaven, Thou art my beloved Son, with thee I am well pleased. Right?
okay,
yeah,
so
you
before
said that
the
already.
water, a dove came
And,
down.
and then what happens after? What happens during the crucifixion? Jesus gives up his spirit. Jesus gives up the Holy Spirit. So the Holy Spirit is on earth now, and
Great,
it's ready to enter you. It is
great
ready
point.
to enter you.
Mhm.
Right? He gives up the Holy Spirit. That's right at the end of John's Gospel. Mark's Gospel. It's
Has
one of
it
the last chapters, right? Verse 15.
does it enter
Chapter
you?
15. Chapter 15, verse 37. And Jesus uttered a loud cry and breathed his last.
That's fine.
Wait. Sorry. Wait. What? Oh, wait. Where's it?
Has the spirit entered anyone, or is that like it can enter you from like a if you meet certain criteria, or what is it?
Oh, sorry. It's in Matthew, chapter 27, verse 50. And Jesus cried again with a loud voice and yielded up his spirit. Right? Doesn't say his spirit went back up to heaven. He yielded up his spirit. His spirit is still on earth today. Right?
Is the breath of the world.
He is the Word made flesh. Right?
But like, is that it's just like an interpretation, right? I mean that's how
No.
I can't like I haven't read that book or whatever, so I can't really tell. But
It's put into wording into a context that you can read and put into the language, because when you observe this and you can come to the conclusion about the physical and natural world, that is a well designed mechanism for even us to be able to operate within this world, right? It's everything is designed, is coded, put in place, like a
like
design by a
simulation
designer,
theory.
coded by a coder, a clock made by the watchmaker. So what he's trying to tell you is that within all the creation and all the nature that we observe and we experience, there is the mind that is the soul, the heavenly Father that put all of that stuff together for you to be able to perceive it in the first place.
Curious question though. Why has life been almost wiped off this planet 5 times already?
Because people have strayed from God.
Well,
Very
why?
simple.
Cool story.
Yeah.
There's been a flood, my friend. Did you know that? Why do you think we have
Yeah,
fossils?
but
Fossils
the
only
outside sphere
fossils
isn't,
only exist.
isn't his
Hold on.
premise.
Fossils only exist. Fossils only exist in soiled dirt, right? Soiled ground. There was a great flood over the entire earth.
Yes, there's been 5 major catastrophes in Earth's history that have wiped out close to 95% of all life.
Yeah,
Sorry, bro. That's the that's what happens when you try to go your own way and not follow the way of the Lord.
But
This
he'd
is long.
agree.
These were long before humans. Long before humans.
Yeah.
So
Bro, what do you see in the
hello,
Genesis
Stefan.
chapter 1
Stefan, I
verse
want to
1? In
comment
the
too, bro.
beginning, God.
Hello.
Okay, sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
So, because you were talking that now we are in the period of grace, and that's the grace of God, the creator, the great architect, the designer, right? And there is also when he gets his wrath out and he lashes out because whatever he decided he's lashing out for, and that's, the world has been destroyed. But the premise of Clive is that said this planet and the Earth is not a planet. You made a category error right there. There's no floods happening on a sphere. On a sphere, floods. Come on, bro.
We still show evidence of 5 times, whether you call it a planet or whatever you call it, a stone, a rock, whatever. 5 times.
Yeah,
Wait,
sure.
what do you mean? Can you count those 5 times? What are you talking about? The Ice Age 1, the volcanic eruption of Monacia. Is that what you talk? I don't know
No.
what you're talking about, man. 5 times.
Layers under the earth that show you different periods, large periods of the world there was life. Then there could be like a reset and different layers on the ground. It's like
What, the
dead.
Jurassic period?
It's like dead on top of dead on top of dead on top of rock and this and that and then death and
Yeah.
plants and animals on top. It's like
Oh
a
man, that's nothing. Oh,
one
that's
on top of
nothing.
the other one.
That's nothing compared to what's coming next. Book of Revelation. You know what's coming next, right? The trumpet will sound and the chariots will come down, right? What's going to happen when that first trumpet sounds? Everyone will enter death. Everyone will enter the first death. What happens after the second trumpet, right? People will be resurrected, right?
Like Resident Evil?
Nope.
Nope, not like zombies.
How is it?
Nope, not like zombies.
What's gonna happen? Like,
well, I'll
they
tell you.
just live again?
I'll
Live
ask you
forever?
this question, man. Why do you think when someone dies, we say "rest in peace"? We don't say, "Ah, he's dead." You know, he's dead now, or you know, he's dead. We say "rest in peace." Why? Because they're just resting. There's 2 deaths. There's the taste of death, first death, everyone will experience, and there's the second death. That's why we say "rest in peace" because they're not really dead. Sure, their physical body's dead, but they're not dead.
Come on.
They're resting. They're resting.
Say it.
That is why we say it. That is
Not
is why we
because we
say
want
it.
to believe that they have went peacefully.
No, we say
and that
rest
they
in
are not
death
like.
because they're resting in their graves until the day of resurrection,
I
the day of
think
judgment.
it's more like there's the physical death when the body sins and that brings death because you're not following the ways of the Father, when brings you life, right? The gifts of the Creator life that you could reach what He wants you to reach. That is the promise of eternal life when the day of the Lord comes and all that happens. But the death, I mean, the reborn, the people being reborn is also when they're alive as well. There's another. Well, you're talking about a physical death that is gonna like the death will return into the living. I mean, that's the tricky part.
No, it's not like we say goodbye to people based on the physical laws of the universe or the religious laws of wherever they go, like they're resting or whatever. It's just saying to say goodbye to someone who is dead and who can't hear it anymore. No? It's not like based on they're gonna
No,
rise
it's
again
not.
or something.
It's not just a saying. It's rest because they're at a period of rest. That's right.
Yeah, forever.
I mean, the fact
That's
that
what
you even
everyone knows.
say the laws of the universe. Who do you think dictates those laws?
Or the laws of religious belief. I mean, it's like we say it, or I mean, even I say it. I'm not religious or
You're
anything,
talking
but
about doctrine.
no, it's like
Yeah.
probably Hindus say
Well,
something else, or
well,
Jews say something
we know
else.
who does that, right? We look at the 10 Commandments. You know, this is the Moses laws, right? Moses 10 Commandments, which are inspired by God, right? The burning bush. Moses asks the bush, "Who should I say sent me?" He says, "I am who I am." Right? Tell them I am. Right? I
That's
am.
not
What does that
50.
mean? I am the comforter. I am your Lord. I am the judge. I am. You know, I am. Right? I am. Whatever you think, I am. That's
I
God.
am
I am.
evil.
When you think the Most High, the highest ones, I am. You think the Creator, the Designer, the Architect, all of those, the Watchmaker, the Loving Father, the the jealous God. I mean, I don't know, like
Guy from Black Eyed Peas.
the beginning and the end.
The first, the last. I am. Right?
But if he is the beginning, then how did he have one? Like, how did he get created? Because you said, like, in the beginning, right? And then he was created, and he said, "Let there be light," right? Creation of Jesus Christ. But he said, "I am the beginning." So in the Jesus Christ, God created the heavens and the earth.
Well, you have to understand, your human mind thinks that there has to be a beginning to something, right? Like that's a very
Okay.
human concept
Right.
of beginning.
Okay. Yeah,
It
we'll make
doesn't.
apologetics now.
God literally created the entire universe with. He spoke it into existence, right? You don't need to. There doesn't need to be a beginning. It literally says in the beginning,
Bro,
God.
within the
Like
construct that God
God is
gave you as a
like.
human, hello, that's God things. You don't know of those things. We don't know of the realm of God. What He gave us is what we have, and there is a beginning because He told you that it was created at a certain period, and he also tells you there's going to be an end or a new beginning or whatever people interpret it as. So there is a beginning and there is an end, or whatever that means. Whatever the creator, that end, you haven't met it yet. You don't know what that end actually means. It's like a promise that haven't been fulfilled. You're still in the grace period. God already lashed
Like
out.
what?
God, as a father, He already got mad multiple times. People mention here He destroyed the world, right? Multiple times already. And you mentioned yourself, this is a grace period. And He's so grateful, and His grace is so great that He's forgiven everyone, even these people that even don't believe in Him. And He's a
And
great judge. He's the judge. So He's gonna open the books one day. Whenever you're gonna be and meet your Creator, He's gonna open the books of life, and then you're gonna know everything that you must know, and then you make your decisions, and then you'll decide.
So
God
why you
still
believe
loves
in
you.
that? I don't get why you believe that and not other religions, or why would I believe in this and not Son Goku is going to Kamehameha the world in after the grace period?
Because within this
Christianity,
world and
because
this construct,
Christianity is the only one where God came into the existence. We know
within
Jesus. We know Him.
within this within
No,
He
this
no,
revealed
construct and
Himself.
this design,
died
you
over
can do a
2,000
lot
years.
of things within this construct and this design. You see how the world operates under principalities or in high places. You know this for a fact, and everything works in a certain order, and everything is constructed and put in place to its place, right? Like a well designed machine, a construct, a
No,
design. Okay,
Yeah.
so the
no.
greatest with the greatest power is the most highest one, and He's the final judge. You cannot escape from it. You can think that you can think about Superman and Goku coming to save you, or going under
No.
the earth really deep, or whatever imaginary fantasies you put in your tiny head that you it's not gonna save you. It's not gonna help you. This world is what it is, and it's designed the way it is, and you have to abide by it, by its laws. And people in high places, either you like it or not.
Yeah, but the
And,
high
and
places you are
the most
mentioning
highest, the
are
people in high
not
places that you,
visible, not
people in high
touchable, not
places that you
anything.
listen. People in high places that you listen to and you follow, and everything you do is basically basing their doctrines, they know about the highest one that is higher than them. And even if you don't believe it, they do. The people that you listen to.
Yeah, but that's just shit that you say, right? Like I could come up
Hey,
with some
and
shit and
no, listen, man, listen. But Jesus is alive, right? Jesus is alive today.
prove it.
Did you know that?
Who is it?
Gospel of Matthew, Gospel of Mark, Gospel of John. Gospel of Luke, Gospel of Matthew, Gospel of right.
I get all of the shit
These
that you're saying, but you cannot prove anything of that. Like it's.
these
By the
well,
way,
let
we
me
are on a flat Earth
these
channel.
people.
What about we
Yeah.
move to a different channel? Like honestly, like we take it too much
Well,
time, and let's respect the channel here.
well, this is all.
Yeah, it might be somewhat
That's a good idea.
distantly connected to
We do
flat Earth, but
explore different topics. We do stick it to more objective things, but to have the objectives and to operate within even the scientific method, the antecedent to that is the mind, the spirit, or the logic that is only achievable by knowing that having the mind in the first place. So everything that comes after that, your computer, the scientific method, or whatever is after that, is still under this realm of God things. The people deny
The law, right?
the law.
And what does
Yeah,
Jesus say?
everything is
Jesus even
governed.
says himself, he didn't come to abolish the law; he came to fulfill the law, right? This wasn't a surprise to a lot of Jews, right? This is why Matthew, right, Levi, ancient Rome tax collector, he's writing for Jewish Christians. They're expecting this. They were expecting this for thousands of years. This didn't just come out of the blue. This was prophecy. Jesus was prophecy, right? This was prophecy. This was meant to happen. This wasn't just, God had to change your mind. No. As I said before in Genesis chapter 1, verse 1, 2, and 3, it was from the beginning. Jesus, God knew. God knows. God knows that Adam and Eve would sin in the garden. Right? Well, maybe not necessarily new. I'm not like a Calvinist like predestination, but it was prophecy.
But even I see Rusty's point as well. Rusty P point. Because he can argue, and people can argue, oh, there's different religions, different ideas all across the world. But ultimately, even all of those different religions and doctrines of men, they're all obey and operate within a construct, a design, and that's everybody have acknowledged this all across history, always. The people in denial, or the minority, or I don't know how many, but still, you cannot deny the obvious design that is put in place, and there must be a mind behind that design. There's no other way around it.
Yeah. I mean, there's even historical books that people talk about. I think in Buddhism or something, they say, during Jesus' crucifixion, the sky actually changed color in like India or something, like somewhere else in Asia. It was seen from around the world. There's historical accounts of this.
Well, the question still is, like, how does a designer exist before anything exists? Places
Again,
things
this
into
is just
existence.
your earthly. This is just your mind, right?
No, but you can say that. Why would it be so
No, Rusty,
unintuitive for you
don't.
to say that a universe can exist by chance to happen the way it does to the point that we exist in now?
Rusty,
Without a
very
creator,
simple.
by random
Very simple.
chance.
Rusty, as you know right now, and you can acknowledge, and everyone in here can acknowledge, we probably having a meeting on the minds in the same level table, unmovable, horizontal, sitting down and talking about this. You can acknowledge that you don't know everything, do you?
Yes, easily.
All right.
Sure.
So there is the known that you're arguing about, and then you're asking questions about the unknown. And there's stuff that I don't know and nobody knows. And that's the only thing anybody can say. You're asking and speculating, but there's things that only God knows. So yeah, there's gonna be a limit to the answers
I'm
on that kind of thing.
arguing about.
We know. Have you
I'm
heard the
arguing.
quote? We know nothing. We know that we know nothing, right?
Yes, that's very easy, and I can apply that to myself. The thing is that I'm arguing against people who claim that they do know what they say is the origin of the universe, which is a creator which has created everything.
Everything that you know of, listen, everything that you know of, you experience, and your senses have the capability of recognizing, right? Your senses are limited. Your life experience is limited still. Maybe eventually you'll be able to see more. You'll have eyes to see, ears to hear, right?
I
Eventually
won't
you'll
have
see
any
more.
more
But
ears.
right now you see what you
All right.
see. That's the way it works. Your program is to a certain limit. Eventually, if it can be upgraded, maybe. But there's limitations to everything we do, bro. So there's no answers
Yeah,
to everything.
there.
You have to
I
accept
understand
that.
that, but I understand that fully. But that is not the issue, isn't it? It was a question about where the universe started, and you proposed that there was a intelligent designer who did all of it without we couldn't exist, and I proposed that that isn't necessarily true.
The creator created everything you know of, but you don't
That's what
know
you
what's
say,
beyond
but
that.
you
You
can't
you
prove
don't
it.
know what's beyond that. You don't know what's you know what you don't know what's the realms of God. His realm.
I don't
You don't
know. I
know.
don't know. It's
I
what
don't know.
you're
I don't
proposing.
know. So when you say
Yep.
everything, right? He created everything we experience, everything we can
No,
see. Rusty,
I don't
listen.
propose a
Everything that
creator.
you experience is like you are like in a design environment, right? And it has a code, a design to it. Like the creator of your computer, right? The creator of the cell phone that you're having, or the BMW that you probably have and you drive around. That's the world that you live on. It's
Yeah.
designed.
Yes.
Yeah.
I just don't believe that
What?
we go all the way back to creating fundamental elements. And I don't believe that it could be. I'm an agnostic, but
Really?
I don't think that that is something that we should take as a given that we have been created by a creator. Maybe we
Where
live
does
in a
the matter
simulation
come
or
from?
whatever. Big Bang.
Yeah, where did the matter for the Big Bang come from? I think it just spawned
I
by
don't know,
itself.
some quantum shit. It doesn't matter. It's just
It does
I don't
matter.
know. I don't know is enough for me.
Exactly. As
To
I
the
don't have to
quantum
make up
level,
shit to make me feel better about it. I
to the
guess.
quantum
I don't know.
level, to the quantum level, the
I just said
code
that.
is reducing to a point that is the code is writing, is being written. The molecules, everything that you're talking about, and it's written in a specific writing or a very complicated one, right? It's all the code of everything is the language of everything and the code of everything.
Yeah, but you are using science and environment that
No,
you exist in right now with the knowledge that we have right now against or to support things that have been said 2000 years ago that in the Bible, right? Like it's there is no way to disprove your shit. I understand that, and I don't even want to because it doesn't really matter. But there's no way you would really convince anyone to like think that the Earth or the universe has been created by a creator who has I don't know, like who
the
understands
point of the
or who is an
creator is that
agnostic, I guess.
the point
I
of
don't
the
know.
creator is like something that you can acknowledge in the physical and natural world. The creator wants you to know him. He wants, as a father, as a figure, you probably have father figures in your life, right? And you can see that people care, right? People care for each other. They want you to do better, right? They want you to be better, the better version of yourself. A lot of people are like that.
I
And
I understand that.
a father that loves you, he wants all of his children to be better, to know him, right? And follow
I
his
understand
ways.
that, yeah. I understand the whole point.
Because if we listen to our father, we'll might most likely have better results as a family.
Yes, but does it have to be like on this religious level that tries to explain actual reality on a physical level? Can
You
just
don't
be like a
necessarily have to know the
psychological thing.
secrets of the. I told you, you don't have to know everything. You go crazy trying to know everything. You'll go crazy. You see a design, you recognize it as a design. You see a clock, that's a clock. You know, I can make a clock. I know it requires a clock, a watchmaker. So I know that the clock of the sky and the world, there's a designer behind it, and you can see so God also reveals his teachings to his people. It's written. You have a history record of things that have happened, and it's experiences that people learn from how to live life with others. Like, don't steal, don't murder, right? Because it's gonna create problems. Just listen to your father. Like, honor your mother and your father. Love God above everything. Like, it's pretty simple stuff. It's just things.
Yeah, it's pretty simple stuff, but it's
It's the
again,
way
it,
of
it
of
tries
the
to
father.
explain too many things at the same time and then take things out. But again, I don't want to have a religious discussion
No,
with flat
listen.
earth
You're
general.
right. I agree
But
with you, Rossi. I agree with you. You don't need the book to have God's laws in your heart, because even though within layers, because there could be someone in China that follow God's laws, and he probably he most likely knows it makes sense to him. He's designed to have the law written, but within this world of men, you require people in high places that follow God's way. So it's gonna be, politics, other things that you require the foundations, and from there you build a strong structure.
I hope not.
You
Sounds like
see,
Listen, man,
I
just
don't know.
have you gone to church before, man? Just this Sunday, go to your local church and just sit on the service, man. Just just this Sunday. Where do you live? What country? You're from Germany, right? You're
Germany.
German. Yeah, exactly,
Yes.
man. You got Martin Luther. You got a lot of yeah. You got the strong churches in Germany, right? Where are you? Munich,
No, East
Leipzig,
Germany.
Berlin,
Fucking
East Germany,
village.
a village.
It doesn't matter. I went to an
Ah,
evangelical school. It doesn't matter because it's just, I don't know if you get, like, where did you guys grow up? Like,
You don't
was it
find
like a
God in
religious?
temples made by the hands of men. God seeks those who worship Him in spirit and in truth. Not in temples.
Yeah, right. You don't have to go to fucking church. God damn. No, but anyway, like I went to evangelical church. We had to say the fucking, I don't know which one it was, like some standard prayer thing every morning. Some sense of the way that the Bible works and shit. I don't know, like the religious, like evangelical German stuff, I guess, worked, but it just never convinced me to become a Christian or anything. It made no sense or provided anything that might make my life better or whatever, like just from the belief perspective, right? So you don't have to ask me about that.
when you heard at that church, did something like happen, or like?
No, nothing happened. It was just school years that were attached to evangelical school. I mean, to be honest, like I grew up in East Germany, and East Germany was like, there was
The Soviet, right?
just no. I mean, I grew up after the wall fell, so I don't have the Soviet
But
policies or
there's still
whatever
like
in
the
mind.
economical fallout, right? There's still even now, right? There's
Mm,
still that economical fallout
yeah,
in East
that
Germany. I'm aware.
that definitely, but it was also that just religion wasn't a big part of anyone's life, right? Like people are religious, like my grandparents are probably religious, and my parents aren't, but it's not something that you carry on outwards. It's just like a cultural thing, but everyone knows that it's like an old, kind of outdated viewpoint.
Yeah.
of the world or something.
So I saw
I
something
don't know.
about the
It's a-
alternative for Germany. They're like trying to repopulate East Germany, right? The AfD. I saw something about that.
Not
Like,
well, not really. They're just a very weird party.
oh,
Yeah, they're just a populist, so they just say some shit that some people
they're
like.
gaining in the polls though. They're doing well, aren't they?
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, it's not good, but that's what happens, I guess. They're talking
So
about
wait,
stuff, but they
yeah,
have no solutions. I mean, they don't
yeah.
propose anything that would actually like lead to what they propose. They want to like throw out like 20 million people from a country that has 80 million people, so doesn't really work. But this
Same
off
in
topic.
the UK as well. We have the same reform, restore, like populist parties. They want to do the same, like deport millions of people. Same like
Oh,
rhetoric.
don't you have
Yeah.
don't you have Count Binface?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, bro. I would like betting on a candidate that he's opposed to. I would honestly fucking vote for. He's actually well spoken. The shit that I've heard from him.
But wait, so what was going through your thoughts when you were like at school as a boy, like, you know, attending an evangelical church? Like, did you have any thoughts, or you were just going through the motions, or?
Now, honestly, like at that point, like I was really fucking stupid as a teenager. Like I didn't think any of it. I was actually like super anti. Like I was like an annoying atheist guy, right? Like I was annoyingly
like Nietzsche, right?
anti.
Like Nietzsche. You like Nietzsche?
Bro, I didn't hear about. I was a
he was German,
14-year-old
right?
guy. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Like I was like a 14-year-old boy. I was just a rebellious kid. I didn't have any idea about religion or politics or whatever. Like when you're 14, I don't know like what the level of 14-year-old is in any country, but I was just a stupid idiot. This some time away though, like. But still, I
dye
had
your
like my
hair and like rock music and all
not
that.
that, but yeah, I mean I'm a metalhead, but I was like a outcast or whatever. It was just it's not like in East Germany. It's not like there is no religious culture or anything.
Yeah, it's because of the Soviet Union. That is, they abolished all the churches, right? Persecution of Christianity.
Yeah, I mean they're still all the churches are still intact and stuff, but it's just not that.
Yeah, they rinsed it out. Yeah, they ringed it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they're still like again like the Christian Democratic Union is still the leading party in the country, and even in the East where the Soviet occupation was, there is still, well, now the Alternative for Germany is the highest voting party, but they are the second, right? So it's not like eliminated or anything. It's still a huge, especially there was like a huge revival of it when the wall fell and the reunification happened. But it's just not as it's been taken out of the culture a little bit. So I never grew up with that.
Yeah.
So I grew up, from my perspective, I grew up normally, right? You would think when you grow up with Christianity in your everyday life that you would grow up normally. Probably. Right?
Yeah, true. Anyway, yeah, man. Anyway, yeah, it's getting late here, man, so I'm gonna head off. But yeah, it was a good conversation, though, man. I'm sure we'll talk again soon.
You have a good one, man.
All right, take care, man. Have a good night. See you, man.
You too.
See you, everyone else. Bye.
See you later. Hey, Rustin, thank you for that. You grew up normally. Yeah, that sounds really good, though. Germany, family, they just did their job. They would probably big families? Do you remember big families? Because I remember growing up, huge families, dozens of cousins. Like my mother and my
No,
father I had like 10 uncles and aunts from my mother's side, like 14 from my father's side. Like huge family.
no, that's not that big. I remember the generation before me, that was the big, like the boomers, right? That's what they call the
Yeah,
boomers. That was
yeah,
the big generation. Like my father had 3 brothers, I guess. My mom only had 1 sister, but there were a couple of
yeah.
families that had massive.
So yeah, I got it. That was normal for me. You see, was normal for you, normal for the other one. Well, that was
That's
cool.
different wherever you live.
And also about the religious part is you said you went to the angelic school. There's like the Christian religion over there, and that's kind of like you learn certain things, but with the context, we're gonna bring it back to the main topic. But with the context of the Creator, you really don't need men's doctrines or religions to point out the obvious.
Yeah, but that's coming into the realm of philosophy, where I reject religious stuff and I rather stick to
You can't
philosophical
do
things.
that. Yeah, you can't do that and claim heliocentric. That's a direct contradiction. That'd be
Philosophical and
yes, that would be an internal contradiction, a hard internal contradiction. Because without religious practices, you do not have space travel. You do not have photographs from space. You don't have a heliocentric model. None of that. All of that goes completely out the window without state-sponsored religion. So you've got the worst type. You've got now. You could be against religion, no problem. A lot of people are, but the problem is you've got state-sponsored religion that you're accepting.
no,
Yes,
that's
yes. NASA is a
not.
deeply religious organization, extremely religious organization. The JPL.
You misunderstand.
During the Sharona time frame, the JPL was forced to shut down by President Biden because the extreme number of religious exemptions. They basically said not enough percentage of that building has taken their Cocoa Puffs, so we have to shut the building down. There's too many people who are religious in that building. So for you to say, I also reject religious things and
No, I
accept
did that. That's
NASA,
not what I'm saying.
you're in a hard internal contradiction. And that would have to be fixed first. How are you doing that? How are you accepting state-sponsored religion and rejecting state-sponsored religion at exactly the same time? All because you need the earth to be a ball-tard for some other reason, which you won't explain or take questions on. That's the kicker here. You're using state-sponsored religion to reject state-sponsored religion, to accept state-sponsored religion for another sinister purpose, which would be considered a conspiracy theory, like cosmic nihilism or some dumb shit like that. You just aren't being honest to us and anyone else in this conversation. And one of our rules are, if you're going to be blatantly dishonest, that's a mute or a ban.
And that's good for Rusty because Rusty has been very respectful, very polite, and he's giving his side, but he's welcome here on my eyes.
Yeah, I'm not saying that he's going to get banned, just that he knows that he comes into here with the wrong person and they spot him for a pretender clown. Don't expect any sympathy. You know that when you go into a forum like this and people are expecting to have an open and honest conversation and you're peddling some bullshit rather than being honest about it, expect to get yeeted. And don't bitch about it when it happens. You knew this going into the conversation, that there's only so many hours in a day. This channel is one of the top channels of the server. It's not enough time to waste with people who are just blatantly dishonest.
So listen,
dishonesty.
not that he's been. I'm gonna say that he mentioned that he grew up on a angelic school, which is a Christian. I imagine the Roman Church, and the globe religion originates from that kind of faction of the religion side, and he still believes in the globe. So he's still part of the religion, but he said he's
not
not
at the same
part of it anymore.
Yeah, which is a contradiction. That's a contradiction. You are part of it. A really sinister, wicked part of it. You're pushing bullshit on people who don't know where these ideas come from.
And let me say, he wasn't pushing it. I asked him, and he was a little hesitant because he said he's been in the conversation for about listening to the conversation, listening mostly, not engaging too much, listening for about 10 years. And he said, "No, what?
I was engaging.
Occasionally, but you know about the topic for 10 years, all right? Or occasionally 10 years." And he said, "It's still a globe." So we're just pointing out that you still, and then you contradicted when you say that you're not part of the religion because you don't believe in religions. Remember, but you still part of the religion. Now you have hopefully realized it.
Yeah, if you're anti-religious or irreligious, that should be your first stepping point into understanding flat Earth. I do not accept models presented by state sponsors of religion. I am skeptical of a firmament brought to you by Copernicus. I'm skeptical of the Catholic Church. I'm skeptical of a Big Bang because God did it. Show me your God. I'm skeptical of this heat shield that supposedly landed Artemis astronauts for Artemis 2 because they asked the pilot, Glover, aren't you worried that the heat shield will fail? No, he says, I'm not worried at all. Well, why wouldn't you be? This heat shield is untested, experimental. They don't know if it's going to work or not. He's like, I don't need a heat shield. I got God. He said, I could land this thing without a heat shield. You're like, wow. Really? Let's do it then. Let's do that. Let's take off the heat shield and see how this works. I want to test that claim that you got God protecting you. I want to see that. But in the meantime, this Rusty will be pushing the same bullshit that these astronauts are highly trained, highly scientific, anti-religious people just like him. No, they're not. Do they think you're a fucking idiot?
Jamsey, thank you for the conversation. This motherfucker just talks some bullshit. I don't know where it come from, but it was nice with you. Have a good night.
Nice talking to you. But listen, nothing personal. He was talking about the royal you.
This dude's right properly triggered. I'm telling you that this guy is slimy as a snake, man. He's got sock accounts and all kinds of weird shit he's been into. He's been on, he's been the hover. He's been the flat Earth hover for quite a long time. Just look at the mod log. And yeah, I've never banned him. I've never muted him. But he gets banned and muted all the time. And bitches about it. I mean, just look at the conversations he has with Indio. This is great. I just did a quick text search. Who's mentioned Rusty P? Here, go away before I ban you, you dishonest twerp. You are a mind-controlled zombie at this point. I mean, these
Damn,
are just general takes
that
from
team saying
people.
that?
No, that's people getting feedback, trying to talk to this guy. He's so frustrating and insufferable.
All right. He called you MF and left.
Yeah, I
Do
know,
you
because
earn it?
I've talked to him before. And I don't put up with this bullshit. Sort of like, oh, I gotta tell you about your Lord and Savior, the heliocentric model. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? You don't know shit about fuck. Would he freak out in text chat too? Or he just leave? His whole shtick is that he has to frame flat earthers as some kind of deeply religious people. And deeply religious people are already retarded. So flat earthers are the more retarded of the retarded. That's his whole talking point. 10 years later, he still hasn't moved from that.
Well, there was this other guy here reading quotes from the Bible. He took it, he was reading from the Bible, and it was a conversation about the Bible for a little while. And he was mostly replying to that conversation. And he could call, Christianity a religion, and we spoke about that mostly. And then, yeah, it showed that he's saying he doesn't like the religions, but he's still part of the religion because he said Earth is a globe, blah blah blah. Yeah, got it. At least we didn't spoke to Ipo.
that can bend, right? It's a snapshot in time to where light is like, it's like a, how do you explain it? Like a wave on a oscilloscope. And sometimes that wave can be tight. Sometimes it can be, like really wide. And he goes, you're getting a snapshot in time to where that light reaches your eye either at that peak or the trough of that wave. And that's why, like when we watch Skunk Bay or whatever you're seeing, sometimes you can see more of it, less of it, etc. And he was talking about how every time you're getting that snapshot, that's what you're seeing when you can see more or less of something at a distance. Now, can you kind of go into detail about that?
I can't go into detail about that, but I have heard him talk about that, and it's an interesting argument. I mean, maybe when you're using an optical device, you're kind of getting a snapshot of what's happening at that particular moment. And if that wave is, at a different point in the path of the wave, then maybe it could seem like it's going to the camera differently and make it look like there's a particular effect taking place in that snapshot. But I think Jesse was talking about, like what if you take a time lapse or if you take a video, it's not like you see things like jumping all over the place, because that Skunk Bay time lapse is sped up like crazy, and that's over a huge period of time. And if you sat there and just watched it, right, it's not like you're going to see things jumping around. Everything's going to look pretty stable, and you probably wouldn't see things changing that much because it's over quite a long period of time, But if you came back an hour later, it might look completely different. But if you stayed there for an hour watching it, it's not like it's going to jump around all over the place. No, I know
Yeah, you wouldn't.
Indio's read a ton more than me about this stuff, right? And I wouldn't question what he said because he's done a lot more research than me. But I keep it a lot more simple, and whatever's going on a, such a tiny scale, it has kind of predictable effects when we manipulate the variables, and it's pretty consistent. So I think that, I wouldn't necessarily agree that just that snapshot moment in time is why it looks like the horizon's at a certain distance. I think if you stayed there and kept filming it, it's gonna kind of stay at that distance for a while. And I think it's just mostly based, and India would probably agree with that as well, that it's mostly controlled by temperature. So whatever the temperature gradient's doing, that's going to mostly be the thing that affects the refractive index when you're doing these types of observations. And we can pretty much
Genuinely believe the Earth is flat.
Sorry?
Okay. You genuinely believe the Earth is flat?
Well, we don't need to believe it. We can go out and test the Earth and see if it's globe or not.
Are you dumb?
Probably. If I'm dumb, then I don't know what that would make you.
Smart. Like, use your context clues, maybe.
Do you know anything about the globe, or do you just believe it?
I do, actually. I took Earth and Space Science. I don't understand how you can believe it's flat. Like, this genuinely
It's
dumb.
not a belief.
No, the Earth is not perfectly a sphere, but I can assure you
Really?
it's
How much does it vary? How much does it vary from being a perfect sphere? Do you know the radius?
Why the fuck would I know the radius?
You said you studied the Earth. I'm asking you the most simple questions. I mean, do you know which way the Earth spins, at least?
Yeah.
West to east or east to west?
Your ass.
Huh?
What?
See, people come in and they took some class at school and they think they know about the Earth, but then I ask them the most simple questions
Okay.
and they
Hal,
can't
you
answer
literally
any
believe
of
the Earth is
them.
flat. I don't know if it can get any worse
It's not
than that.
about
Like, you
it's
can't
not about
you
believing
be
the
like,
Earth is flat. We're not claiming to know the
no,
shape of the Earth. You probably think flat's a shape, right? Flat's not even a shape.
Fucking god. Like, you think you're so smart for us. Like, shut up. No, you're not. You're
Well,
dumb as brick.
you just came in
I came in
insulting
here to
people
tell you
that
that the Earth's
you
not
don't
flat, and if
know,
you genuinely
right?
believe
It
it, you're
turns out
retarded.
you don't
You're
even know the
retarded. You're
size.
retarded. You're
Wow,
actually
great
retarded.
arguments. Yeah, you're making really intelligent arguments.
Intelligent arguments. I don't need to. Like, if
You
you believe
sound
the Earth
like
is
you're
flat,
some
you're
like
retarded. You're retarded.
17-year-old
You're
that
retarded.
has
17. You don't even know my age and you're talking.
you sound like you're 17 or something like that, right? And you're just making all these assumptions, and I don't think you really know anything
Assumptions. You
about
believe the Earth
the
is
Earth.
flat. I don't think it could get any worse than
Do
that.
you think flat's a shape?
I said that.
Do you think it's a
And
shape
why
or
the
it's
fuck
not
does
a
that
shape?
matter?
So you don't even know what we
It's
mean
not
by
flat.
flat Earth. What do you think we even mean by flat Earth?
Okay, tell me what you mean by flat Earth.
No, what do you
Enlighten me.
think? What do you think we mean by flat Earth?
Like, the Earth is fucking flat?
Do you think that's
Like,
a
what else
shape?
do you
Do you
mean?
think that's a shape?
My goodness.
Do,
What do
do
you...
you think?
Okay, tell me. Enlighten me, my nigga.
What did you say?
I said
You
enlighten
gotta.
me, my nigga.
Wow, you have a trash mouth too.
I can't say my nigga, like, I can say that shit. I have the right. I mean, you can't, because you're white and shit, you know? But, like, I can, because I'm not white.
Yeah, you know what I can do?
What?
Can send you away from here.
I'll just leave, like, if I'm getting you...
Hello,
Hello.
how are you, Mr. White?
Good, thank you.
From any hell you are?
What's that?
From any country you are?
Oh, I'm from Australia. Where are you from?
The people in Australia, you know, let me chill. Why the hell everyone is muted?
We were having a
What is
conversation,
wrong?
and then these dumbasses keep coming in and interrupting it with brain rot.
I'm kind of an Australian racist.
Yeah, do you know what racist means? I don't think you do.
Damn, bro, dang.
All right, you're boring as well. You can also go bye-byes. All right, Johnny Law. um, yeah. So I mean, if we vary and manipulate the temperature, then we can make we can make the like a laser beam do certain things. So I mean, we can test what causes the light to deviate, and it's mostly temperature. If we just manipulate the temperature, we can cause most of the effects that we see out in the real world.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with what you're saying. The reason why I asked is because I heard that argument, or that I was listening to it and I heard him talk about that, and I was just kind of curious because I haven't heard
Yeah, like how big are
that look at it.
how big are these like waves that the light's making, and then how many of these waves would there be? You know, like wouldn't there be billions and billions of these so-called photons bouncing off everything and scattering off everything all the time? But it's not like when we go out and look around, everything's like warping and changing depending on which portion of this wave enters your eye at what angle. You know, it's when we go around and look around, things look pretty normal. So I don't know. I don't know if he's probably got a good point when it comes to getting a snapshot, because at that exact time that you're taking a snapshot with your camera, maybe it is altered by that wave behavior of the light. I'm not sure. And like I said before, right, India obviously knows a ton more than me. So I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm just saying that I don't know enough about it to really comment on that. On a simple level, we know that we can cause all of these effects just by manipulating the basic variables, just the refractive index.
Right. Yeah, and I probably didn't do it any justice how I explained it.
But
It
no,
was just something that
I heard it. I was listening. I've heard it a bunch of times.
right.
I
So
think it confused Jesse a little bit as well.
no, but yeah, he's got. I mean, I've listened to so much already, and it's like my
So
brain
awesome.
starts smoking. You know.
Yeah, me too, man. He's got so much info, that guy. It's so good that we have so much recorded, like 10 years worth of live streams. So anytime that, he's come in and had a conversation, which is thousands and thousands of times, it's just all been recorded. So now the next thing is to go through and extract all of these recordings and put them into like a big journal, Indio vault of all of this
Yep.
knowledge. It's awesome. I mean, it's awesome that we have the recordings. If that was all,
Yeah.
if that wasn't recorded, that would be such a loss, to lose all of that awesome info that he blessed us with.
Right. Yep. I agree. No, I just thought I'd ask you, and maybe you could elaborate on it a little, or if you knew much about it, or.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think it's happening on such a small scale that, I mean, look, if we have a look at these two images in the side chat, I don't know if you can see the side chat, but the light goes straight when there's no refractive index gradient. And then as soon as we introduce a gradient, then we can cause the light to bend up or down.
Right.
And it's, it's kind of that simple.
Yep. No, I agree 100%.
But then once you start taking down it to how it's actually happening on like a very small scale, then it gets super complicated. Really complicated.
Right. Yeah. Who's this flat man?
Yeah, it sounds like he's coping. He's got some cope
Yeah,
happening in the side chat there.
He's having some hard times there.
Yep. It's rough.
No, I appreciate it, DJ. Thank you for taking the time and patience
No
to
problem. Yeah,
explain things, man.
I need to learn more about it on a tiny level. But I still think that even the mainstream, they don't really understand light fully, the way light behaves. In certain applications, it behaves like a particle, and then in other situations, it behaves like a wave. And there's probably a lot more to it. I don't know.
Right. And back in the QE times, you couldn't even ask the question because he'd flip off the handle on you.
Yep.
Because you couldn't say, well, is light a wave or a particle? And he'd go ballistic and mute you, and you couldn't ask any questions anymore. And it's like, well, then you're stuck in limbo and not even knowing what the hell's going on.
Yeah, just start like reading out citations real aggressively and stuff. But he thinks that light can't deviate in a single medium. So I don't know. Like, I mean,
you can
I
can
just
see
showed
it.
I just showed an example in the side chat. I mean, this is one medium, and light's deviating. So I don't know how anyone could make that claim. Even Nathan Oakley was talking about refraction today. He wasn't talking about it the way I would talk about it, but he was saying that, yeah, light deviates if you have, a vertical gradient, and that's a flat Earth measurement. That's what he was saying. So even he agrees that light can deviate in a medium. So I don't know. I guess yeah, I'll leave him play it. I got a clip here, not of Nathan, of QE. It's in the side chat. I won't play it on the stream or anything.
No, thanks. Yeah, I'll listen to it here. Hold on.
Have you guys seen Yoda? Maybe Yoda's listening on YouTube. But Yoda, if you're listening, Yoda's grilling this guy in the side chat. It's hilarious. Your mum is so flat, she makes an ironing board look curved. But yeah, everyone's probably seen these pictures that the anti-flat earthers made of the Bonneville salt flats, where it kind of looks like it's curving when they zoom in on it from like a distance. But I was watching a laser test recently, and some flat earthers actually went along that exact highway that you can see there, and they went on the salt flats, and they did a 36-mile laser test. It's freaking amazing. And yeah, they got a direct hit. They actually set it up pretty well. It's from a documentary called Flatlanders, episode 1. Shelley Lewis, and yeah, that's got really good footage in it, and it shows without a doubt that there's no curvature over that distance at all. I think they had the laser beam set up at 3-foot height, and they did a dual test where they shot one beam one way and another beam the other way, and they got a direct hit. And then they did another test.
Is that on the Pickled Minds server?
Yeah, it is. I'll post the link, the video.
I'm just looking for it here. I'm trying to find it.
So that it's 36-mile laser test, Bonneville Salt Flats.
Okay, I got it. Yep.
And I took some GIFs out of the video and that kind of thing, because they got a cool side view of the laser as well.
Yep.
But the hidden height is something like 760 feet, which is like a giant skyscraper building worth of curvature that should be blocking the laser.
Right, and these people that come in here that really don't understand a lot, they hear like, oh, we have a 36-mile laser test, and that sounds so minimal to them that they laugh it off. Oh, 36 miles, that ain't nothing. What, you got 2 inches of drop? How can you tell? It's like, no, dude. That's like go to your capital of your city and grab one of the tallest buildings in the capital, and it's like that.
Yep.
They don't understand the difference between 700 feet to them is like up to their waist or something.
Yeah, they've kind of been programmed thinking that globe's so big and we're so small and 36 miles is nothing. There would be hardly any curvature over that distance. They have no idea how much there should be, but they just say that, oh no, that's not enough distance. And they have no idea what they're talking about. And then once you explain to them how much curvature there is, then they'll just look it up on AI, and AI will just say, oh, what about refraction? And then they'll just say refraction. They don't know anything about refraction at all. It's crazy. That's why it's more fun sometimes having these conversations with more educated people, like physics students and engineers and people that just get it, right? They understand a little bit about refraction and light and basic curvature math and that kind of thing. But trying to explain how a laser test debunks the globe to some kind of like trying to find a polite word, but some of the people that come in, right, trying to explain this stuff to them is like it's too hard. They're not going to get it, even though it's not that difficult. They're just not going to get it. So yeah, location, Bonneville Salt Flats, Utah. Camera height 3 foot. Laser beam height was 5 foot. Distance 35.89 miles. Hidden height 760 feet. So even with their bullshit standard refraction, it's still hidden height 665 feet. And then for it to work on a globe, you just have to max out Walter Bislin's Earth refraction slider to maximum, which basically means that the Earth's flat. Which is, like he says, that if you max it out, then that means that there's so much refraction, the Earth would appear completely flat.
I know, it's just silly.
It is, yeah. Because you have to basically max out that refraction slider for most of the observations. And even the slider itself says, oh, this is extreme refraction. But it doesn't look like it. We don't see any miraging effects or anything like that. It just looks normal. But every time flat earthers go out, we get this extreme refraction somehow.
I wonder if Walter Bislin ever if he ever thought to himself, oh, I'm going to create this thing, and it would be the biggest death blow he's done.
Well, yeah, I use it for every observation now because I can calculate. I can use it like just to use it as a hostile witness because it'll say hidden height, right? So it'll say hidden height 760 feet. So you just slide up the refraction and you'll watch that hidden height start to drop. So as soon as it says 0, that's how you know how much refraction you would need on a globe for that observation to work. And then you start looking up, okay, well, it needs this much refraction. Who's measured that this much refraction can even be possible? And according to any AIs or anything like that, right? Obviously, even according to Walter Bislin, right? Anything above a certain value is considered extreme refraction or heavy refraction, and heavy refraction comes along with heavy destruction optically. So things would start looking like they're all blurry, and then you'll start getting miraging effects like superior mirages and fata morganas and stuff like that. You can't have this extreme refraction of visible light and it just looks normal. And then you repeat it and it's still normal again, and you repeat it again and again. It's the dumbest argument.
That's kind of where I'm at right now. I like using that as kind of, in my holster. Like we were having a conversation with, like, not really a conversation, but with Knowledge yesterday, and he was talking about refraction. It's like, well, if you're going to claim refraction, then and at the levels that you need for these tests to happen, there would be destruction. You would have physical attributes that you would be able to see if you had refraction at 50-60% like you need. And we see none of that. We see crystal clear conditions, side views of these laser tests where it looks, you know, you could put a straight edge on it.
Yeah, you can draw a line across it. You know, when you see the side view or when you see the angle view, you can draw a perfect line across it. It's like, oh,
Yep.
you're claiming this is curving down hundreds of feet? Well, it sure doesn't look like it.
That's
And
because
then
it's so
you-
big,
it's
so
so
slight
big.
of a curve.
Yeah.
Well, then you ask them, well, do you have any evidence a laser can even bend down? You know, and they come with the, you know, the sugar water.
Yeah. You know,
That's the
of
only
course.
evidence.
Yeah, I'm always very, you know, careful when I word it, not to make it sound like I don't think that lasers could bend downward, but to explain to them that there's no footage of lasers bending downward over a long distance observation over land or water.
Okay,
What?
can I interrupt if you don't mind? I have a question. Do you
Mhm.
guys heard about the experiment that one like rich guy did? He did travel, get like big YouTubers that believe Earth is flat to Antarctica to see the sun movement, which is like some proof of like the Earth is round.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you
Yeah.
know about this
hmm
case?
Yeah.
Well, what do you guys believe about it? Like, I want to hear your side of it.
I feel like Earth like has the shape of penis, you know.
Yeah,
Like
because you
round.
got penises on your brain, bro.
No, that's how Earth
what-
actually should look
No,
like.
no, no. You love penis, and that's the reason that you're saying that. So you can go on mute.
He's got insecurities.
Okay, can I?
Yeah. So basically, like, okay, this guy was like a super church pastor, right? He's like a preacher, and yeah, this is the guy that took them there, and he was pissed off because his son was a flat earther or something, and he got all butthurt. I think this is the guy. I think that's what happened. Maybe I'm confusing the guys, but anyway, this guy was like a super church pastor, and what he did was he took some YouTube flat earthers who believed in a particular model of flat Earth, and they didn't think that you could have a 24-hour sun, or they said that there's no evidence of a 24-hour sun because some of the footage had been faked, etc., etc. And they went and they saw a 24-hour sun, and we don't have any problem with there being a 24-hour sun. But one of the main guys that went, called Jeranism, okay, he had this idea of this particular flat Earth model, and on his model, you can't have a 24-hour sun. So he said that this would debunk my flat Earth model, and he actually went back to the globe. But the other guy that went with him, Austin Whitsitt, yeah, he never went back to the globe, right? Much smarter guy, actually. And yeah, so basically, you know, if we can measure the Earth's surface, right, the surface of water consistently over and over again, and confirm that there's no curvature, whatever's happening with the sun, it's not going to make the water start to curve. So whatever's happening up in the sky is not going to mean that the Earth's a globe.
But do you have an explanation, or you just say it have to work because the Earth is flat, or you have explanation for this? What is it called? Case
Well,
or
it's not an explanation, really. I mean, it's just what we observe, right? We observe the sun going in an apparent path throughout the
Yeah,
year, where it
but
does
we
the
have
same. It does the same thing in the north 6 months later as well. So we
yes.
see the sun. We see the sky behaving in a certain way, and I don't see why would that not be possible above a flat surface. You know, it's not something that you would need an explanation for unless you are making direct claims about exactly what the sun is and exactly how the sky works. And if that's what the globe Earth side wants to do, okay, it would require the Earth to be a globe for starters. And then
Yeah.
we've debunked that, right? So that kills the entire argument on its head with empirical evidence of there being no curvature. And then they're claiming that the sun is a burning ball of plasma gas inside a vacuum, a space vacuum, which they don't have any evidence of, and that it's 93 million miles away, and all of these claims, right, that go along with their explanation. So I mean,
Trapped? You don't believe in that? I thought you believe in that.
in what?
In the sun, it's being like a gas in a closed
In a
chamber,
vacuum.
which is yeah, in a vacuum. I mean,
No.
No.
you don't believe in that. Okay, what do you believe about sun? I'm really interested to hear that.
I believe that nobody truly knows exactly what the sun is and what medium the sun exists within and how big it is, how far away it is, what it's made of. I don't think anyone truly knows that. And I think the knowledge that we have about it is based off conceptual models and mathematics and assumptions, not off scientific experimentation. So it would be pseudoscience by definition, not real science.
Do you believe like everything is just a theory? There's no solid proof of it?
No, we can physically test how gas works, right? And that also debunks the claim of being able to
No.
have a ball of gas in
You
a
misunderstood
vacuum.
me.
Oh,
I meant like you believe that what we know about the sun right now, like we say that we know, is just a theory. There's no proof of it.
yeah, I'd say there's no scientific experimentation that backs up the core claims of it being in a space vacuum and 93 million miles away, and these kind of things.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't think that
Okay.
there's any scientific experimentation that we can conduct on a smaller scale to show that that's even possible. Everything we show on a smaller scale shows that that's not possible. So we're left kind of trusting the math at the end of the
How
day.
could you you cannot do this at a lot smaller scale because the sun is actually had required gravity. You cannot create gravity at smaller scale.
Right.
That's